Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome back to day 4 of the Brighter Shores, the Monument Grind. We are getting there. I think I have finally figured out somewhat how the XP curve is working now, because I was noticing when I was AFKing Stonemason that I definitely wasn't getting like 2x as much EXP, you know, between like the difference between this and this. So I think what's happening here is with the passive going up, or like basically the disparity between active and passive, I think what's happening here is that's how much the curve is moving the entire time. So basically as the difference between active and passive is changing, passive seems to always give you about, you know, the same EXP as before, like one level every like 10-ish hours or whatever it is, you know, basically the same curve that's always had. So this is basically always the one level every, you know, however many X hours it normally is. So this is always consistent. So at milestone 3, it's still the same speed, at 4, it's still the same speed, 5, same speed, 6, 7, 8, 9, so on and so forth. It is still always the same speed to do the passive to get one level, which means that means the disparity between that is how much more the active is changing. So in this case, of course, the active is only slightly worse compared to the passive that's gaining one level every single hour, compared to, you know, like right over here, where at milestone 7, you're going to have to do about 2 times as much active. It never reaches a point where it reaches that 4 times like you had to in the previous format. However, it does get somewhat close at about 3 times all the way near the end. I also noticed this because the amount of knowledge points I needed seemed to have been slightly different as I was going through, like some of the other skills, because I was putting into fishing earlier just so we can get our fishing level that I needed for this stream. But in doing so, I've noticed that, yeah, it was giving a little bit of a weirder amount, like as far as like the total amount that we end up needing. And because of that, I think that's what's happening here. So the disparity between the active and passive is basically showing what the EXP curve is then, which means, yeah, this might take longer than a few weeks. Our current guesstimation might be a little bit off, just because, well, it'll still just be a few weeks, but you know, the final section curves like crazy in this current new format. Whereas before it kind of curved at 200. That means it curves basically in the final 2 milestones. We're doing it passively. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. We're doing it passively through those 2 sections. Isn't that bad? But doing it actively, yeah, it kind of falls off a little. We'll have to see once we end up getting there. But there's a chance it's almost like 3 times as much you end up needing per level, which is very, very similar, though still easier, oddly enough. Still easier than the previous format, but harder than like what the level range we're at now by a mile. Anyways, we are currently at level 17. I did this so we can get to a somewhat new activity, though not really that much of a new activity. We have the goat horn. Is it worth going for goat horns? Not really. I was trying to route some like wide paths that we can end up doing with it. It's definitely worth it a little bit once we get to like water lily, some of the stuff we could do with it, but at this current level range, it just does not seem worthwhile to get to really mess with the goat horns much. I'll still touch them right here since we're right here, but we're probably going to be sticking with shell plus rack like we were doing pretty much yesterday, going for that wide farm. Might even do like a circle into itself, as I noticed some people were doing drop circles on it, which of course would be even better knowledge in XP. So maybe we'll try some drop circling and just drop a bunch of stuff on the beach. I kind of do want to bank it, but to some degree, you know, we care about the XP way more than we care about the resources, at least at this level range. At the higher level range, that would be a little bit different, but at least at the level range we're at right now, we definitely care about the resources more than we care about the... I mean, we care about the XP more than we care about the resources. The main thing we really want to get to is Nettle in 3 levels. Nettle gives us a substantially better XP method than what we're doing now, or I think it is. We'll find out when we get back there. But Nettle and Shell, for whatever reason, seems to have like the highest XP of almost anything in this whole tier until you get like all the way till the end of the end. But they seem to be the main things you always want to base every single one of your cycles around, because they just give so much XP. But anyways, let's go see if we can figure out some kind of loop here that we want to go run for today. Get our few levels that we end up needing. Maybe try a drop method here where we literally bank nothing just to try to speed up a little bit. And yeah, go from there. Of course, regardless of how long the forager grind takes, we'll keep at it. I think this Sunday, I was saying this weekend, or one of the weekends, I might have to do a little bit less. I think this Sunday specifically, I'll probably have to do a little bit less. Tomorrow, I should be able to still do what we normally do, you know, several hours. But Sunday's probably going to be the day, as well as Monday, and Tuesday. So basically 3 days in a row there, where we're going to be a little bit less. Might just be around for an hour, few hours, just kind of update on what we're doing. Probably still have some grind in the background, just won't be able to really stream it on most of those 3 days then. Monday does have the leak though, so I guess we'll go over the leak when it ends up happening. Something we haven't really been doing too much, but yeah, it'll be the day of the leak, so we'll be able to see exactly everything that ends up happening with that. see the main thing that's relevant about this leak is not necessarily information that they're going to tell us about the updates, but the main thing that's really interesting about this leak is this will be the first Monday, or they'll basically be announcing what the following Monday's update likely is going to be. And this is the first Monday since Milestones, which means they could do a lot of different things that they've been holding off on, most notably adding, I didn't downgrade this yet, most notably anything related to like bounties or stuff like that. As, now that the system is in game, they can start rolling them out one at a time or multiple at a time or however they end up wanting to do it, with fishing bounties being the one that is most known to be coming in the very near future. One thing I was looking into also while doing these pathing is I was actually considering doing a double bank. Is this worth doing? Probably not from like a total XP perspective, but I was looking into like double bank routes that we could end up doing while going through everything. I was even considering like a triple loop where normally we have a double loop where we do one cycle and then a different cycle, but now there might actually be a third cycle we can end up doing and do some kind of weave through it, but I don't know, we'll see as we end up going. Well, we end up ultimately going with. Like right here, I'm going to go do a big loop into this other storage rift, something I haven't really been thinking about utilizing. Like, of course, you always have like that one that was to the side, but this is a relatively newer storage rift, and yeah, it has some interesting implications. We can grab a mana right here in order to get our full inventory. For this particular instance, I guess we won't end up grabbing it, as it does seem like they're too far away. Honestly, I don't even think it's worth it. When we have gone in for it in the past, also went to the other side there. But we'll grab these, go store all this, and then we can kind of loop back the other side, or kind of loop back into the circle, and then loop back the other side. I'm not sure yet. There's quite a few different ways of doing it. Is one of the interesting things about this skill is that the way that you route it is really personal as far as how you want to end up doing it, depending on what you want to prioritize, if you want to bank or not bank, if you want to drop everything else. But yeah, let's go try to do some kind of really weird weave here. I'm going to weave back into this area right over here, and then bank the other way, but then also go into shell from the other side. So we'll have like a triple weave here. Is this worth doing? Probably not the most optimal thing, but I don't know, I kind of want to try it. Kind of switch things up a little bit. Otherwise, we might try to drop method soon. I've noticed a couple people around here have been doing drop method, where they pick up basically everything from this room, everything from the other room, drop everything, repeat. Just because these resources are just so good at this level range. And of course, you'll be stuck at it for some amount of time. I believe at level 20, we should be better to go to the other section. I'm not sure. Maybe this area still is better. I'm not sure. I assume as long as the sage, or whatever the other thing is called, not sage, the blood nettle, the nettle, as long as the nettle is level, as long as it's giving like 7,500 or higher, the nettle should be better, especially if it's giving about 8,000, because combined with the bones and everything else that's by it. But as long as it's giving at least like 7,000 plus, it should be okay to move to nettle after this. But maybe some people have calculated it out and it is better to just stay here, and just keep doing drop cycle. But I don't know, we're definitely going to nettle at that level range, just kind of testing again. As long as it's a high enough drop, we'll probably still be going for it, as we do. It's a item that you can't buy from shops, so we kind of want to be doing nettle regardless, as we're going to be needing the resources at some point in order to make fire potions, if they're ever not completely useless. And we are getting very close to the forager level, where the stuff we gather, also I finally got this fishing level so we can catch this for better XP rate, but we are starting to get very, very, very close to the point where the resources that we grab from the ground, we actually need for alchemy. We're not quite at there yet. We could technically use some of them. It's like not the worst thing in the world, but we are kind of like in this range where it's like a little bit behind where we otherwise would be. But we are nearing at least that next milestone. Maybe not today or tomorrow. By the time we come back, like fully, hopefully by Wednesday or Thursday, whatever it ends up being, because stuff I'm doing on Tuesday might lead into Wednesday a little bit. But once we fully come back next week, like be able to do it the full time every single time, we should be able to get really, really, really good value from all of our potion supplies by that point. At which point banking it would be definitely probably advised, which I'm kind of already been doing just to kind of get used to the gameplay loops, as this is the last level where we technically don't need a bank. So maybe we'll try some drop methods otherwise, since we kind of have enough of every single resource. With that being said, let me actually go try drop method this time. I'm not even sure what it's like. I've just noticed that some people have been doing it in the area, so it's like, yeah, sure, why not? Let's go try it. I don't really need these resources that much. I'm not sure exactly where I should start it, but well, I guess we'll start it all the way over here. But I believe all we have to do is grab everything, drop everything, grab everything, drop everything, and you just never bank, and it should be pretty good XP. If nothing else, it'll get us a sage at a very quick rate, especially because we got some knowledge points. So we'll dump that into Forager here, obviously, trying to get Forager down as quickly as we can. And now we'll just grab everything in this room, everything relevant in the other room, drop everything, repeat. And this should be better XP than banking by, I want to say 10%, 15%. But of course, it comes at the downside of you're not getting any resources at all. But this is the final level range where, or, you know, the whole tier 5, where getting no resources isn't really that big a deal. But 6 and onwards, we probably want to start banking, just so alchemy is going to be a more seamless cycle as far as getting it all through, so we don't have to spend as much, because we don't have that much money. I feel like we're really poor compared to being this high of a level. I feel like a lot of people around this level range have like a whole platinum or half a platinum, which is, you know, 500 gold or 1,000 gold. But I'm just sitting here at like 100 gold, just barely holding on. Like, it's not a small amount of money, but compared to some people at this level range, it feels like it's like almost nothing. Mostly because we almost always spend our money immediately or invest into something or a tool or something similar. Then I haven't really farmed as heavily some of the other things that, you know, you would farm for money. Like, you know, like merchant leather worker, stuff like that, before it got nerfed into the ground. So what we're going to do here, as you can see, we're grabbing all these materials. We're then going to grab the fish. And then I believe all we have to do then is go back to where we started the cycle and then drop everything on the ground. And just keep repeating that over and over and over again. And we'll be good to go. And we'll still grab the double fish, as long as it's off cooldown, which it should be hopefully every single cycle. Doesn't mean we have to do one extra drop, but shouldn't be that big a deal to grab that extra drop there. And then at any point here, we just drop everything on the ground. Probably need to get a little bit quicker at that. And then there we go. And that is the full cycle. Unfortunately, that's not a full 2-minute cycle, so I kind of want to widen it a little bit, but there's just nothing else that we really need to get for XP there. We could go south for some kelp, but it's just not really needed, since the current highest thing that we could do is shell. While the kelps are nice, the shell is like another 1,000-something XP above it, so not really that needed overall compared to the other thing. But yeah, I guess we're going to start doing drop method a little bit just to speed through to get to Sage at 2.5 levels from now. See a handful of people doing it here and there, so it's like, yeah, why not? We'll try it as well. And I'm pretty sure this is the quickest XP you could be getting at this level range, though albeit you do lose all resources from what you're gathering as you are dropping them to the ground, obviously. But it does seem to be the highest XP rate you can get at this level range. It's somewhat similar to what we were doing before, but of course no banking. The banking wastes at least 10-15% XP, so we'll take the extra XP. For all future loops, we're probably not going to be doing it this way, as I do want to bank all this stuff. But since this is the final tier where we kind of don't care for banking stuff, yeah, I'm just going to go for the XP route. Well, we'll take like the 10-15% cut to have the better alchemy supplies for later. Also, I noticed most people don't bother grabbing this bass who do this cycle. I'm not sure it's because they're outside a level range or just don't care or they already have 500 fishing. But, I don't know, I like grabbing bass. As long as our net cooldown is off cooldown, like right now it's not worth grabbing bass because I'm still on cooldown. But otherwise, yeah, might as well grab it. As long as we can get a double for it, I think it's worth it. Single, not so much, but double, yes. It's one of the interesting things about the double mechanic. It makes resources that otherwise would not be worth taking, actually worth taking. That's one of the things that is kind of interesting about it as far as like how you route it and everything, is there's pretty much no resource in the game, regardless of how low leveled it is, or, you know, as long as it's one tier below, that wouldn't be worth it if you could just throw a quick double on it. Which is kind of interesting because a lot of things you wouldn't have previously have bothered catching in any way, like this bass probably. You probably would have never really bothered unless you just want some for, you know, cooking or something. This resource that otherwise would have been ignored is now, like, actually part of the gameplay loop. You can throw it in, get your double when you're off cooldown, and go from there. We were slightly off cooldown there, but if we had a higher fishing level, if we had tier 7 fishing instead of tier, you know, 6 or 5, we would have been able to make the cooldown every cycle. Because right now we're on tier 4 tools for both these two, but if we're on tier 5, we could easily get the double of the fish every single time, but it seems like at our current cooldown we can only get it every other time. Unfortunately, that's not something we get till tier 7, which we're almost there. We'll be doing oysters soon. Speaking of which, I need to go do the venture soon, so maybe we'll be able to bank one of these inventories when we go take that venture, because in 12 minutes we got to go do a double venture. I got to figure out which ones we still need. I guess I'll go to oyster and double check if we have 2 different oysters, as that's the one I mainly want to get done next. But I do want to go get all of the single ones down that are on the lower timers as well. So all the 11-hour ones. Actually, what is 11 hours from now? That's like midnight tonight? Yeah, I'll be around midnight, I guess. Or 1 o'clock at midnight. Or, you know, 1 past. I'll probably be around then. So I'll be able to go and check that for the other thing. Because I want to start cycling through the last of our ventures so we can start doing oyster only. That's pretty much my game plan until we end up getting this new venture slot from this. Is just go all in on oysters and be good to go. I just realized I'm grabbing all this but not dropping yet. Well, I guess we can go for the extra inventory space. We have enough inventory here. But then we're going to need a drop. So it looks like I could take 3 rooms and not run out of inventory here. So that's good to know. So we can grab 3 full rooms of loot, drop it all into the ground, and then cycle from there. And we should be fine. So we'll go drop all this mess, drop that right over there. Get rid of all this, make sure to get rid of the fish, since we also have the fish this time. Make sure not to accidentally drop it on a node, which I feel like I just did. I'm not sure, but we'll find out in a moment. We'll throw the XP pot right over here, and then just keep repeating the cycle back and forth. We'll grab 3 rooms, go back, grab 3 rooms, so on and so forth. And every other time we'll grab the net that we come in this room, as the net cooldown is slightly off from being able to do it. That extra 9 seconds, you wouldn't think like 9 seconds or whatever that final tier does would be that important. But it is actually important. Without it, we can't make the cycle. It is only the final few tiers that can end up doing it. Interesting. But I'm not sure there's any way I could really route that otherwise. You literally need to have that final tool. Because with that 9-second slower cooldown, or, you know, quicker cooldown, or whatever it is, look, it'll be perfect for right now. With 9 seconds less, we'd easily be able to go get our double right now. But because we're still on a 6-second cooldown, it's not worth going for right here. So that's a little unfortunate, but that is something that gets fixed at tier 7 fishing. But it's not something we can do at tier 6 or below, unfortunately. That's fine. It's a little bit extra benefit, I guess, for being higher. I wonder if they deliberately tried to put some timer cycles in there just so it would do that. Being like, hey, if you want progression, this cooldown only works for this cycle at this final level. It's technically a form of progression, I guess. It doesn't help that much, though. That's a little bit of free fishing XP while doing Forager. Gotta get whatever we can get. Though we're gonna most likely, realistically, most of our fishing off of oysters. I do plan to, both for cooking quality of life, as well as for just AFK fishing. We are basically going to venture all the way from where we're currently at, not counting the few fish we get like during all the foraging grind, and maybe even some of the combat grind or whatever we do later. But aside from those, we are basically going all in on oyster to max for fishing. It's why we want the extra venture slot, so that we can always have at least one oyster going, or even double oyster into something for merchant, which is pretty much the 2 main ones we'd end up doing. Either double merchant into oyster, or double oyster into merchant, depending on what we need at a given moment in time, with currently being probably double oyster until some of the other merchant ones get upgraded. Though I say that, maybe not, because there is some things I want for merchant in the near future that I need for alchemy, so maybe we'll go down that route, we'll see. We'll figure that out once we finally get this thing maxed, and actually get the 3rd spot there. Alright, drop all this mess. Hopefully try to keep doing it on the same tile so we don't make a mess everywhere. Do it all right there, do it all right there. And I think this next one we can actually bank if we want. No, we have a few more cycles yet. Looks like we have to go make, what is this, 3, 4, 5 more laps? Looks like 4 more laps. In about 4 more laps we can go do our adventure run. And, oh, I actually do have to go to Chronopolis. I was going to say, that one will get done automatically. No, it won't. I actually have to go there to claim my cinnamon sticks. And then we'll double check any other oysters we have. And if we don't have any oysters, or if it's a weird timing, I think we'll go and start doing the 11-hour ones. As I don't want to have a 12-hour, or, you know, I don't want to have a 24-hour and a half-hour one, or a half-day one. I don't want to have a full day and a half-day one going simultaneously. I've done that in the past, and it's just too annoying. So we're going to make sure we get one that isn't that. So we'll check that when we get there. I kind of check it now if I can menu while grabbing some of these. Unfortunately, some of these need really specific clicks so you don't go in the wrong tile. Like, that's the wrong tile. Otherwise, you waste tiles there. Well, I guess it depends on what your your route is. But normally, if you're like about to go grab the shell, yeah, that tile wastes tiles. Let's see. Same as this one. We got to go on the side here. Otherwise, we waste the tile having to go around. It's not that important to do, but if you want to save a little bit of time, it does end up doing so. Same as this one. I think we actually do have to go from the top. I just always click there, though. It just seems easier to do. This one I do manually click if we do end up needing it. But anyways, let me go double check. How many oysters do we need? So we have to keep in mind, one of the oysters is already oystering right now. The only problem is I'm not sure which one it is. So we're missing, we could do it based on how many total oysters we're missing, because we know we're going to get +1 from whatever one is currently rolling. So if we have 2 oysters, we'll do oyster now. Otherwise, we'll do a 11-hour one, or double 11. So we have 1 oyster, we have 2 oyster, and if we have a 3rd, we could do the 3rd. Nope, that's an oyster we already have. That is a oyster we already have. Is there like a really low tier one? Because merchant end up doing that. Nope, that's an oyster we already have. And is there like a super low one? Or does it even exist at this level range? No, it doesn't even exist at that level range. Alright, so I'm only missing 2 oysters. But I already have 1 going, which means I can't do oyster right now. I have to wait till we actually start properly doing oyster. With that being said, I need to figure out what 2 11-hour ones I want now. Which I guess since we're in this area, just so we don't have to go that far, though I guess we're still going to have to teleport away, though, is I guess we would do double lobster now. As that's an 11-hour one, but it's kind of already in the area after we go check oyster. As I believe we are missing double lobster. Let me double check. So tier 3 we have, I think it's like tier 4 and 5 we might be missing. Tier 4 we're missing, and tier 5 we're missing. Okay, so we would do a 4-5 lobster now is what we would need to go do then. And then we would start worrying about all the other chapters. But it makes sense to do the fishing first, just so we can get some of the upgrades that we might want. But yeah, we're missing both of those two, so we'll start getting those rolling as soon as it lapses in a couple minutes. I think we can do like 2 more sets, 2 more drop balls, and we'll be good to go. Oh, my potion just expired. I'm finding it really weird when we have to go and use the potion in this cycle, as I keep doing it at completely different times every time. I'll probably just keep doing it at the kelp over there or something. The problem is because of how the cycle works, it's not always going to end exactly there. Also, given that we're mostly going for shells, we could actually go for less starfish and just go for shell only, because the shell is just worth so much XP here. It's almost a full 6,000. With the XP pot, it actually is over 6,000. And let me go through the XP pot here. Ideally, we'd do the XP pot around the same time that we would also do the drop, but I haven't really aligned them yet. I'll refix it once we come back from our venture, I guess, in a few minutes. But yeah, my cycle's all out of whack. Yep, get our double. Be able to get double fish here too. And honestly, I think this might be a start walking to our venture angle. I don't know, 3 minutes. We could do one more cycle. I don't want to get there too early and just stand there. But I do want to get them set so I don't have to be up too late tonight. I'm never too paranoid about resetting the ventures, but since I'm trying to like get all the one-times done, I do kind of want to prioritize it a bit when applicable. And then once we start getting the 23-hour ones rolling again, like double oyster and such, then we can start ignoring them again. Alright, grab all this junk. This should be the last set we need for now. And then we just need to get 2 more foraging levels. So within that time, we went for like what? Like 20 minutes? We already got a whole level, basically, between knowledge points and everything else. That's not bad. Which means we're getting about 3 an hour from doing drop method. Whereas bank methods come out to like 2-ish an hour. Is it really that big of a cut then? Between all the knowledge and XP that we're not getting? In all fairness, this is a really good cycle, though. This cycle might even beat out almost everything. But I don't know, we'll try Sage once we get there at 20. Because Sage seemed really good at the previous range. If it's like a mega buff again, it's probably still worth moving to Sage. I don't know, we'll see. Since this is the last time that we get to do drop method, this might actually be worth sticking with for a little bit. And just sticking with this drop method. As most other cycles with drop method probably wouldn't be as good. Like, we did Sage drop as well when we were first starting the sets, because we were, you know, also at a level range where we didn't need it at tier 4. I was doing drop Sage. But, yeah, maybe I'll try that again and kind of see. It's just hard to tell based on eyeballing it rather than, like, actually doing the math, which one is better, though. Like, if drop Sage or drop Shell is going to be better. Alright, are we good? We can make one more lap. Oops, I didn't mean to grab this one. No! That one wasn't worth. Alright, let me go grab my XP pot. Get one more set in here. Grab all this junk. Grab that, grab that, grab that. I probably should have grabbed that one first. Do it while we're already in the area. And then we can double grab them. Alright, there we go. Now we'll drop all this, do one more set, and then 100% we'll be ready to go. And then I'll go claim the cinnamon sticks, don't refresh them, then do double lobster. We start getting the rest of the ventures we need done. The only ventures we still have left after that we really need to prioritize then is, I think, Willow Water. I need to go double check. Oh yeah, and some of the new mining ones. Because they added more tiers that I don't have access to at the moment. So mining, and honestly, I should go set one of the minings right now. And do like 1 lobster, 1 mining. Or maybe I could do it with Willow Water, but I don't have as many Willow Waters I need to do. The main reason I say that is you can only do 1 mining at a time. So maybe I should start prioritizing them now. Because that's not something we can rush. It doesn't have a double venture like a couple other ones. We can only do a cap of 1. Alright, so tier 8 I have. Let me go see all the tiers. Even though I've never done the tier 8 one, but that was considered in the previous format. But, let me go double check all these. I'll even just do this so I can AFK a little bit longer. Alright, so If I do this, I haven't done 7. Let me double check the number of how many I haven't done. I haven't done 6. I have done 5. Oh, Venture's ready. Don't worry, Venture. We'll be in there in a second. I'm trying to figure something out. So how many is that so far? 2? So we're missing 2 so far. Let's see. 2. Still 2. Still 2. Okay, I'm only missing 2. That's not too big a deal then. So that means I could still get away with double, I can still get away with double lobster now, I think. As long as I have, like, 2 other things I need to do. Let's assuming there's not another one over here, though. Yep, that's fine. I did that already. And tier 1. I'm not sure if you can do it at tier 1. You can, and we have. Alright, so I'm only missing 2 of them. So all I have to do is find 2 other things we haven't done, and we'll be good to go then. So let me just do one more set while I'm trying to figure this out. If I need to do the mining one or not right now. Just grab every node, even if it's inefficient here. Alright, there we go. I've grabbed all the things. Alright, so. Do I have 2 other things I haven't done for ventures? Willow water. I've done that willow water. I'm looking for 2 11-hour ventures I haven't done. I've done that willow water. I've done that willow water. Oh, these didn't even add any new. I guess because they already set it up with the botanist skill. So yeah, I'm already caught up with willow water. Okay. Yeah, I gotta do double mining. I can't do double lobster. Unless I'm forgetting another venture. But I gotta do mining with lobster in order to for them to line up. Alright, that's good to know. Oh, with that being said, yeah, let's go reset it, I guess, right now. Let's go teleport to mines, or not mines, the Chronopolis. Now that we're over in Chronopolis, we will go and reset our cinnamon sticks. Once our, or not reset our cinnamon sticks, but grab the cinnamon sticks and then go and head over to the mines. I just need to grab this for the first time bonus. Don't need to use XP pot or anything here, it's fine. Let me just grab this thing right here. Thank you for my tier 1 cinnamon sticks. Now, we need to go and teleport to the mine deep in order to go do any one of the mining ones we haven't done. And then I need to go set 1 singular lobster, which is luckily right where we need to go anyways, so it works out quite nicely. As far as like heading back to where we just were. So I'll just do them down from where they are. So I'm going to do a tier 7 here. Which is beyond what I need. But of course we're just doing these for the one-time bonuses just to get them all done. So let me grab here a tier 7. Don't accidentally do a tier 8. Even though it's better XP, I need the one-time bonus. And we'll go send him since we cleared up a venture slot. And now that we have cleared that venture slot, we now go back to Hopeport. It is not time to grab cooking bounties, so I'm not going to bother. Otherwise, this would be a great time to grab some bounties. I'm really curious. I was mentioning some yesterday, but I'm really curious to see what the total gameplay loop of the game is going to be like when you have like every single skill having bounties. Especially if there's like a combat bounty guy in like every chapter. Because there's already like so many you could do. Like you go over here, get your cooking. You go over there, get your other one. Just go cycle like several of them. Like go get your alchemy bounty over there. The fishing bounty that should be coming out, hopefully, not this week's Monday, but next week's Monday, most likely, should be coming out. But if it's where they were originally going to put the bounty board, it's going to be right here on these 2 tiles. Will end up being the bounty board. Right here is where you grab your fishing bounty. So every time you go by here, you boom, get your fishing bounty. Good to go. And I'm not sure where they put the combat one. Assuming even every single chapter even gets a combat bounty. That'd be funny if it's in like the Thieves' Den or something. That'd be a little bit annoying though, the route. Alright, let me grab my 1 oyster just for the one-time bonus here. Grab this little guy. I think we still have 1 oyster we need to get, but we'll need to get it at a different time. And now we go set up our 1 lobster. I just realized I haven't upgraded my lobster cage. It's going to tell me to go do it, isn't it? Luckily, this is a lower tier, so hopefully the answer is no. But even though I upgraded my oyster cage, I have not upgraded my lobster cage, so there's a non-zero chance I can't do whatever lobster this is about to be. I'm going to have to walk all the way back to the fishing shop. That's not going to stop me from trying, though. I forgot, it's like one of the few tools I think I didn't buy. Or maybe I bought it when I bought my oyster cage, knowing I would need it. Hopefully I did. We'll find out when it says I can't do this. Alright, let me just double check before I put this up which one I actually need. I want to make sure we don't do the wrong one. I think it was 5 and 4. Yeah, so let's do 5. I can only do 1 right now. But we'll do 5. Alright, good. I do have the cage for it. Perfect. Alright, there we go. And now I can check those later tonight. And then sometime tomorrow, on Valentine's Day, we'll be able to go claim for finishing it. We should be able to go and finish them and be good to go from there. Anyways, let's go back to XP grinding. Let's go get everything we need. But yeah, now we're almost caught up with ventures. I think we're like 1 or 2 days away, and we would have fully caught up with every venture in the game as far as first time bonus. I still need to go do the passives and a few other things for some skills, but I'm worrying about that later. It's not really that high a priority. But there are a couple things that we haven't gotten around to for all passives yet. But at some point, we will have full completion again. The other thing I haven't been doing, of course, is making the weapons for every single thing. That would be a nightmare, and I'm kind of waiting until we get woodcutting carpentry up before we do that. It's the main reason I've been holding off. As we get to do them all for free and really conveniently, rather than having a giant headache of trying to figure it out. It's the main reason I've been skipping all the tools and just making whatever we actually need. Because that's just too much of a headache to bother with. Compared to when we have it all banked. Like, there's no point in doing it now when we're just going to have it all banked once we get woodcutting and carpenter up. It is one thing on my somewhat high priority to get up eventually. But not, like, so much so. It's definitely something we could consider before the Chapter 5 grinds. Because one obvious angle is Merchant Leatherworker. But the other angle, especially now that they've changed woodcutting a little bit, is woodcutting carpenter. As there are supplies you get from woodcutting that are required for Chapter 5, that we have basically none banked of for any tier, since they just came out a few days ago. But on top of that, it would also give us all of our weapon supplies we need for doing combat. Because the combat level, I believe, gets raised to 2,500 instead of 2,000 when Stonewall Hill comes out. I don't believe they're doing it any further than that, due to how the system will probably work after the fact. But at least up to that point, it'll go to 2,500, which means there'll be another 500 combat levels. So if I was going to be pushing that, I actually would probably want to go and get, you know, the woodcutting supplies so that we can go and make all of our tools that we end up needing throughout that entire journey there, if we were to prioritize combat some. Depending on when it comes out, I might do the 500 Delver Rush. I haven't tried for any top 20 leaderboard in the history of this game, but that might be the one where it's like, you know what, we'll go for it. The only problem is I feel like Delver's going to be really contested since it's going to be the easiest one. But I feel like too many people have way too many supplies banked already for things like Leatherworker. I have quite a bit banked as well, but I don't have enough banked to, like, rush 500. Especially with how expensive it would be with people that have, like, multiple platinums just laying around. So I think our best one would just be, you know, get, like, basic max tools and just do Delver. Is probably going to be the way that we end up doing it, if we do end up rushing it. It could easily come out at a time where I just don't have that much spare time, but if I do, we'll probably go really heavy into Stonewall Hill. Like, the first few days, explore everything, do every quest, get all the levels requirements for that. Once we have an understanding of all the skills, figure out which one we want to max. But realistically, it's likely going to be Delver first. Not only will Delver likely have material that you need for building an armor maker, but it will also just be the easiest, most convenient one to end up maxing. As the only thing you really have to do for is routing and time. You don't really have like a resource sink or a money sink or, you know, anything else. The only thing you really do for prep for is have Stonewall Hill potions and of like a high variety, like 14%, or, you know, anything above 10%. Or having higher tools. Though I only plan to get my tools to level 25, but, you know, some people might go to 50 or something, which means we would already be at a disadvantage for that, but I don't know, we might go for the grind, we'll see. I didn't really care too much about the leaderboards for this game for the most part. Whenever it came out, I was like, oh, cool, that's kind of a nice thing. With that being said, though, top 50 again soon. I don't know, it's something cool to look at, but I don't know, I just really don't like grinding for it. Like, if we happen to hit something, it's like, oh, cool milestone. There might be some things I would grind for in the future for. Like, if they ever added specific bosses or stuff, you know, being like a top 10 for a boss or something would be kind of fun. Especially if it actually keeps giving good drops that we actually need. But otherwise, just like a certain number here, don't really care too much about. We're all going to get to max eventually. Not really in like a mega rush for it yet. We'll see once dungeons everything come out if we want to go for it. As realistically, by the once the game hits the 2-year anniversary, if they haven't added Stonewall Hill, I am probably going for the 500 all rush before Stonewall Hill. If there's still no signs of life of Stonewall Hill by the 2-year mark, which is in, what, 9 months from now? I assume there'd be signs of life by that point, though. But if there's not, we might actually go for it. But if Stonewall Hill seems like it's going to come out within, like, 6 months of us trying to start that grind, we're not going to bother. I'd rather just go all in on Stonewall Hill a little bit. There's a lot of great stuff there. Armor making, so you aren't just complete paper while doing combat. There's Builder, which has the highest chance to be really unique compared to things like Detective and Merchant as far as how unique it could potentially be. There's a lot of details about it we just don't really know. And, of course, Delver, which is basically Forager 2.0 to some degree. I likely won't have as many gameplay loops that you can end up synergizing with it, but it probably has, hopefully has combat into Delver synergies. It likely doesn't have any other skill, though, because it's very unlikely you'll be able to do Delver plus Builder at the same time. That does not seem like something that would happen, but you never know. Because there's not like fishing or another skill like that can end up synergizing with like how Forager does. So it'd probably be Delver only. I'm just hoping it's not as much like Botanist. In that, for the most part with Botanist, the way that you do it is you just farm one resource and then move to a different area and farm one resource. There's some gameplay loops that you could do where you could farm the two that go together in order to make whatever potion is related to them. But Stonewall Hill doesn't have too many potions. It has two. It has the dungeon potion, and it has, that doesn't even do anything yet because dungeons aren't out yet. But it has the dungeon potion, and it has obviously Stonewall Hill XP potion, but that's it. It only has two, which makes it one of the lowest chapters for total number of potions. I think the only one lower is chapter 4, since they got rid of Fear Potion from that chapter, when they end up reworking stuff again during the Botanist update. But, yeah, chapter 4, chapter 5 would be the second lowest amount of potions, only behind chapter 4. But at least it does have that cool Explore potion, if nothing else. Which we don't currently know how good rare rooms will be in dungeons, but that can't possibly be bad. Whenever I hear that, though, that does make me think of dungeoneering all over again. Like the fact that you're going to go through the dungeon, find a rare room. That probably has better resources, better XP rate, better whatever it does. I'm just really curious if he's going to do a point system again or not. Because I feel like that's going to be really, really controversial, but honestly, I would prefer it. Not sure how much of a hot take that is. But I would prefer a dungeon that's based on points that you just get to use in a reward shop. And you have to save up for various things. Rather than just getting RNG drops. I'm not sure if it's that's because I've been playing 3 years on a hardcore and old school RuneScape where everything I do is clogging. That's just pure RNG for everything. But I absolutely hate RNG drops. I would much prefer like a minigame-esque shop or dungeon point-esque shop where you just earn the points, spend it on what you want, and all the really good stuff just requires you to get like absurd amount of points. But you just know if you grind like this much with these methods, after like X hours, you'll have the item. Like it's not like, oh, I'll get it in 5 hours, or it could take 500 hours. You know, just a small like 100x difference. If you get lucky or unlucky. But I just prefer just points. You just get the points, you get the item. Always takes a pretty consistent amount of time. Boom. So if there's like a really good thing there that takes like 50 hours of points, you know it always takes about 45 to, 60 hours then, depending on how efficient you are. And then you just get it, and boom, you're good to go. You don't need to worry about getting it within an hour, getting really lucky, or going like 200 hours and getting really unlucky. Or somehow going 500 hours on a drop that takes 40 hours. Obviously, bosses would still have RNG drops and stuff, but I'm very curious if dungeons, if it has like a dungeon shop, is going to be point-based. The main reason I mention that is dungeoneering was, I believe, mostly like that. I can't remember because it's been so long, but I'm pretty sure dungeon was almost entirely, if not entirely, point-based. Where you got points for doing the dungeon, and then you spent it into a shop. And then all this stuff just costs like X amount. So I wouldn't be surprised if he did it again. As he hasn't done that kind of interface for anything in Brighter Shores yet. But he's done it so many times in the past. Which makes me think he might do it again, even though Brighter Shores has no signs of it happening yet for anything. That's mostly because he hasn't really added any content that would need it yet. I don't know, I'll find out. If he has changed his design philosophy over 15 years, or if he's going to do the same thing again. If I go check Dungeoneering right now, because I am, like, somewhat clueless just because I've done it for so little back in the past. But if I go to, I don't know, where's RuneScape 3 here? Here it is. If I type in Dungeoneering shop, here we go. Points, dungeoneering points. What's the highest ones? I think there's some weapons here that are pretty good. Look at that, 2 million for some cool armor, 1.5 for some kind of weapon thing or whatever that is. A bunch of other stuff here. Points. Bunch of weapons, points. Oh, these things used to be pretty good back in the day, I believe. All these chaotic stuff. But like best in slot gear at the time, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, all points, points, points. Other utility items, points, points, points. Bone Crusher that you get for free in Old School RuneScape, points. As well as some elemental books and a bunch of other stuff, points, points, amulets, points, jewelry, points, some other stuff, points. It's all points. I'm not sure if there's non-points drops from that, but it's like all points. And that's what he did last time for dungeons, at least at launch. I'm not sure what this current state of dungeoneering is like. But I know in like 2010, 2011 when it launched, it was like that. It was just like a purely point system. So if you wanted like, you know, a chaotic rapier or whatever else, which I think was pretty good at the time if I'm not mistaken. Like if you wanted something like that, like best in slot melee weapon, or for your class, or some, or, you know, in Brighter Shores comparatively. Like, hey, just earn 100,000 points. How long does that take? Who knows? Maybe like 30 hours of dungeons or whatever. But there is a non-zero chance he does that again. We're just a giant point shop for dungeons. And you just get everything through points. Because then they could keep adding stuff to the reward shop. And not need to worry about people going dry or anything. Because let's say you earn, I don't know, let's say 250,000 points. But then they add a new drop to the raid for whatever reason. Like, you know, some kind of whatever. It could be anything. But let's just say they add a new thing at some point. That'd be really bad if it was like, let's say a 1 in 200 drop. Because let's say you've done 150 kill count and they just added a 1 in 100. Well, you gotta go do, you know, another 100, 200, 300. But if it's a point system, you can add stuff to it and it doesn't matter as much. Because if you did, you know, 150 raids, you have 150 raids worth of points. So if they had something that, you know, requires like 200 raids worth of points, well, you're already 75% of the way there. So that's kind of the philosophy with it, is like you can add stuff to it constantly without it being as detrimental. Because I know one that was pretty bad with that was Corporeal Beast in Old School RuneScape. It has some drops that are like 1 in 4,000, almost 1 in 5,000 and stuff. And then they end up adding like boss drawers to the game. And because they didn't want to disadvantage everyone who already had like thousands of KC in it, they end up making the jar only like a 1 in 1,000, even though its rarest drop is like 1 in 5,000 or something. Just because, not for any reason other than just so many people have already done the grind. So they didn't want to completely invalidate it because, you know, it's not any kind of point system. It's just based on per kill, pure RNG. So they had to make it a really low drop chance compared to everything else. But a point system for something like dungeons kind of fixes that. In the sense that you can keep adding stuff to it. Like in Old School RuneScape, you couldn't just add like a drop to Chambers as Eric or to Theater of Blood. Like you can't just add another item there that's almost like mega rare rarity or something. Like if, let's say, oh no, Kodai Wand wasn't a reward for Chambers, but they wanted to add it there. You can't just add something that's as rare as the rares drop there randomly. Like that's not something you could do. But if you had a point system for a dungeon system, you can. Since, you know, if people already have a bunch of points earned up. So if you added something that requires like 300 hours worth of points, but people already have like 500 hours worth of points stacked, you know, it doesn't really matter as much in that sense. Like you can kind of add anything to it and it doesn't really matter too much since it's based on points rather than pure RNG. So you don't have to account for that if you were to add stuff to past content. So I wouldn't be surprised if he does that again. Just don't be surprised if the dungeon system's points. Because I'm pretty sure some people are going to expect like RNG drops and everything, especially if we don't have bosses prior to then. But if he does it based on the past, there's a good chance it's going to be a point system again. Which honestly I would prefer. But there's a non-zero chance it would be a point system again. But I don't know, time will tell. There's a lot we don't know about it. We just know what he's done in the past. Don't really know what he'll do in the future. Oh, we only need a level and a half. Wow, this gone by so quick. It's already been like an hour almost. What happens? I feel like I just started this gameplay loop and just took these ventures and... Oh, technically I did. It was like 15 minutes ago. It's already been like a whole hour. McHuggy. Honestly, I'm actually really surprised how many new players I keep seeing around this level range. I'm not sure if it's people returning just to try it out again because the milestone changes and everything. But I've been seeing a lot of people around. I guess it's because there's always been like this and I've just never really been in Chapter 1 and 2 that often. Particularly Chapter 1. Because normally I'm spending time in Chapter 3 and 4 where you're never going to see as many new players. Both because it requires the membership fee, but also because, you know, just not as many new players later in the game compared to early in the game. But yeah, I've been seeing so many. I think in the last 4 days we've been playing, we've seen over 100 people that are basically like started within the last like week or two. Potentially even last week. Given that early game does level quite a bit quicker. Like you can get to level 100 I think in like a day or two if you really power grinded enough. Alright, I got several more cycles to go. I think we have to do, like, what, 6 more laps? Because we're getting, like, a partial thing here. Like, 7 more laps, we'll get our double knowledge. We'll then be 1 level away from going to a new system. And then we'll go try the Sage. I keep saying Sage. And then we'll try the Nettle and see if it's actually worth it. It's not going to be called Blood Nettle anymore. Let's see, what Nettle type is it going to be called? It's one of the new ones that they added. We got Heart Leaf Nettle, which makes the plus 80 or plus 75 Pyrone, the fire ones. Which is probably the most useless potion in the current state of game. But of course, it's current state of game, so it could change in the future. Technically, Necromay is equally as useless. But I foresee Necromay being better than Pyromay, regardless of what they do with it. If they, well, you know, with special attacks and everything. But both are equally as useless right now. Honestly, every single potion boost that isn't your primary color is equally as useless, pretty much. Like, anything for us that isn't a blue potion is basically dead content. Until special attacks or whatever they do, or bosses have weaknesses or anything. Oh, so that's another thing that might happen with dungeons, too. I wonder if you're even going to need to bring in your own equipment. There's a non-zero chance you just build all your own equipment in it again, similar to dungeoneering. I feel like you'll need to get your own supplies within the dungeon, but you might still bring in your own equipment. Oh no, we'll have to see. There's a lot we don't know about it. Because the only problem with not getting your own equipment is how do you do that? Because it's not like every chapter has access to smithing and stuff like that. Like, you kind of have to bring in your own gear to some degree. Because assuming each chapter gets one dungeon, like, you know, chapter 1 has no gear, or, you know, it doesn't have any, like, it doesn't have a smithing skill or anything like that. Chapter 2 doesn't have a potion making skill or consumable skill. So to some degree, it probably would have to be your own supplies. You might get some stuff related to the dungeon within the dungeon. Unless they're just making dungeons that just go across everything. Like, every dungeon just uses every skill. It really comes down to, do they do one per chapter, or do they just do one overarching one that uses everything? The only problem with that is they would have to incorporate every future chapter. Which means when chapter 5 comes out, they would have to go and then incorporate into dungeons, you know, Builder, Delver, stuff like that. It would also be awkward when dungeons initially come out, assuming Stonewall Hill isn't out yet. Because how would you do armor if Armor Maker isn't out? If it had, like, one universal one. Like, you wouldn't have any way to make armor. Which, speaking of armor, our armor is actually doing really good right now. I was doing a little bit of combat off stream, not that much. And, yeah, we are pretty geared right now. We're not in, like, full 3-star plus like we were before, but we did get some number upgrades that are better than what we had off the guards. Because I got a 2-star helmet, a 2-star leg, that was upgrades. Even though they're lower tier, they're higher level within their tier, so it's still worth it. It wasn't that much stronger, but it was stronger, so I sold the other stuff. I also sold a bunch of my old 3-star weapons for like 1 gold each to the shop. Which is not a huge amount, but, you know, it's not small. Like 1.2 gold, 1.3 gold or so. These two we end up crafting for some of the supplies we got. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to craft too much else. It's not worth trying to combine them either for the weapon, so I haven't really been crafting that many weapon upgrades. Oh yeah, I got a 19 sword from them. They're level 19, and I got a 19 sword that was better than my other one. That was the other thing I sold when I was saying I was selling out some of the stuff. That was the thing I was talking about with the 1.2 gold. But yeah, it's 86% too, so it's actually really good to use cryonate potions for it. And I can even upgrade this later if I want to make it a higher level. So this is a really, really, really good weapon. And honestly, I could probably take out the crows with it. I haven't tried doing that yet. But we probably could if we wanted to. It's pretty solid for our level range. It's only 3% off a max roll and second highest rarity. But it being second highest rarity is almost better because that means I can upgrade it later if I want. So I get to double dip this weapon. So I'm probably going to be upgrading this at a higher level range. And I already know exactly when I'm going to upgrade it. Probably in about 25 levels of combat, I'll upgrade it so that I can go kill the carnivorous plant. I'm probably going to do these for like a level or two just to get some armor or whatever we can from them. And then by like 26 or 27, we go use this sword, upgrade it to that level, and just go whack out the plant and should be good. We could do this as early as 25, but at 25 we kind of should probably get some kills on them first. I don't know, we'll see. But around that level range is when we'll probably upgrade it from its current 19. And then we'll have a absurdly good weapon to go do carnivorous plant, higher beast, and ghoul. It's one of the reasons I kind of want to wait, because the longer we wait, the more stats we'll end up getting on it. Because this weapon will pretty much be using all the way till next tier, unless we get a lucky drop of some kind. So whatever I upgrade it to is basically what I have to use for all of these enemies here for when we start synergizing it with a Forager. So whatever we do, it needs to be a pretty solid level. So bare minimum 25. Might wait till 26 or 27, we'll see. But 25 should be good enough. Like a 4-star 25 to kill all these should be fine. Might fall off a little bit by goal, but as long as we're using like some blue potions, it'll be more than enough. But that'll be our game plan for the next 50 combat levels then. Use this for 25 levels, then upgrade it and use it for another 25 levels. Unless we get another upgrade that would otherwise change that plan. So really lucky drop last night. I did have to do them actively though instead of AFK, unfortunately. Because obviously they're level 19. Though I did notice those guards feel like they have lower base stats or something. Which makes sense given that they're the first enemy you have to fight in the game. But they definitely felt easier to kill compared to, you know, like almost any other enemy. I'm not sure if it's because our gear was kind of carrying us a little bit since we're a bit above average for gear for once. Or if they were just that much weaker. But honestly, I feel like they were just that much weaker because they're the first enemy you ever fight in the entire game. So they might have some kind of modifier on them that, you know, at all level ranges are just slightly easier to kill. Like lower base stats, maybe in defense or something. Or lower HP, or not lower HP, we can see their HP value, but you know, like lower defensive stats in some way. Because they definitely felt easier than any other enemy I've like fought up to this point in the new system. Could be because of gear, but could also be because the enemy itself is slightly weaker since it's the first thing you ever fight. So they have to make sure it's like really weak so new players don't like keep dying to it. Also, speaking of which, it's like right next to this respawn point. So if you did die, which I did a couple times, but if you do die to them, it's like not anything at all. Because you're right next to the respawn point and just sell all your stuff. It's really convenient. It's one of the other reasons why I wanted to do combat in this area. As one of them is right by respawn. Quite a handful of them give some decent supplies. And most notably, this chapter has only one enemy immune to blue. Every other chapter has 2. This is the only chapter with 1 enemy immune to blue. I forget what the full ratio is for every single distribution. It might actually be 1 for all of them, I'm not sure. But it is the only chapter where only 1 enemy is immune to blue, and it's the Thief. Unfortunately, that's the one that drops like XP pots and everything, but we just make our own. It's not that big a deal. I wonder if he does drop like 14% XP pots. That would be kind of crazy. I'm not sure what his drop table's like because I keep skipping him. I haven't killed him a single time. Not even for the first time bonus yet. Because he's immune to blue and my main weapon's a blue, so that's going to be a problem. But he's the only thing in all of Chapter 1 immune to blue. Which makes it really easy for us just to whack everything with a really strong blue weapon and just ignore the one thief. And be good to go. Hello, Jets. Hello, Vernas. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Also, Valentine's Day tomorrow. Almost here. Actually, I'll probably do a Gems of War stream tomorrow, too, just for the nightly stream, since it's the Vault Event weekend. I haven't really had time to grind the Vault Event weekend yet. Because I've been kind of busy just doing the Brighter Shores, AFK, and grinding this. But, I need to do this a little bit. We'll probably do that tomorrow night for Valentine's Day, might as well. And we'll still be doing, of course, the normal Brighter Shores stream tomorrow as well for Valentine's Day. Last night, let's see, last year on Valentine's Day, what we're doing, we're mining, like, the Adistites into the tentacles. And making jokes about 69 tentacles. That's what we were doing last Valentine's Day. It was one of the last days of our first 100 days as well. We were doing it 100 days straight, just grinding out. Right, grab that, grab that, grab that, grab that for double. And at this point, we only need to get, I think, 1 more knowledge point after this one, and we should be good to go. Yeah, we do need the Dragonite for the other dragons. Who knows, maybe we'll get lucky on this Monday. When I go throw them down. As I do have enough for 1, but I'm saving it, obviously, for the video and or stream. Probably saving it for the Monday weekly video on the game. But yeah, I've been keeping up with the daily for it. I just haven't been, like, grinding, like, the Vault Event or stuff like that yet. But that'll be a later issue. Like, I want to get it eventually, but I'm not in, like, the biggest rush to get it done. Even though it would be really nice to have. Also, it's always funny that it's called Dragonite, because whenever I think of Dragonite, obviously I think of, you know, Dragonite from Pokemon. Which, the most recent Pokemon game, not whatever the most recent one is, but the most recent mainline Pokemon game, there was a spot that you could catch shiny of Dragatina, or whatever, like, the second form was. Where you literally just sat there and the shinies just kept spawning in front of you. I heard that the most recent game's pretty broken for shiny hunting too. I haven't actually played it yet though. Because it looked like it was pretty bad. So I didn't bother. It's also technically not a mainline game. Though, honestly, the next mainline Pokemon game I might not even be playing, though, when it does come out. Like, Gen 10 or whatever they're at these days. Just because it's probably a Switch 2 exclusive. And it's probably going to run like trash on Switch 1. Since it's probably optimized for Switch 2. And I don't have a Switch 2. So I'm probably just skipping it. And coming back to it later. I don't know, we got really into Pokemon for about a year. And then it kind of stopped after that. We were like mega into it for 1 year when we came back with Legends Arceus. And then kind of went back to some other things like Sword and Shield DLC. Obviously, Scarlet and Violet when it came out, stuff like that. But, I don't know. It's just the competitive scene has too much cheating and hacking and everything. And then also shiny hunting has the same thing, where everyone's just like hacking and shinies and everything. So your progress doesn't really get rewarded in any way. It's one of the reasons why I kind of like MMOs and stuff like this. Because there's not really any ways to like mega exploit the game. And if it is, your account's probably going to get banned if it ever mega exploits something. Like if you find something for infinite money or, you know, something similar. Like you can't really hack and or do anything to get an unfair advantage for the most part. There might be some small things you could do, like some bugs and other things that don't necessarily get rolled back that you can kind of do occasionally. But, you know, there's like never like an infinite money glitch, like auto get every skill to 500s kind of thing. Or something like Pokemon, it is really rampant. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if 70% of all competitive Pokemon are hacked. And that might even be a lowball estimate. Which is, of course, against the rules. Yeah, almost everyone does it. Which made me never really want to shiny hunt, because everyone's just hacking in shinies and everything. So you don't really get rewarded for the grind. Because someone can literally generate it within 1 minute, a grind that would otherwise take hours, if not longer. Especially if you're trying to get competitive shiny. Because not only do you need to roll shiny, but they also have competitive stats and roll the shininess. Which is very rare. Yeah, people can hack that in like 5 minutes or less. Oh, come on. I was hoping that potion boost would work for it. I think it went down literally the second we got the drop. Unfortunate. Alright, let's go use our bigger potion here, go double into Forager, and we're 1 level away from a new gameplay loop. Where hopefully we don't need to drop everything. Though maybe I'll drop it as well, we'll see. Because when I first did the loop, I actually did start it with drop method. When we originally did the Nettles. I don't know, we'll see what our loop's gonna be, see if it's worth dropping or actually doing. For now, I do plan to bank, but I don't know, we'll see what the XP rate's looking like. See if it's even better than what we're doing now. Because if drop Nettle is not better than drop, you know, Shell, then there's no point in doing drop Nettle. If this is just better. I feel like Nettle had an insane XP drop, like it's gonna be over 7k. Whatever XP drop we're gonna see, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be over 7k. And if it is, we're definitely doing Nettle instead. Alright, throw it in the Forager. Grab that, grab that, grab that. But yeah, based on what we were kind of figuring out near the beginning of the stream, it does seem like the disparity between passive and active is showing what the XP curve is for the game from what I could tell. Which means we haven't really hit the wall yet where it starts getting a lot longer. Like, yeah, this level range takes a little bit longer than the previous skill. But we haven't really hit the section where it really starts to divide. I would say tier 7, 8, and 9 seems to be where that is. Where the earlier levels are, you know, a lot quicker. But 7, 8, and 9 seem to be where it kind of cuts off for as far as how much slower it ends up getting. It'll be hard to tell until we actually get a skill there, but 7, 8, and 9 seems to be where the big disparity is. However, even at 9, it is still better than the system that was post 200 previously. Even though it is going to get harder to do, like at 9, based on this disparity between the two, that shouldn't matter too much, because it is still like 33% quicker than the previous format. Like getting to level 200 to 201 in the previous format is still harder to do than going from, you know, any Milestone 9 level. Like, every Milestone 9 level, even like the deadest of dead spot, is easier to do than one level post 200 in the previous format. Assuming the curve is following these percents, which I assume it is. Because I noticed that when we were doing the passives between the other day and today. It seems like the passives are scaled to still always give you one level per, you know, X amount of hours, like it always has. Same rate that it's always been. But that means the disparity between this and this is where the XP curve is. So this is about 3 times harder, whereas right here it's about even. You know, like something like Milestone 4 that we were doing, for example. And we can also see this inversely at the lower end, where both of them are literally even. Actually, the first few levels are actually like that. Which makes sense, because that's kind of how it was at the beginning of the game, too. Yeah, the first 2 milestones are exactly like that. Well, technically Milestone 0 as well. Because there's no boosts at all. Because there's no passives to do. Interesting. Oh, no, there are passives. Oh, never mind. Oh, it just doesn't have any bonus, I see. Oh, that means passives might be a little bit slow at that early range, then. But I assume they still scaled it to 1 level every X hours like it's always been. For everything. That means there is a little bit of an XP jump from nothing to 1 then. But it's only like 40%, so yeah, I guess it's not that much. Yeah. Okay, interesting. I really want to see the curve. Seeing the curve would kind of be able to tell everything. But yeah, it seems like the curve is based on the disparity between passive and active XP. If you were to try to plot it out right now, just based on that. But no, we'll have more info on it soon. Pretty sure someone will make a nice looking graph in the upcoming weeks. But this does seem to be the case for my experience so far, even though I haven't really like data mined or anything. But from our short analysis, that seems like the case. Alright, drop all this, drop all that, drop all that. Do a boost potion. At this point, it looks like 2 more knowledge points. And then we can move on to Nettle. And then we can see if Nettle's any better. I feel like Nettle was really, really strong when we reached it last time, but we'll see what happens this time around. I really want to get back to it, because honestly, I actually really like that area. The Nettle loop might actually be my favorite thing in all Forager. Even though it doesn't really have that much routing associated to it, I just really like the Nettle loop. Alright, grab the double on this, since we're off cooldown. Also, we've already gotten like half a fishing level. You wouldn't think that taking 1 single fishing node would give you that much fishing XP. But when you're doubling it, it starts to add up. It really starts to add up. I'll take it. I'm pretty sure we were all the way at the beginning of the stream. And I did take an oyster, but that oyster wasn't that much XP. It was a lower level oyster. It's not like it was our highest level. Which means at least a fourth of the bar was just from taking 1 single fishing node. And we'll be able to do that as well on the other thing. The only problem is it's trout. And trout's at a really not ideal spot right now. It's not the worst thing we'd be taking for XP, but it's kind of down there. I believe its drop is a double 5,000, so we'll get like 10, 11,000 XP for it. Compared to the other thing we're doing right now, that's like 16,000 XP. So it's not like the worst thing in the world. It's like, you know, 10,000 instead of 16,000. But, you know, that's still a lot of difference between the two. It's not a small amount. Alright, drop all this. Poor resources. We're gonna have like such a gap of like almost none in between. When we do wide farming, I will be banking again though. While we're doing this, yeah, no banking. No banking for this level range. At higher levels, we probably would. But I need these resources to actually be worth using. The biggest issue with these resources, as well as these shells, great. I do need these. These are for the pyromate, or for the cryonate potions. The problem, though, is these shells. The secondary ingredient you need for these shells are not ideal, because they're periwinkle, and periwinkle are never worth taking. Which means at any level range we ever want to do these, other than the few we grab for first time bonus, we have to buy every last one of them. At these kind of level ranges, it's not a big deal. It's like 4 or 5-ish silver each. And we already have the other supply. But I believe at max level, it's like 12, 13 silver. And is that worth it? Possibly. Because we are making a 14% potion out of it. So we're basically playing 1 silver per percent. Compared to a 5%, that's like double as expensive. But, you know, a 14% is substantially more better than a 5% potion. So it shouldn't be that bad. As long as we have like 1 billion shells banked, which we 100% will. We'll have literal thousands of them for the final tier. Like thousands upon thousands. I want to say like 5,000. It's hard to guesstimate with the new curve. I want to say we'll have like 5,000 of shells. And if that does end up being the case, then, you know, it's not that big a deal to go spend, I don't know, 5,000 times 13, go. 5,000 times 13 is 65 gold. Oh, wait, that actually is a big number, though. Hold up. That's a big number. For 1 potion, if I'm going to be keeping them all. Okay, wait, maybe not. That'd be 65 gold for 1 single potion. Or not a single potion, but you know. For 5,000 14% hope ports, it would be, yeah, that's a pretty pricey penny. Well, we can reconsider that a little. Hold up. That's not cheap. 65 gold. So hello, Lady Sani, welcome. I mean, outfit, I mean. Why did I say Sani? Alright, drop all these down. Alright, throw that down, throw that down, throw that down. Grab our XP pot again. But yeah, Volt grind for Gems of War. I guess we'll do it on Valentine's Day tomorrow. I'll still be grinding a little bit off stream. I could technically be grinding it right now, but that'd be way too much clicking. It's not particularly something AFK. Oh, so speaking of the alchemy grind from earlier, we probably should get this up soon. Because in 2 days or so, we should be able to go and start making these. Luckily it's only a few levels, but something I need to look into. This Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, potentially also Wednesday, I won't be able to play as much as we have been. But starting on either that Wednesday or definitely by next Thursday, we should be at the point where, you know, we can go back to mega grinding again. And at that point, we will 100% need to have access to these potions. Which is around when we probably should consider, you know, getting alchemy up. So in those few days where I probably won't be going as long, I'll probably be doing a bit of alchemy off stream then. Because it's very important that we have at least 610, which is only 2 levels basically. We need to have that level by next week, like midway through next week. It is pretty required so that we can actually start using all the supplies we get. Because a lot of these potions are associated to Chapter 1. The health potion, actually even this strong enrage potion. Enrage potion is for Chapter 1. So let's do a head count. So enrage 1, healing 2, hope port 3, the fire potion 4, the blue potion 5, the yellow potion 6. So yeah, there's 6 potions in Herblore, or I mean alchemy, all right next to each other in like this nice big area right at the beginning, that are all associated to Forager. There's then a little bit of a gap where almost all of them are associated to Chapter 2, which we won't be doing. So we need to figure out how to get through that gap. Which hopefully we'll be able to do these 2 potions a lot to get past it. We'll figure it out once we get there. But then after that, this is why I need to go do Mind of Matubin combat and Chronopolis potion thingy. Because then we can start doing the Mind of Matubin ones from the combat that we do in Mind of Matubin. And then from the passive activity, we can do the Chronopolis. Another thing to consider about the Chronopolis is I believe even at this level range, a Chronopolis potion is worth making. It's likely how I'm going to go and get the level I need. When we go and actually grind that, it will likely be off the Chronopolis potion almost entirely. And then maybe a few rage potions here and there. But it's going to be mostly off the Chronopolis potion. It's technically over here, which might seem like it's not good. But potent potions still give more XP ever since the botanist rework a couple months ago. It still is more XP than normal potions. So it is still worthwhile to do potents rather than normals. But the main exception being if you already have it all banked. Alright, half a level to go. Double knowledge point dump will definitely get us there. So at this point, like 4 or 5 more laps. Whatever gets us to the final little bit there. So close, yet so far. But it's interesting because I've noticed this guy has been here for long enough that unless this guy is like Milestone 9 or something, he should have moved on to his next activity by now. Which makes me think that he's not doing nettles. Which makes me think nettles might be bad, or he doesn't know that they are decent. Or he doesn't want them banked. He does have trading enabled, so he actually doesn't care if he has them or not. He can just buy it from other players. Because when it comes to the nettles, one of the reasons why I kind of want to bank it is, let's say hypothetically fire potions are one day not completely useless. Hypothetically. I have no way of getting them. They're not buyable from a shop, and we don't have trading enabled. So we would have to gather them again. Which means whatever I have in my bank is the total amount we have basically forever, since we're probably not going back to Forager just for that. And if we were, we would be doing it at like the highest possible tier. So I kind of want to bank them. At tier 5, not so much, but at tier 6 and onwards, I kind of want to bank them for that reason. Because we can use it both for our alchemy grind, because you can't buy it from the shop even if I wanted to at a given level range. You have to gather them. But also, just in case we actually need them in the future. For anything that might have a fire weakness where it's really relevant in going forward. Alright, no double net this time. A few more laps, and on to the nettle. Also, isn't there like a thing called like nettle tea or something? There's so many tea types I've never had before. I drank an okay amount of tea, not like a huge amount. Oops, I'm hitting the wrong key. I'm like trying to hotkey, but I'm using like F3 instead of 3. Wrong button. I was wondering why my potion wasn't working. Also, oh no, our supply of 11%, we're almost out. I can make some 10% right now, but we can't make 11% until tier 6 again. We basically need another 50 levels before we can start making them. So these gotta last us 50 levels. Worst comes to worst, I have a couple 10% bank. I can just make those real quick. It's not that much worse. Is this what these shells are for? These are for 10%. the shell that I have in my inventory right now. I need to go buy the other supply for like 4 point something silver, but yeah, these are the main ones you would end up using for that. Yeah, out of any grind we've done in the game, this will definitely be the longest one we've ever consecutively done. I think our previous longest was when we did alchemy potions. We did like a week of alchemy, which honestly, we might need to bring that back again. Because I also have quite a bit of alchemy debt in Old School RuneScape, so I can multitask them together. I'll just show the Brighter Shores one though. But since the Brighter Shores one, I wouldn't say is AFK, but it's like, you know, it's not like the most active thing in the game. Like, it's definitely less active than what we're doing now. But I kind of want to do an alchemy week again to go push for, you know, whatever alchemy level we need at some point. Because obviously, once we do 500 Forger, we're going to have so many alchemy supplies that I need to go process at some point. So after we do the Mines of Matubin grind, I'm actually considering that. Most of the Mines of Matubin grind might be off stream though. Since a lot of it's probably just going to be AFK potions most likely. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, that's realistically my next grind as soon as we finish Monument, by the way. I'm just not sure if we're streaming it all and everything. Because there's a good chance of just literally just going to use Enrage potions that we got from Forager for it. And just AFK it all the way to what we need. But then after that, we're going to have so many alchemy supplies that we need to go process. Because we're going to have a bunch from the Ventures, from Merchant, for the Chronopolis potions. We're going to have a bunch from Mines of Matubin, so we can get the potions that are relevant for that chapter. And of course, we're going to have everything we get on the way to, obviously, Max Forager. So we're going to have pretty much everything we need other than Chapter 2. Sorry, Botanist, we're going to ignore you. But we're going to have everything other than all the Botanist supplies to go and do it. And Chapter 5, obviously, Chapter 5 is not coming out by then. So we don't need to worry about that. And even if it did, we wouldn't have a high enough Delver level to match our Alchemy level anyways. At least not immediately. Oops, I don't need that resource. Whoops. Not this route. Not this time. But we're going to need to do that again at some point. There's like a whole week of nothing but alchemy. But luckily this time we should move on to multiple new potions every time. Like if I was to do, let's say, like 8 hours of alchemy right now, we would easily go from this healing potion to this potion to this potion all in one stream, and maybe even up to this potion. Maybe even up to that potion. And we'd have all this bank from Forager too. So if I was to do 1 day of alchemy, hypothetically, I would move up 5 potions. Whereas before, I think we moved up 2 in the previous format. And that was like pre-200 as well. And I'm saying we moved up by 2. Or maybe it was a 2.5. I don't remember. But now, we probably within that same time frame, like 8 hours in a day, I think we could literally do every single hope potion in this set. All the way from healing to strength. Because all 5 of those are hope port that we're getting right now from various stuff. For example, the kelp that we're getting right now is for the healing potion. The shell that we're getting right now is for the XP potion. And the other shell that we're getting right now, the starfish, is for this blue potion. The fire ones come from the nettle that we're going to be doing. Unfortunately, the other resource we're going to need to go out of our way for. Which, actually, I kind of forgot about that. I'm going to need to go manually get some racks starting at tier 6 and above. That's kind of annoying. Because I forgot, nettles are not buyable from shop, but the racks are also not buyable from shop. Which means I got to use that really annoying new bank that they added. Racks are also really bad XP. So I'm not sure what we're going to do about that. Because I can't buy it from a shop, so we're literally bottlenecked on making fire potions based on how many racks I grab. Which is not ideal, but I don't know, I guess we'll have to grab some. We're going to have to take a hit to our XP rate just to grab them at some point. At least they're pretty chill and have some downtime if nothing else. That'd be a good off-stream activity if nothing else. Maybe grab some here and there between every stream. Just so we have some for when we do potion making. I don't need to do that for tier 5, but every tier above tier 5 I got to do that for. Because that's when we can start making that potion right there, as well as everyone above it. And then our lowest potion would just be the plus 85s then. It's the only thing that's slightly bad about them adding stuff like that. Or, you know, the whole like untraded or unbuyable from shop kind of thing. Is it makes some things that are kind of awkward to have to get even more awkward to have to get. Because it's technically somewhat needed, but also it is so bad to go and get from an XP perspective and from a money perspective. But there's no other way to get it, so you kind of have to. Unless you have trading enabled, in which case you would buy it from someone else who bothered to do that. Though, those things must get pretty expensive, though. Like, tier 9 racks, honestly, probably go for a pretty penny. Even though the potion itself is not that useful. Same as some of the other untradables in that regard. But I'm not sure what the trading economy is doing these days in this game, so I have no clue for sure. But some of those could get pretty expensive since you can't just infinite buy it from a shop. And almost no one doing it because it's such a bad resource to go for. So it's like doubly bad. So not only is no one really buying it from a shop, but also no one's sourcing it from gathering. Or, you know, from Forger. Or, you know, from gathering, like, skills. So it's, like, double bad. At least some of the other untradables are actually, like, en route for banks. Like all the shield material, for example. Like, all 3 of the shield material are really easy to bank. But not so much for what you call it. Oh, nice, we got our level. All right, let me just finish the cycle out. But not so much for some of the other ones. All the shields at least are easy. I forget what the full list is. Because it's kind of arbitrary which ones they chose and didn't choose for it. It's kind of weird. It's almost like they just got a dartboard and it's like, oh, let's just randomly pick something. There's not much rhyme or reason as to why, like, let's say a Pyromay potion is untradable. Yeah, I don't think the Necromay one is. Like, why wouldn't you make both of them since they're kind of in the same category? Or maybe they are, and I just was looking at the wrong resource. Because maybe they are. Because that would make sense if both of them are. Like, both the weird other utility potion. Alright, anyways, we got our level. Let me go and teleport over. Let me just grab this one last fish. Go bank all this junk. Maybe pick up some other junk from the ground. And let's be on our way. Actually, if I do pick up some other junk, give me the fish. But if anything in either of these 2 piles, the fish is the best thing. So give me every fish in here. Let's see. Alright, and the rest I'll grab whatever take all does. There we go. Alright, we're out of here. Teleport to... where am I going? Why am I going there? I'm going to north, and we're going to try to nettle. Just for the sake of checking, though. XP check. This shell gives 5775. 5775. Now let's go check what the nettle gives. It's up against 5775. Whatever this is has to be over 6,000 to be worth. But 5775 is what's competing with. Alright, moment of truth. 5775. Bank all this junk. Alright, let's see. You're competing with 5775. You are giving the XP rate of, though keep in mind there's only 5 of them. That's with the XP pot, though. Yeah, I don't think these are worth. Oh, no. I don't think these are worth. Especially since we're grabbing a lower tier fish here, too. Yeah, I don't think it's worth at this level range. We'll double check the full cycle and kind of see. But it might not be worth. And this is going to be like a double 5,000 or so instead of the 6 something that we were getting earlier. Not counting the XP boost. Yeah, I'll see what the exact number is once we see the non-XP boosted. Because the 5775 was non-XP boosted. So we'll see what this drops down to for nettle. But yeah, it's not looking good. These things are so chill to go bank, though. But I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, I might have to just stick with shell. Just dropping on the beach. Which is almost what I was going to go name the title. Dropping on the beach. But we'll be back there enough times to title one of them that. I really like the cycle of this area, though. This area I like so much more than that beach, honestly. But it does seem like it's worse. It does seem to be a little worse. You also have to keep in mind we're getting kelp that's worth like 5,000 as well from those nodes. Whereas compared to this shell, we're getting like, what, 3,000 something? Which is like pitiful compared to that. The main upside is banking here is not that many tiles at all. We do have to spend a couple tiles, but it's not that bad at all. Whereas you have to spend a lot more tiles banking at the other area we're just at. Which is why we just weren't bothering to bank. But there's also a final level range where banking isn't really that important. Maybe we'll grab a handful of them just to have, but there's other gameplay loops we'll be getting later where I think we're going to be getting some. Like when we do big circle around this area. So yeah, it kind of hurts, but I might have to go back. Oh, I forgot to use potion there. Yeah, it's only like 100 extra XP each. That's not amazing. Especially since I can only grab 5 and not 6. I do feel like we're grabbing nodes more often for more knowledge per hour, though. I do feel like this is more knowledge per hour. It's hard to tell. This area is like the worst part, though. But compared to the other area, you don't have that much walking in this cycle. Like walking from node to node. No, the other one doesn't have that much. It has like 2 small zones where you're kind of walking for a little bit. Kind of like how this one does. I don't know, we'll do it for a little bit. Maybe for 1 level and then we'll kind of decide. But there's a non-zero chance we're just going to go back to dropping on the beach. But for now, we'll do these sets and bank them. But from what I can tell, due to kelp, mostly because of kelp, and the fact that there's a 6 spawn instead of 5, because of the 6 spawn of this is just too far away, it would appear that dropping on the beach is better. Though if we were to bank both sets, it would be about the same time. So doing these at higher level ranges would probably be fine. Like when I'm actually banking and not dropping the other set. But otherwise, yeah, does this seem to be worse? Not much worse. But it is less XP per hour, it looks like. It just doesn't scale enough compared to the other thing. It's actually kind of crazy how broken Shell is on that beach. I think it's technically your highest XP yielding thing all the way till like something over here. Like maybe the limpets or something, I don't remember. But it's your highest yielding single take that you can do for like 20 something levels. It's crazy how long it's viable for. It's something like 20 something levels. As far as like when Shell is like best single XP take you can do. What's weird is I don't even think it has that big of an XP curve on it. It's only 105%. Like that's not amazing, but that's not like low. But it's, you know, like it's scaled as if it's like 150% almost. Because like you look at Nettle and it's like negative somehow, which doesn't make much sense. Because it's not bad XP at its range, but I don't know, the scaling on it with that 5%, I'm curious to see what 10 or 20% would look like. If that's how crazy 5% goes. And I'm trying to think of like any other resource that's scaled like that in here. Because any other resource that has like a percent on it, I don't think it's giving anywhere near as good as what Shell is doing. Let's see, pondweed, 110%. Okay, those did feel like they gave a lot, I do have to say. But they're in a really awkward position as far as how you have to take them. So they're mostly doing that to compensate for how annoying they are to take. You have to go through water. Because the water time takes away a lot of that extra percent. Bell plants are minus, yet they're really good for their level range. Kelp is dead even. Wall plant, a little bit above, but you can't really tell because it's so far apart. That is below. Periwinkle is above, but you can't tell because it's just bad to do them. What else do we have? Shark jaw. Most of the bones won't matter because they're in sets of 8s. So we can kind of just ignore every bone. Periwinkle. Shell was, we already saw at the 5%. Racks are at 5%, but they're so separated and everything that they're not worth it. Plus they're an 8 spawn, not a 6 spawn. so you don't get as much from them. Potato I already know is negative. Yeah, 5%. Really good for knowledge for some reason, though. Let's see. Water lily was 5%, but again, you can't ever take them all because of how they're located and they're kind of far apart. Starfish, surprisingly -%, yet they always feel so good around their level range. Bone spike we can ignore. Hogberries were at below. And limpets were really below. Really? No wonder why they were barely better at that level range. Yeah, no wonder why Shell is so good. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, we might have to go back to Shell. I'll still do a few more cycles of this. Probably go for at least one level just for the sake of it. But I think we might have to go back to dropping on the beach for the Shell. Since this is the final level range where we can realistically drop everything and not feel bad about it. But we'll go for one level, though. I can't not get one level on the nettles. And we do have to come back here for one of the other loops that we'll be doing at a little bit of a higher level range once the bones get upgraded. Both to grab some of the bones, but also we'll grab some nettle and other stuff along the way. Also, when's the rack? We do get rack in 2 levels. Not because I need rack, but hey, we can get a handful of potions. I need to get at least like 1 inventory for the first time bonus. Both for Forager and for Alchemy. So we gotta go there for at least 1 inventory. Not because it's good, but because we have to. Since it's not viable from our shop. So we have to source at least 1. And for getting 1, we might as well get at least an inventory or 2 or something. No point in going there literally just for 1. But we do gotta grab at least 1. It is required. But we'll do 1 level here, go back to dropping on the beach for a level, go check out racks for probably not a full level, but we'll definitely check it out. And then we might have to go back to the beach again until we hit stone. And for stone, I think I'm just doing Fear Potion Rush. I was originally going to do like a Hogberry Monument Stone cycle, but I've decided I'm just going to do 8 stone into 8 stone into 8 stone and just be under the effect of fear the whole time. If nothing else, we do get to try one thing from the new patch that I have not gotten to do yet. They have added stronger fear potions. I'm not sure if any that I have banked have gotten upgraded. That's not something I've bothered checking. But fear potions go higher now. I believe before they capped at 15 minutes. Now they cap at 30 minutes. How strong my highest tier 1 is, I have no clue. But it might be stronger than it was before. So we'll use whatever our strongest fear potion is, and that will technically be new content as long as it's 18 minutes. Not that new, but it is probably stronger than what we were using before. But that's like one of the few things we haven't actually shown from the patch. It's like a handful of things that are kind of in like that weird category that don't really need to be shown necessarily. But that's one of the few things I haven't messed around with. Fear potions did get buffed. Their duration is basically doubled by the max level. Which means some of the in-between ones are probably stronger as well. I'm just not sure if what I have will actually get upgraded or not, but we'll find out. I'll find out in 5 Forager levels. Because I'm just rushing down stone. We're probably going to have to go back to dropping at the beach afterwards, but we do need to go get all of our stone. And I kind of just want to go power grind it so we don't have to go down that alleyway. As wide farming, it's just way too much walking in between compared to just target farming it. The only upside of wide farming it is you do get to grab 6 water lily. Something I almost never get to do with any other route. But I'm fine if my water lilies are a bit lower than my shells. Because they're going to be lower regardless with how much you have to do shell. Like, it is going to be so much lower. And when I say shell, I mean starfish. The other shell. But it's going to be so much lower than my starfish stack to the degree where I'm going to have to buy some anyways. Regardless of how many water lilies I grab. I could do like I could like target farm water lilies and we'll still have less water lily than starfish. But yeah, we'll do this for 1 level. We'll go check out racks. We'll go back to dropping on the beach for 1 level. And then, oh no, never mind. We have to drop on the beach first. And then we'll do rack. And then we'll probably have to go back to beach. Unfortunately. It does seem like that area is just too good for too long. It was in the previous format of the game too. I'm actually kind of surprised they kept it like that. Because there was a lot of level ranges where it was already like that even before. And they actually kept that in place, for better or for worse. The big issue right now is if you cared not at all about any resource, and you were just going to drop everything, I am pretty sure Shell is optimal from 15 until it never stops. Wait. I don't think it ever stops. Except for maybe like the bell plant loop that we were doing. Until you basically get access to the better kelp again. But then you have the better kelp, so you'd already be helping you. Oh no, it might literally be forever. I'm pretty sure someone will do the math on that eventually. But it might literally be forever. If you don't care about the resources at all. I think Drop Shell Beach might actually be literally the only thing you do for all Forager. If you don't care about the actual resources, though we do. Especially by the time we hit next tier. At this tier we don't, so maybe we'll do it a lot this tier. Just to get out of the way to get it done quicker. Because next tier and beyond is when we start caring about banking. The only reason I'm doing it now is because it's not wasting that much time. Compared to dropping each resource individually. But, yeah, gotta utilize it, I guess, while it's good. Because, yeah, that's kind of crazy. Someone will eventually do the math on it. But there's a good chance Forager is literally just to pick up shell skill. Oh, no wonder why it has that in the image. It literally told us. It's literally just to pick up shell skill, just like the image says. That's all you do. You just pick up shells and touch some kelp. That is the whole skill from 0 to 500. Because I'm pretty sure the XP right there, if you drop everything, is literally the strongest for the entirety of the skill. It's never not the best method. But I can't possibly do that. We're going to do the full variety and actually engage with all the gameplay loops. Even if it's slightly worse. Because I both want the material, but also because I cannot be bothered to do that for 200 something levels. I'm not just going to camp there forever. We'll utilize it where it's optimal, like really, really optimal, but like right at our level range right now. But I'm definitely not going to camp it all the way to max. But from what I can tell, it does seem like that might be the best way to do it if you just care about 500 Forager and nothing else. Like none that drops, nothing, no variety at all. I think it is optimal. There might be like one time you switch, plus monument pieces obviously you'd have to switch for. But beyond that, it seems like the best XP all the way to max. With it never ceasing. Though there is one exception to that, I think. Doing wide circle here might be better once you get all those bigger bones. The only reason I think that might not be the case is because all the bones give less XP because they're 8 spawns. So I'm not sure on that for sure. But there is a level range where that starts to get a little bit out-leveled. We're doing this with the nettle and doing like really wide circle here and banking here. Especially if you want the resources, of course. Is probably better. But even if you're not banking, you do like a weird U-curve. Like you can U-curve all these resources and then U-curve back and just keep going back and forth. Technically it's a C-curve based on this orientation. But, you know, you would curve throughout there and just never bank. You just keep going back and forth. And just drop everything to the ground. Because I think that would be quicker than shell rack or shell kelp, I mean. But even that might not be, honestly. I don't know, we'll worry about that later. For now, we'll gain 1 level here. Head back to Drop Beach. Check out the racks for a couple sets. And after we get our couple sets of racks, we'll probably turn back to Drop Beach until we can get to Monument Piece. As that's our main goal for today, by the way. Not sure if I mentioned it at any point to stream, though I kind of mentioned it yesterday. We only have 1 goal today, and I'll probably grab dinner. And that is to go and complete the next tier of Stone Monument. We are officially halfway done with Monument. This would officially place us above halfway done with Monument. And I'm probably just going to Fear Potion rush it down, unlike before was combining it with combat. It wouldn't hurt to do it with combat like the range we are right now. But I do believe I'm... Oh, I forgot to grab the fish this time. Whoops. But I am probably just going all in on just Fear Potion it. Just grab 8 stone, 8 stone, 8 stone, bank, repeat until done. It should take under an hour to go do. And it won't even bring us to potato, but, you know, it'll get us close. That's going to be the game plan then. And then once we finish out the monument, I'll I'll off-stream, hopefully grind to the point where we have this whole set again. And then we'll start tomorrow's stream for Valentine's Day for wide circle. Because off-stream, like on-stream today, we'll have like 26. You then need to get 25 for Stone Piece, then I'm going to do Stone Piece, which should get us to 26. And then off-stream, I'm going to try to do Drop Beach, or whatever I got to do for it. Probably Drop Beach. But we'll probably drop on the beach until I get 32 off-stream. So that tomorrow we can do not Drop Beach and actually do Wide Circle. And then we'll do Wide Circle with Starfish, Water Lily, Potato, you know, all that stuff. That'll be the game plan then. Just so we're not doing the same cycle for tomorrow. Because I want to try not to abuse Drop Beach. I'll obviously do it some where it's optimal, like right now at this level range. But I don't want to like overly do it. So yeah, we'll try to get to that off stream. And then for tomorrow, we'll do the Wide Circle there. It's still the same beach, but it's a very different cycle than before. And we actually get to bank everything without wasting that much time too, which is nice. Which is worse XP than doing the other thing, but we get to keep all the supplies, which is nice. Oh, forgot to drink potion again. It's good practice for when we actually need to start doing it. Because this is technically the final level range where banking isn't that important. But 6 and onwards, it's really important. Especially 8 and onwards, where we even need the bones. Because right now, the only reason I need these bones is if I ever need like a lower tier item or something. Otherwise, they're going to rot in storage forever. However, once we reach tier 8, even the bones are going to be useful. As that's going to be bone rate XP, obviously. And a lot of it. Given that every bone is actually very bankable. There's not a single bone that's hard to bank. There's not a single bone in the game that is harder to bank after the update compared to before. With the only exception being Bone Spike is somewhat harder. Just because it was a 1 tile or even 0 tile bank before. Whereas now it's like a few tile bank. So aside from Bone Spike, every single bone is easier to bank by a really large margin. Whereas Bone Spike is just slightly harder, mostly just to bring it in line with every other bone. Because before, Bone Spike was really broken compared to every other bone. But now they're all kind of even. The Bone Spike's still the closest to a bank, by the way. They still kept that, but it's not as strong as it was before the Botanist rework. That reworked where all these bones were. It's still the strongest bone to bank, but it's weaker than it was before the update compared to everything else being stronger compared to before the update. So they kind of balanced it a bit, but it's still the best one, technically. As far as, like, you know, time to bank. Oh, I did not mean to grab this fish. I hate when I do that. Especially now that it's not really that good of a level range either. Technically it wasn't either but earlier, but it's... all these fish that we keep grabbing like that, the only reason it is worth doing is because we can double it. If it wasn't for the double, it is not worth doing. If we were to, you know, not have the double. So I gotta make sure not to single grab them. A single grab is a waste of time, but double grabbing them is perfectly fine. Alright, almost at our next knowledge point, then we'll throw the double in. That double should get us to our level. With that level, we'll go back to Drop Beach and do that for a level, go to Rack, and then we just do the stone grind off of Drop Beach again. I really wish there was something else that we could do other than Drop Beach at this level range. Because I'm definitely not camping racks, that's for sure. That is so bad. I'm not sure why they made racks so bad. I guess they just really wanted no one ever making that potion. Or to really have to work for making that potion. What level range do you even use it for? Like, you only use it... okay, that's good to know. There's something I could technically test at tier 6 that I need to do when we get there for, in a couple days or like a week or whenever that's going to be. Around that time. I need to check how many racks and everything else we need to get 4 levels. The nettle, I'm not worried about. We're going to get that through some amount of cycles. We're going to get all the nettle we need. But I need to know roughly how many racks we are going to need. As there is 4 levels, roughly, that we are going to need to do primarily with this potion. Unless we have a lot of the other XP potions and such, which we could buy from the shop. But otherwise, we are going to need to do this for at least 2 to 4 levels. So that we can get to the actual potion we care about. If I had to guess, this is probably a couple hundred racks. So it depends on the level range, obviously. But I would say a couple hundred, give or take, in either direction. Depending on level range. Because I do need to get at least 2 levels, if not 4. The reason why I say maybe only like 2 is because we'll still have some healing potions and or most notably the XP potions that we'll probably be making. So I'll probably still be making some of those XP pots, for example. As those are pretty important. Out of all these, honestly, it's probably the most important one for speeding through these. But, we have to have those for knowledge points. It's not negotiable. We have to have these for knowledge points. That's why we have 2 different potion sets here. But, yeah. So we're gonna have to do it some, but not like that much. It's a pretty small level range. There's one thing that's nice about all this stuff now, is you're never really stuck having to make a lower tier potion for the most part. The only reason we're going to have to at a certain set is because I'm skipping Botanist. The big downside of skipping Botanist is from level 26 to 40 is kind of awkward. What's even worse about that is I believe the passives don't help you either from 26 to 40. Like if I go check the passives right now, all these supplies right here are from chapter 2. I'm pretty sure you get the forensic potion from chapter 2, and obviously you get the supplies for the chapter 2 potion from chapter 2. So there would be a level range where the 2 passive potions for the other 2 could be good. Particularly for mines and Matubin, since that would probably be one we do a little bit more, potentially. Since you get to it at multiple different level ranges. So that's interesting. Interesting. I'm just kind of looking over for the thing. It's kind of weird. But yeah, that's 7 levels that we could do with these 2 passives, basically. Would that be worth it at that level range? I guess it depends on a lot of factors. But there's like 7 levels with our current route where I might have to passive. So how many levels is that otherwise? So getting to 33. Okay, that's only 10 levels. And slightly less because we still have some spare supplies probably of some of them. So like slightly less than 10 levels, we'd have a little bit of an awkward leveling situation. And then we have 7 where we kind of need a passive, otherwise we're in a mega awkward. But 7 levels doesn't take that long. 7 levels only takes like, what, 3 days of passiving? Though unfortunately that passive only lasts for like 11 hours, which is kind of annoying. So it's really annoying to keep resetting. But assuming we keep on that whenever we're doing that, it's only about 3 days, maybe 4 days of passive. To just get past that time. And I would only have to do that 4 more times. Which means it's like 28 hours, or 28 days of passive. Which is not that much. It's like 1 day of passives. Not all at once, but, you know, spread throughout. That wouldn't be that bad. It's one of the reasons why I'm skipping Chapter 2, Botanist. It's just not needed with my current plan for Max Alchemy. Like, it would help, but it's definitely not needed. The only big thing that we're giving up... There's 2 things. One is I'm giving up EXP pots for Chapter 2. But I could just make the max ones later, so it's not too big a deal. But then again, I won't have the level... oh, I could buy the supply... Oh, no, I can't. Oh, wait, that's kind of awkward. You can't buy the supplies for it. That was one of the ones they made untradeable. Well, I guess we're running 5% for Chapter 2. We're going to need to hold on to whatever 8% or whatever we have. Oh, wow, that's going to be a nightmare. I just now noticed that because I forgot. For whatever reason, they made Hope Farce XP pots untradeable. Or, you know, you can't buy it from shops. The supplies for them. Which means I might legitimately have to use 5% the whole grind. Oh, no. Also, hello, Tyrion. Welcome, welcome. Oh, no. That's not good. Oh, that's going to be a nightmare. Not so much for woodcutting carpenter. I mean, not so much for woodcutter or botanist. But for carpenter. Because I plan to do botanist last. Like, I plan to do my woodcutting and carpenter grind before botanist. I don't know, maybe I have to do botanist first. Oh, they better improve botanist with dungeons or something. I really hope there's a viable way to train botanist with tasks or bounty boards or something. Or dungeons or ward event or something. Because I'm not training that skill normally in the current balance of the game. But yeah, we might have to get those XP pots at some point. Oh, that's not good. I don't know, we'll worry about that later. But yeah, Chapter 2 is just a nightmare chapter to go complete. Carpenter is arguably my least favorite skill. Botanist might actually be my new least favorite skill after they've reworked it. Not because it's bad, but it's from a time perspective. It's bad. And then there's, unless they really reworked it in the most recent EXP curve, I don't feel like they have, I don't know, I haven't actually tried it since the change, so maybe it's actually good now. Who knows? I have a feeling it's not, though. But honestly, Chapter 2 is going to be my least favorite chapter, I think, to go max out. Which is not ideal. I don't know, we'll figure out something for it at some point. Hopefully dungeons and or world event and or bounties will save us for botanists. Because honestly, bounties would be really fun. But botanists being trained normally would be insufferable. The biggest issue with it is how you have to go about it. It's really awkward compared to how you can farm most other skills in the game. Because it's like a multi-stage thing. And there's other resources that you're normally not going to have that would assist it, but you're generally not going to have it. So you don't get all that extra time saving. It's just a really weird skill with how they changed it. Like, it's cool how unique it is, but it is just so annoying to train. And so slow to train. Oh, yes, we will be doing a Dragon Knight stream tomorrow. I'll be doing it tomorrow night for Valentine's Day. It'll be the only one we do on stream. Everything else will be off stream for our grind. Yeah, I was mentioning some earlier. But yes, we will be doing it, but it'll be tomorrow night for Valentine's Day. At a normal time at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Also, I wish it was easier to pre-prep the tools. One thing I could do, so I don't need to click on that, is click on this. Oh, you can't even pre-prime it before it's ready either. It's something I suggested to them through one of the feedback things that they had. I didn't do it through the email, but I did it through the other feedback thing that they had on Steam, where they were collecting a bunch. But they really need a way to, like, pre-prep every tool. Like, just have it so a specific tool can be set to auto-prep always. It is so annoying to manually click it in the current state of game. Because in, like, the middle of nowhere, the screen you have to do. Not only can you not do it on cooldown, like, right now I could prep this one if I wanted to. Like, now it's primed, so it'll be, if I was to go use it, it will automatically do the little thingy now. But there's no way to, like, keep it auto-set. Like, that will only do it for my next catch. It won't do it for every catch I do. It will just do it for my very next catch. And it's really awkward because in the menu in, like, the middle of nowhere. Something they definitely got to tweak in the future. Hopefully one of the upcoming, like, major update. Also, today was the only day they didn't do an update since the big update, by the way. But hopefully in one of their other update days, they'll go and adjust it or something. In some way. Because it's really clunky to use now. But hopefully they'll adjust it at some point. It's not really that big a deal, but for example, I would always want to have the fish one primed while doing this. There's no reason not to. But we have to manually click every single time because there's no feature for that at the moment. Oh, I was gonna say, where's my bone spike? The coloration of it threw me off. Hey, Tyrion. How's the new Pokemon game by the way? Have you tried it a good amount? The most recent one? I just never got back to you on that because I did end up skipping it completely. Dude, at this point, I think I'm almost skipping everything on Switch 2. Almost seems to be the angle. The same thing happened with the Wii U. Where I had like a N64, then a GameCube, then like every handheld that they had up to that point. But during the Wii U and 3DS era, I actually completely skipped Nintendo. And I feel like the same thing's happening now with Switch 2. I'm pretty much just skipping the entire generation until they sort themselves out a bit. I say that, Smash Ultimate, or whatever they end up calling the next Smash, I might end up getting. As I do like that type of game a lot. It's just a great party game as well to have with friends and such. The skill ceiling's pretty low. The skill ceiling's pretty high, though. I mean, no, how would you say that? Like, the skill floor is low, but the skill ceiling is high for that game. There we go. That's what it is. Skill floor is low, skill ceiling is high. So I'm going to waste some knowledge points here. Oh no. Oh no, should I drink at 11% right now? I might. Otherwise we're wasting our precious knowledge that I need for my racks. Actually, you know what? No. Let me just grab a couple of resources here. I'm going to go bank these. Let's go to the racks right now and use it for the first time bonus since I got to go there anyways. And we have like a knowledge point queued up for them. And it should be enough to get a level. Though if it's not, that's going to be kind of awkward. Let's see, how much XP do I need? Is that enough? 300,000? Yeah, I think we're getting enough. We'll be fine. All right, let me double grab this bone spike. And then I'm going to go and teleport over there. And then go use the XP bonus for the first time rack. It's not really that big of a deal, but, you know, if we're going to be doing it anyway. Oh, wait, I can't. Never mind. I forgot. It's at 22, not 21. I was just going to do 21 for when we go back to the Shell Beach and drop it on the beach. Well, I guess we're heading back to the beach. I'll just use it there then. I forgot. Rack is 22, not 21. 21 was just when I was going to transition to a different activity. Rip. Oh, there's that guy again. Jake the dog. We have seen him every day this grind. I just find that really surprising giving his level range. Like seeing someone who's like 5,000 something every single day, it's like, oh yeah, you'd expect that. Have you ever seen that 300 guy like every single day? He hasn't actually moved up that much either. I think he's gained like 20, 30 something levels. I've seen him every day so far in his journey. Alright, let's go and throw the XP pod over here. And start the beach back up. It just doesn't seem like anything's beating it out, unfortunately. Alright, 11%. Let's get it rolling. And after our next double knowledge or triple knowledge, we should pretty much be where we need to be. Throw that in there, throw that in there. Alright, let it begin. We have returned. And then we'll go to the racks for a little bit and then one more level. And then after racks, we'll go do, we'll have to come back here to level 25. And after we get level 25 here, I guess we transition over to finishing out the stone monument for this next tier. And go do the stone monument grind. But it's kind of unfortunate, but these things are just too broken to not take. Unless I'm doing the math wrong or something. But from what I can tell, shells might actually be the best method for the entire time. I'm not sure if shells ever become not the best method for Forager. Which is kind of unfortunate. But hey, the symbol is a shell after all. But it's either the entire time or almost the entire time. The shell beach is just always optimal. Especially if you're dropping them. A little bit less so if you're banking. And the only times you'd really have to stop is to do monument pieces. But if nothing else, it's over 2 levels an hour. I believe almost every level range. I don't think there's a single level range where doing this and dumping the XP on the Forager isn't at least 2 levels an hour. Even at like its deadest zone, I'm pretty sure it's still like barely scraping by like 2 levels an hour. I wish it was easy to track that though. Like we've been streaming it for 2 hours, but we've also been messing around with like the ventures and some other stuff. And how many levels have we gained so far? Though we have been doing multiple different methods. We started at 15, right? Wait, was that 16 or 17? Why does it feel like I'm way higher than I should be? What level did we start at? Because it was 15. 6 levels already. I feel like we started at 17 though. Yeah, we did. I was gonna say, there's no way we gained that many levels in that time with all the sidetracks we were doing. But yeah, we started at 17. Which means, yeah, 2 levels an hour. Even with the ventures, even with the nettle, we're still getting 2 an hour. Even though we did some cooking, even though we've been doing some talking and not actually being as optimal, even though we were doing the ventures earlier, where we reset our ventures. Despite everything, we're still getting consistently over 2 levels an hour. Even while doing multiple different methods. So camping this only is like 2.5 to 3 almost then. Also, he definitely moved up on shell. We can tell that he's moved past the lower shell because he's starting to go for starfish. And he's trying to take triple starfish whilst doing the drop method now. So we can tell based on his pathing that he has moved to level 32 for his bracket. I find that kind of funny too, that you can kind of figure that out now too. You can kind of figure out based on where someone's walking what they're doing. But you can also tell based on where they're like actively moving as well, what level they're at. now that everything's kind of static. Because now that everything's a little bit more static, we can tell that he's at level 32 or higher for his current milestone. We know he's somewhere from like 32 to 49, probably closer to 32, 33, or 34. Without even looking him up on leaderboard, we already know like almost his exact forager level. Just because the route that he's taking is more beneficial for 32 forager plus. Because he's incorporating a higher level starfish. Also, we're at about half a fishing level so far. That is one of the nice benefits of what we're doing right now. On top of every other benefit that's already doing. This is, like 1/4 a fishing level per hour. Though we are doing the most optimal fish I could be doing right now. But it's about 1/4 of a fishing level an hour, which doesn't sound like a lot. But given that we're taking one single fish every rotation, that's not that bad. Actually, it's every other rotation. It's not even every rotation. Though once we reach tier 7, we would be able to do it every rotation. This one's slightly short, unfortunately. But, yeah, we're taking one every other lap. Yeah, we're still gaining like 1/4 of a fishing level an hour. It's not awful for how little fishing we're doing. It's one of the few nice things about the double tool. Is those doubles start to really add up. We're taking one node every other cycle. And we're still getting like a 4 level. It's not great, but that's far from awful for how minimal fishing we're actually doing. Alright, grab all that, grab all that. And then one more forager level, I will go to rack. Not because rack is good, but I just want to get a few sets of racks. We need it for the first time bonus since we can't buy it from a shop. Speaking of which, my gold stack's actually starting to go up. Weren't we at like 119 yesterday? That is how much money we made when we sold all of our 3-star and 1-star, or 3-star and 4-star equipment I didn't need anymore. We spiked up like 5 gold compared to yesterday. Because I know when I was looking at my gold earlier, it's like, oh yeah, we're at 119. We've gained 5 gold since yesterday somehow. And almost all of that was because I sold all my out-leveled 4-star and 3-star equipment yesterday. When I moved on to the level 19 guy. That wasn't just from like an hour or 2 of combat, but it was most of that was from selling our weaker stuff. As I was replacing a lot of 3 and 4-star with 2-star stuff. But in doing so, we got to sell the value of what we AFK'd at a previous point. And yeah, it was a pretty penny. We made like 5 gold from like 2 hours of combat. Between upgrades that we had that allowed us to sell old stuff. Combined with, you know, just the value of the drops. It's not bad. The actual gold per hour was probably like 1 point something. The rest came just from selling the past stuff. I'm still not sure what we're investing over our gold into. I guess technically at this point it's probably alchemy, realistically. Maxing out alchemy. There's a few other grinds I gotta do before then. But I think that's my next goal after Monument, since this already brings me so close to maxing alchemy. So I might as well just go all the way, since we're already gonna have like half the supplies we need from Forager. It just makes sense too. Alchemy feeds into every skill in the game. It's actually the only skill in the game that definitively feeds into all the other skills. Cooking might, depending on what the dishes do in the future. Which means fishing would technically do it as well. But as far as final product, alchemy is the only one that does at the moment. Like the combat gear from chapter 3. Like you can make the argument that the money from combat feeds into everything in that sense. But as far as like actually directly improving everything, alchemy is the only one that actually does it at the moment. Because every single skill in the game benefits from XP pots. Combat gets double benefited because there's AFK pots, extra luck rolls, potions that make you more powerful. Healing potions. And then, what are the other ones? Fear potions can be used for gathering skills, so you don't get attacked. Like, every single thing helps something. Like, this helps combat, dungeons, which technically helps every skill. So that's another one that helps everything, most likely. Healing potions helps combat. XP pots for every chapter helps the corresponding chapter, for every skill in that chapter. Combat potions for even more combat benefit. Fear potions for every gathering skill so you don't get attacked while doing it. And then just the rest of the XP pots. And even the passive potions also do something, unlike every other passive in the game that does nothing. They also help stuff. This lets you passive every skill in the game quicker. Then you have the per chapter bonuses, which of course help each corresponding chapter. You have the forensic potion for chapter 4 for that one specific skill, which is one of the weirdest outliers out of all of them. There's even more that directly help combat, the wealth potion, so you can AFK combat for even more money. Yeah, it's a lot. Alright, let me drop all this junk. Not sure why I'm at such a weird cycle. I guess I forgot to drop earlier. Alright, double knowledge point should almost move us to where we need to be. I think we'll need to do a few more sets after that, though. And then we'll go check the racks, and then we'll probably have to finish on these. And then we'll, at 25, we can move on to stone to finish out the next tier monument. However many we're going to need. Hopefully it's not a ridiculous number. I really hope it doesn't start to scale out of control, like, near the end. I think the last time we needed, like, 290 or 390 stone pieces. I think 390, somewhere around there, I don't remember. So we'll see exactly how many we need for this next set. Hopefully it's not over, like, 400 or 500. Shouldn't be, though. Maybe the final tiers will start getting that high, but this tier shouldn't scale that hard. We're starting to get to the point where the tiers do start kind of going crazy, though. Oh, I should have clicked save for later. Because now the second I stop clicking stuff, it's going to do a pop-up on us. There we go. Oh, I didn't need this fish. No! If only we had the next tier net so we could always do that every cycle. No! Keep making that mistake. It's not too big a deal, though. Oops, I still have XP potion going. I do have to say, though, I haven't actually gotten to hear the music from Chapter 1 and 2 as much lately. Because I've been in 3 and 4 so much most of the time I have been around. I definitely prefer the Chapter 3 and 4 music. I do have to say. I'm not sure if it's because I've been there so much longer, just from various grinds. Based on our level ranges, of course, and everything. But no, I think 3 and 4 music overall, compared with the global tracks that are also play, of course. But I definitely think 3 and 4 is better than 1 and 2. And 3 is definitely my favorite out of all of them. I'll play Stonewall Hill has some pretty good music. Because for whatever reason, my amount of grinding in each zone is based on how much I like the music. We figured that out the other day. I'm pretty sure that's pure coincidence. But the amount that I've grinded each chapter is correlated to how much I like the music from the chapter. So I give the music for Mines of Batubin an 8 out of 10. Chronopolis a 6 out of 10. Hopeport a 5 out of 10. And Hope Far is a 4 out of 10. There you go. They're like directly correlated. So I'm going to see what happens if we just click every node. Because I want to go take a sip of this. Like, I'm trying to open this away as far away as I can. It doesn't make too much noise. Oh, I think it still made too much noise. There we go. Oh, I hurt my nail doing that. Oh no. I wasn't supposed to do this one yet. I can't wait till we get the final tool. We could do it every cycle once we get that tool, but I need level, I need at least tier 7 fishing in 35 levels. And ideally, I'd also want to be 715 so we can get better XP rate for it. But I'd have to reach at least 7, which is 35 more levels, to be able to do that every cycle. There's something else to consider in all this grind. I'm probably not going to bother, though. If we can somehow get 35 fishing levels... I feel like it's a waste to go out of our way for. Maybe once we start running Oyster Venture, we can start getting up a little bit quicker, but there's no way during this Forager grind am I getting 35 fishing levels. I would love it so much for that set, but it's not worth it. It's just too much grind to go out of our way. That could easily be 35 foraging levels. Only reason I did it for these few levels the other day was just because it ended up working out better. Since we will at least need it. But I didn't realize at the time how much of a benefit it would be to go to 7. But not so much of a benefit, I'm gonna do it. It would just take too long to bother. It is worth noting for, I guess, future grinds on other accounts and everything, though. Like, you know, on our side accounts and everything. But it's not worth getting 35 levels just to do that. 3 levels to do what we're doing now, yes. But 35 just to go do that a little bit quicker is not that worth. Especially since other wide routes don't even need it anyways. Hello, Jed! Welcome, welcome, welcome! How's your tool enhancements looking? We're currently at tier 4. But because we're not at tier 5 for the fishing thing, I can't do the one fish cycle I want to do. So I have to do it every other lap instead of every lap. You're at a similar stage in the monument grind? Nice. But yeah, we're at tier 4 for pretty much every tool. I think the only one I have max is mining. Everything else is around like that tier 4 area. And I think botanist is at like tier 3 or whatever it's at since it's so low. But we're almost at max tier. Max tier for forager supplies doesn't seem like it does anything cycle-wise though. Like it helps, but it doesn't help that much. But I specifically need this net to be tier 5. Otherwise, I have to take it every other lap instead of every lap. It's perfectly set up to work every lap, only if you have the max tool at tier 7. And we're like just below it, unfortunately. Oh, you mean the enhancements? Oh, I'm level 25 everything. Every tool in the game I have to level 25. I didn't bother going further than that. because I didn't really get to do like a lot of leatherworker back when it printed money. So I only went 25 all. With the only exception being my pickaxe. I do have level 35 pickaxe. Aside from pickaxe, I have level 25 all. And if we do end up doing the 500 Stone Mall Hill grind for whatever reason, I do plan on doing it with only level 25. I know some people will probably get like level 50s to try to be like world's first or something. Like if I have the time, I'll probably try for top 20, but we're definitely not going to bother trying for number 1. Because there'll be some crazy person out there who will get all level 100 tools for 1 platinum each. There will be more than 0 people that will do that. Not a lot, but more than 0. Who will spend like 3 platinum to get every tool in chapter 5 when it launches immediately maxed. There will be at least 1 person who will drop 3 platinum on tools for chapter 5. So we're just going to drop like 100 gold or whatever it is. Yeah, 25 is the sweet spot. 10, 25, 50, and 100 are the main sweet spots. 10 or if you're doing it on an odd account that's just poor, or if you're like an early game and just don't have the funds to be really putting it out for stuff, and you need to be spending it for progression. So 10's like the bare minimum. 25 is like the sweet spot of value relative to cost. 50 is like the highest you should ever go, unless you're crazy. And 100 you should only ever do if a new skill comes out, and because you have literal more platinum than you ever know what to do with. But even that's a huge waste. Like, even 50 is pushing it. But realistically, 25 is the best overall sweet spot for money spent to value obtained. And next potion I drink needs to be the 11%. And that should almost get us to rack. I might have to do like 1 or 2 more laps. And I'll go see how bad rack is. I already know how bad it is, but I want to like re-see now that we've cycled back. I want to do it for a few inventories just so we can, since I can't buy it from a shop. Because whatever racks I buy is the total amount of fire potions I can ever make for this tier. For tier 5 is not going to matter as much. For tier 6 and onwards, we actually do kind of care about it a little. There's a small level range where it kind of helps us bridge the gap if we're not making a huge amount of XP potions. Which I might be doing because obviously we need those. So we don't really need that many, but you know, a few inventories I'll grab each time. I want to have more than none. It's just not something we need a crazy amount of. Alright, let's go drop all this down. Drop, 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 drop. Alright, use our big potion. Go get that rolling. Throw that into Forager. We'll need a little bit more boost after that to kind of get things going, but that's almost there. Oh, never mind. That was not as much as I thought it was. Really? I guess with the next tier, it does take more knowledge points overall. There's a little bit less than I thought that would move it. Though, of course, we have another one that's about to come in. Yeah, interesting. It does seem like the curve is moving up every single time. With like the disparity between active and passive XP. Because the passive should always be like the 1 level every X hours kind of situation. But it seems like passive is the one that keeps getting slower. Which makes sense because that's how the previous system was as well. It just had really, really distinct cutoffs. Like, you know, at 200 for example. Whereas now it's a lot smoother. That does mean my original time estimates are going to be a little bit wrong, which means we probably can't finish it by this month. We will finish it within a month, but we will not finish it this month, I don't think. Because the final few tiers are going to be pretty noticeably longer, I'm pretty sure. Like tier 5, we're barely noticing it. Tier 6, we'll probably barely notice it. But tier 7, 8, and 9, we'll probably start noticing how much slower it is. So we're probably not finishing by the end of February, but we will probably finish within the 1 month mark. Which was always the goal, so yeah, we'll still be able to finish it in time. As long as we finish it within 30 days, I'll be happy. We're on day 4 right now, so we got plenty of time. Not to mention, I haven't really been grinding Forager too much off stream yet. Something I need to start boosting up a bit. Especially when we're at dead areas that don't even show like anything new. Though at this point, we're pretty much seeing every cycle that we can possibly do, though. Unless we start revamping them every cycle. Though so far I have been doing that. I've been trying to keep it a little bit different each time. Even though it's going to be really samey regardless, obviously. I've been trying to switch it up here and there where applicable. Oh, that's not how I want to take that. Wasting all the tiles. Yeah, 7, 8, and 9 seems to be where it mostly steeps. You can kind of see the curve in-game based on the disparity between active and passive. Because they made passive so it's always giving you the same amount. But active keeps only going up by 100%. So the disparity between passive and active is how much the curve is moving. Where here you're going to have to do active almost twice as much at 7. At 8 you're going to have to do it literally more than twice as much. And you have to do it almost triple for the final tier. So that's where a lot of the longer grinds are going to come out. But that also means you get a lot more supplies. So at those tiers is when you would really want to start banking. At the tier we're at now, banking's, you know, optional. Hello, ground. But, once we start hitting 7 and above, 100% we want to start banking everything. 6 I probably will be 2 just because it would really help our alchemy grind. But 7 and above is when you really want to kind of start banking material. Everything before then you can kind of drop and not be that big a deal as long as there's not a good bank cycle. But 7 and above is when you probably want to consider start to bank everything. Also, that's another thing. If we do go for the 500 Delver rush whenever Chapter 5 does come out, in like 5 years from now. But whenever Chapter 5 does come out, if I do happen to do the Delver rush for any reason, if we're going for like top 20 or whatever, I will be banking almost all material where applicable. Assuming the banks aren't like the worst things in the world to go and do. I am probably banking most, if not all material. Which will slow us down a lot. But I do plan to. Just because we also obviously plan to do Builder and Armor Maker. And those supplies would be really good for it since we don't have like infinite money on reserves. Yeah, you're going to need to bank a lot more supplies as you get to the higher tiers. I plan to offset most of my alchemy still with what they did with the botanist update. Where most we should be able to offset with Chronopolis ventures. Now that you can do both cinnamon sticks and grapes at the same time. Once we have the monument unlocked, I'm going to run 1 oyster, 1 cinnamon stick, and 1 grape a lot of times. Once we get like everything aligned properly. Otherwise, I'll do double oyster into one of them or something. But I'm going to keep those 2 numbers balanced and kind of get a lot of Chronopolis potions made. They have so many benefits over every other potion. They stack to 100, so you don't need to bank anything. You get them auto-banked because of, you know, you're doing them through Venture. You get hundreds of them at a time. They stack to 100, so you don't need to keep going back and forth. You never need to buy all supplies, which, you know, cuts down on any banking time for anything else. They're also potent potions, so they give more XP. And more knowledge per hour. You do get less overall total potions, but they're better XP and knowledge. And you still get to keep them, of course. And I think they're even more profit. I'm not sure on that one, though. But I plan to keep them, so the profit margin doesn't really matter. But that's what I'm going to do to offset a lot of my XP ranges. Even right now, since I still have quite a few of the previous tier banked. Because if in doubt, we're just going to spam Chronopolis potions. That is the game plan. Any holes in any of our alchemy is going to be offset with ventured alchemy potions for Chronopolis. And it should fix every hole in any plan we have for unbanked supplies. The only problem with that is we're gaining merchant XP, which is already like one of the quickest skills in the game. Which is worse than gaining fishing XP, which is definitively slower. Though maybe not as much with fishing bounties. But even with fishing bounties, there's a good chance fishing is still substantially slower than merchant. Also because merchant's just so strong. It's the only downside of doing merchant ventures. Is the supplies and everything else from them is great, but it's already such a quick skill to train. Oh, speaking of which, we can go do Rax now. Alright, I'll go say hi to Rax. I'll probably just walk there. I'll wait till we finish out the cycle, though. But yeah, let's go walk over to some Rax. Actually, you know what? I'll finish and just go straight north and just head straight to the Rax. I'm only going to get a few inventories, then we're going to come back here. But I just want to have a few for the first time bonus, and in case we ever need them for whatever reason. I'm not sure why they made the bank so far away, though. We saw that the day of the update, and it is hilariously bad how bad that bank is. They, like, invented a new tile in order to make it as far away as possible, as physically possible within that room. Like, I thought they were going to put it in the building, but no, they invented tiles to put that thing as far away as possible. It's, like, all the way in the shoreline of the beach, near a bridge. I'm surprised they didn't add a new room just to put it even further away. Alright, let me go bank all this junk. Also, I should have grabbed the 2 shells there, but it's fine. Alright, grab this, bank all this, and let's go grab a few sets of rack. Get a bank here because the bank location over there is so bad. Though once we are there, we will be using that bank. But before we get there, let me bank everything. Alright, let's go check it out. Maybe grab a double mana ray if they come right next to us. Oh, I didn't lower the tier yet, never mind. We'll come for you next time. Actually, no, I'm still coming for you. You're not surviving that. Oh, it's still pre-prepped from earlier. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's go grab our racks. Unfortunately, no tool bonus applies here, so not much of a benefit. Unfortunately. I'll grab like 2 or 3 inventories, I guess. Oh, let me boost up, I guess. Even though it's bad, at least get slightly better XP for it. Yeah, only 5k, and that's with the boost. That is not great. At least there's 8 spawns of them, if nothing else. But yeah, I'm gonna grab like 2 or 3 inventories, I guess. And then we go back to the beach and drop everything on the beach again. Also, there's the bank, by the way. Do you see it? It's a little circle all the way at the top. I thought they'd put it in like this building, but no, they put it as far away as possible. Even if it's over there, it'd even be closer. Let's see, if I go click on it right now, what way will he path? Yeah, he does path all the way over there. Gosh, that's so far. Look at how far it is. Look at how many white dots there are. Also, one thing that's kind of funny, I believe there's some downtime here, so we could actually grab a trunk. I don't think there's any other gameplay loop in the game where you could actually grab these. Where you can, like, legitimately cycle these into your route. I just got 2 silver from them. But racks have such a long downtime, I can actually grab double chest. I gotta grab that other one first, though. But now that we know. But yeah, it is such a long cooldown on them. That I have enough time to grab double chest. I don't think there's another resource in the game other than like some detective stuff you could do. Where you could pretty much 0 time the chest. These most skilling activities aren't really near a bunch of chests. Detective investigations might be the only one in the game that actually does that. But I think we'll do 2 inventories. That should be enough. Even one's honestly already enough, but if we're already here, I might as well grab 2. At higher level ranges, I might grab a little bit more. Particularly the final range. But I think 2 is fine. But yeah, we'll grab both of these 2 chests. Redo our potion. And hopefully by then they should be spawned. 1 silver. 2 silver. Nice. But it's like 1 silver per chest. It's not great. But there's nothing else to do with that time, so might as well. Maybe we just grab 1 chest so we have enough time to re-drink the potion, I guess. But the potion only lasts for 16 of them, it looks like. Because they're spawned so long. The only thing good about that bank being so far away is I think these will respawn before I can get back to them. So I can double grab them. Yeah, we'll get a knowledge point from it. I don't know, are these things good for knowledge? I'm pretty sure they're just supposed to be good for money. Because they're definitely not good for XP in any way. Oh no, they actually are 105% XP. Doesn't feel like it. But that's because there's no tool associated to them. So even though they're a little bit higher, there's not like a 10% tool that we have that's also boosting it. But yeah, I'm not sure why they put this so far. I'm surprised they didn't add another room right over there. Just to make it even further. Because, wow, that's far. Like, these things are going to literally respawn by the time I get here. I'm not even going to move to the other room. There's no way this doesn't respawn by the time I get all the way over there. Oh, they don't. Okay, you do actually have to move to the other room. But I'm too committed to this, so I got to stay here now. Yeah, we didn't have to wait that long, though. Like 2-3 seconds? And I'll just do one more set, and then we'll move back to the beach. I'm not sure if I should teleport back or walk back. I guess I'll walk back. I'm not sure which one's closer. It's probably Telly, honestly. Well, it's because you have to walk through that really slow water. Yeah, we should have enough downtime to grab 1 chest, so we'll route that in and then move over to the other area. And then we should have enough, just barely enough time to drink an XP pot. Oh, speaking of which, just got a 5%. I don't need that, but we just got a 5% from that thing. Oh, you should spawn now. Oh, maybe I should have gone for double chest. Hello? Spawn? There you go. Right, save that for later. Grab all this. Grab 1 more set. Telly back. Honestly, I'm just going to Telly. The other reason why I'm going to Telly is we're going to be all the way up north. Which is a very bad location if we're going to walk all the way back. If we're like right here, it wouldn't matter because, you know, it's not that far. But we're going to be at like the furthest point north there, so it's definitely going to be better to Telly here. And just bank using that other little weird bank over there. And then we'll go back to the beach. Another silver drop. Another silver drop. And then we'll grab whatever's over here. And then we'll teleport back. Yeah, 2 chests seems to be the amount of time. One chest is just slightly too quick. But I guess if you want to make sure you're always on spawn, because the XP matters way more than the 1 silver you're going to get from the chest or whatever you get. Oh, wait, never mind. I forgot. We're going to get another 4. Okay, wait. I'm just going to walk back then. Hold up. Never mind. We are going to end at the other spot. I was miscounting. Alright, perfect. Alright, we'll walk. We'll take the scenic route. Not sure which one's actually quicker. Like here we get the downside of having to walk through water. But if we teleport, we have the downside of the teleport delay. Which I wonder if there are ever going to be a side quest or something that removes teleport delay. Or if that's something that has to be just because of loading screens and everything. But I hope there's eventually a quest where you could teleport to a location instantly. Or you might still have the quick load screen, but, you know, instantly teleport over. Because right now you have to channel for like 3 seconds or whatever it is. Like 3 to 5 seconds. Which is really slow compared to just going there within like a second. Alright, let's go back to what we're doing. Back to the beach. He's at the same combat level as us. That's the next plant I gotta go kill. Like, he's literally killing the exact same tier of plant I would need to go do at my level range. In 30 levels from now. Take a little bit less because we can kill it early. Because I'm gonna upgrade the current sword I have to level 25, and we should be able to kill it at level 25 instead of 31 or 30 or anything. Should be able to kill it early. I'll probably have to chug one healing pot every battle, but we should be able to kill it pretty consistently at level 25. Even if I get no armor upgrades from the goblin at 25. We should just be able to go straight there and be fine. So I'm getting slightly lazy with this. This is a little bit less efficient, but I'm just going to click everything. If we're going to have to do this cycle this many times, I'm just going to click everything. This is around 4 to 5 tiles worse than if we manually clicked all the things. It's anywhere from like 4 to 6, somewhere around there. Worse than manual clicking. But it's so much more chill. I still can't believe this game didn't have queuable actions at the beginning of the game. But how much of a core mechanic it feels like it is now. It feels weird that it was never like a thing initially. Because that didn't come in until January. It didn't come in until like 2 months into the game. It just felt like one of those mechanics, like the sense spell, that has just like always been here. But there was a 2-month period where we didn't have this. As well as not the spawn method that it does. Because now, for a little over a year now, all spawns are based on the first node that you take within a room. Whereas before they were all independent of each other. But queuable actions, one of the strongest things that it ever did, even more so than queuable actions, is it made it so every resource within a room shares the same timer. So every shell of the same shell uses the same timer, every, you know, kelp that we do from these rooms has the same timer, so on and so forth. Not everything in a room, like this kelp is not sharing the timer with the shell. But every specific unique resource in a room shares the same timer within that room specifically. So there's setups that you can end up doing based on that. Since it only really matters when you grab the first one, not when you grab the last one. Because before, since you had to wait, it mattered what the last one you grabbed was. Like how quick you grabbed the last one mattered. But now, it only matters how quick you grab the first one. Since all of them that you take will be set to the first one's timer. Whereas before you had to wait for the last one's timer to complete. Which changed up quite a few skilling routes that you could end up doing for many skills. Oh, I did not mean to grab this fish. I don't have the upgraded tool yet. No! 2 seconds off. No! Requires tier 7 fishing. Which unfortunately we're not going to have for this forager grind. But at this point, with how many knowledge points we have right now, it looks like we have 2.5 levels to go. And then from 2.5, yeah, we'll go from there. We'll be able to go do Monument. And that was the main goal of today. Which means today might not be as long of a stream compared to some of the other days we've been doing lately. And then, of course, tomorrow's goal is Emerald Monument, whatever it takes to get there. Monument piece today, Monument piece tomorrow. Though tomorrow's grind will be a little bit longer, though. We gotta do like 20 levels? Oh, we will get some. No, actually, it's about the same as today, actually, now that I'm looking at it. We started at 17 today. And it ended at 15 yesterday, so we did like a couple levels off stream there. But, yeah, we can easily do stone today, emerald tomorrow. Or jade, I mean. And then after that, there will be a couple days where I won't be able to stream as much. But then after that, we should be geared to go. To start doing bank everything with tier 6 and above. Because tomorrow I got a project side thing I gotta go finish. I mean, not tomorrow, sorry. Sunday, I mean. Tomorrow's Valentine's Day. Tomorrow we will be streaming. It'll be the last big day for a couple days. So tomorrow will be Valentine's Day. We'll still be streaming like normal. Sunday, I'll be a bit busy most of the day, so we might just do like a quick 1 hour recap at some point. Either at noon or some other point during the day, I'm not sure. But we'll throw like some small stream there. Probably around noonish still. Monday, I have several things I need to go do. But we'll still do a short stream, if nothing else, to go over the weekly leak and progress overall. Tuesday, I have a dentist appointment, which I'm not even sure if I'll be able to stream at all that day, just because I'm getting a tooth pulled and probably can't talk much. But I might do a small one that day. Wednesday, I might still be under the effect of Tuesday. Depending on how it goes, if it's still, like, sore or anything. Because I wouldn't want to, like, talk and agitate it. And then, Thursday, we should be completely back to normal schedule then. But it won't be till next week's Thursday. But we'll still be having small streams every day. But tomorrow will be, like, the last, like, really big stream for a couple days. And then Thursday, we should be back to normal. But Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, still having a stream, but it's probably, like, 1 hour just to kind of recap what we've been doing and let's just say hi and everything. Because I'll still be able to grind. I just won't be able to, like, do that much. Like, anything I do on Mondays could be, like, really 8th key combat potion grinds or something. Stuff I could do for, like, multiple, like, Sunday and Monday will be mostly that off-stream. Tuesday and Wednesday, I could probably grind normally, just most of it's not going to be streamed. Because I just won't be able to talk properly those 2 days. But then Thursday, we should be back to normal. Fingers crossed. Oh, not what I wanted. So yeah, the main goal tomorrow, I think, might be to hit Milestone. It might seem like a bit of a stretch goal, but I think tomorrow's goal is to hit Milestone 6. I think that's doable. I think tomorrow's goal is to, bare minimum, finish Monument. But if we could stretch goal it, we might try for tier 6. We'll see. It depends how close we are by then. That might be a little optimistic. But I think that's doable. Stone today, Jade, and tier 6 tomorrow. I guess we should spread it a little bit. Yeah, we'll still keep it as is. Stone today, Jade tomorrow. Like the 1-ish hour I'll be on Sunday. Maybe we'll go get tier 6 then. Because I think from there we should be able to go and just push for that. Then Monday we'll just go over a weekly leak and just kind of mess around a bit. Probably still Forager though. Because there's no update that day. It's just weekly leak. But we'll go over on stream if nothing else and everything. And then Tuesday I might barely be around. But then by Wednesday or Thursday, we should hopefully be back to normal. And I don't think there's much else that's really getting in my way then. Unless the project that I'm finishing up tomorrow, I mean on Sunday, I don't finish on that day, which there is a possibility that happens. In which case I might need to dedicate a little bit more time. But I'm going to try to see if I can get it done off stream as well. It's a little bit harder for streaming for like 8 hours on a given day. To try to also do other stuff. Because obviously going for 8 hours takes up a lot of free time. I need to go use the bigger potion. We're wasting our knowledge points right now. Alright, let's see. Grab that. Convert this into Forager. Convert that into Forager. Still no forager level. A 2.5 to go. And then we can finish the main goal of today, which is stone. And I will be doing Fear Potion Rush this time around. A little bit of a different method than we did last time with the combat mix. Also, this current combat tier that we have for this chapter should be the final one we need to do for chapter 1 for now. And then we could probably move to Mines of Bitumen once we hit level milestone 20. As I'll probably do that for 2 milestone levels whenever we reach that. But this should be the final tier I need for chapter 1. Also, chapter 2 is the only tier I haven't done any in yet. Which I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing based on our allocation. But it should be fine. We're trying to think of all the secondary drops that chapter 2 gives. I know it gives chestnuts, which is a cooking supply now. I don't think it gives bone anymore. I'm trying to remember what the secondary drops even are. I think one of them gives apples, oddly enough, which is also used for cooking. So 2 of them have a cooking ingredient, weirdly. Because one of them drops apples, one of them drops chestnut, which are both for cooking now. I'm trying to think what else you get from that chapter. Because they've changed it multiple times now that I almost forget what they even give. But I know you can get apples and chestnuts as drops. I assume something has some of the alchemy supplies, which if they do, that is so important. Because I probably won't be able to gather them myself for quite a long level range. So if they actually drop something important at tier 9, that would be great. I honestly might need to go do 1 tier there just to check. Just to double check what all their drop tables are. Because I know you can get chestnuts, I know you can get apple. I know the goblins drop something. I can't remember what though. I think it was thistle before? What is thistle used for now? Is that even a thing? Yeah, what is thistle even used for? I don't remember. What potion is thistle? Or is that a cooking ingredient now? I don't even know. What uses thistle? I don't think it's the green potion here. I'm gonna click all these nodes and try to figure out where thistle goes to. Thistle. Potions, go 1 tier before. It's definitely not the explore potion. Is it this? View recipe. No, it's not that. It's definitely not the chapter potion. No. These is Dockleaf and Hogberry. I guess it's for cooking? I have no clue. It used to be used for the Cryonate potion, for the stronger one. That's not a thing anymore. Well, it is a thing, but it's not made that way. It's definitely not the Necromay one. That uses those other ingredients. Oh no, it is! Hold up. Never mind. Okay. It's used for the Necromay potion. I found it. It's half the Necromay potion. Is what you get from the goblin. And I forget what the rest of them drop. But yeah, the goblin drops 1/2 the Necromay potion. The scouts, or whatever those things are called, that are in that area. That is in like that starting room there. Those drop apples. Assuming they still drop apples. I haven't actually checked them since the update. And then chestnuts drop from those tree creatures all the way up north. Not the mushroom ones, but the tree-looking ones. And then the rest of them, I don't know what they drop, if they drop anything at all for secondary ingredient. But it's 2 cooking supplies and 1/2 of a Necromay potion. So that might actually help with doing the final tier of cooking then. We might want to do some Hope Forest combat before the final tier of cooking. Because I'm not doing Botanist before then either, I don't think. Unless they really buff up like food dishes. But otherwise, I would need to offset that with combat in chapter 2, I guess, a little. Which we have 10 levels to go do, or 10 milestones, so that should be fine. We have a lot of levels to end up doing it with. Because we're going to get a lot of supplies from that chapter. Most of which help with cooking. We'll be able to make apple pies, and we'll be able to make the chestnut, whatever the chestnut thing does. Hello, Curiata. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back. We're still on the grind, day 4. Also, after doing some math, it is going to take us longer than 3 weeks, it looks like. It'll probably take the full 4 weeks like we initially planned. The 1 month. It is 1 month monument grind for a reason. Because it actually is going to take a month. But yeah, after looking at some of the XP curve, just trying to figure it out, it does look like the 3-week estimate is back to 1 month estimate again. But it was always planned to be about around that long, so it's not really that big of a difference. But there's no way we finish it by the end of this month. It'll be the actual 1 month note. Since we started obviously midway through the month. And after that, our main grind is probably AFK combat off stream until we can start doing botanist push. I mean, not botanist, I mean alchemy push. So we can start getting all of our good tier potions and everything. And then, by the time we finish those grinds, they likely would have added some kind of new piece of content. Though, I know for sure they're going to add dungeons this summer. Not because they confirmed it, but because I'm going to be away this summer. And anytime I'm ever away, whatever game I'm playing releases the biggest update they will ever do. Without fail. So there's a 100% chance we're getting dungeons this summer because I'm going away for like 2.5 months. So there's a 110% we're getting dungeons exactly the day I leave. So you'll probably still see me in game, but I won't be able to like chat that much because I'll be on Steam Deck and everything. I also won't be playing that much, mostly just resetting dailies. But if dungeons do come out that time, I'm definitely peeking at them. Won't be able to stream them at that time, unfortunately. But when we come back, we will do that dungeon grind if they're worth grinding out. It's a little bit sad they'll be like a month or two late to the party, potentially. I'm just hoping that their content cycle gets delayed enough that they don't do dungeons this summer. But there's a really good chance they will. Fingers crossed they take forever to create content again. How have I been doing today? Pretty good. Pretty good. And it's finally the weekend, or pretty much. A couple more hours. Well, it depends what you consider the weekend. We're pretty much there. And Valentine's Day tomorrow. That reminds me, this game hasn't done anything for Valentine's Day yet. The next event they're likely to do something for is obviously Easter. But they haven't done Valentine's, like, you know, anything for Lunar New Year or Valentine's Day yet. There's Lunar New Year's, Valentine's Day is tomorrow. Lunar New Year is, sometime in the next week. I forget the exact date. But this game hasn't done a holiday for either yet. Holiday event. Though knowing them, they likely would never do one for Lunar New Year. But they have done stuff for Valentine's Day, I'm pretty sure, at some point in the past. But right now, we've only had it for Easter, Christmas, and Halloween. Or the only holidays they acknowledge existing. Those have been the only 3. Oh, nice. Career Auto. Did he end up getting it? Nice. Honestly, that Hyrule Warriors was a pretty fun game to do 100% on. With how much the series and everything that we did with that and the popping off on YouTube, I almost considered making a YouTube channel that's literally just does 100% completionist content. Like, that's not my favorite content to do in games. It seems to be somewhat popular on YouTube. Because we got millions of views across, like, everything we did for the game. But I kind of almost wanted to do, like, a separate YouTube channel almost dedicated to it. I just really hate having to, like, do content for trends rather than what I feel like actually doing, though. But stuff like that does seem to be really popular. And stuff I already do for like every game I play anyways. I just don't edit a video necessarily for most of it. Alright, save that for later. Drop, drop, drop. Potion, potion, potion. Alright, level about to roll in soon before we get the knowledge point. We'll have a double knowledge, which will get us almost to half. Not quite. How the XP is curving right now. And then we'll have like 2/3 of a level to go get. Or 1 2/3, I mean. And then we can go finish on our final goal then. But yeah, I can already start to feel the curve starting to curve. Now that we've been doing the tier 5 for long enough, I can start to feel the slight difference that this has. And how much longer it's taking. It's only 50% longer. But it is starting to show a little bit. Especially since the method that we're doing right now is pretty decently efficient. Particularly for the level range. But even not at this level range, this cycle is actually still pretty good. You would widen it a bit as you get higher level though. But that is one nice thing about doing the Forager grind. It is the, I want to say second quickest skill in the game. Quickest right now is Merchant. Second quickest is this. Third quickest, I'm not sure. It might be Combat. Combat just has so many things that affect his speed. If you want to like chug a billion potions or not. Like if you had best in slot potion for everything for combat, it would definitely be probably third quickest. Without it, I'm not sure if it's third quickest or not. The other weird thing with combat is it scales differently than every other skill. Like the curve for it is really, really, really weird. Where active bonus is way better than passive. Like the entire time. Like literally the entire time. It's really strange in that regard. I don't know, never mind. It actually does eventually overtake. But you have to go really deep. You have to hit milestone 28 before passive even slightly overtakes active. That is so high. There's no other skill that's even like that at the lower level range. Like the passive is pretty much always higher as soon as it starts taking over. Like right at milestone 3 it already starts. Which for combat that'd be the equivalent of like 15. Yeah, it doesn't actually happen until like 20 something? Until 28. Yeah, it should technically happen like 15 around 15 if it was skilled like every other skill. As that times 5 would be the equivalence of 3. It's really weird compared to the rest. It does eventually start getting to that point, though, at the later range. But you have to be at, like, the final levels. Otherwise, everything prior is better just to do manually. It's one of the reasons I want to start kind of pivoting a bit to a lot of combat. As it's really good to do actively for, like, 1,000 more levels. Maybe not 1,000. But it's like really good to do actively for like 750 more levels or something. Before it's even remotely worth doing passively. So that's a really long range where it's really good for active. More than an entire skill in its entirety. Which is going to be really annoying to do on my old accounts. Just because of how much worse the passive is to active. Oh, it's really cold by you right now? Oh gosh, yeah. Wait, I finally got snow. This area that I'm in right now has gotten snow like 3 times in the last 3 decades. We finally got it for the 4th time the other week. During that one cold storm in the States. But yeah, it was the first time in like almost a decade. As well as the first time in, or like the 4th time in like 3 decades. As well as the most I think I've ever seen in this area. I've definitely seen more in like New Jersey, New York and stuff like that. However, I've never actually seen that much in this area ever. We got like half a foot. Whereas normally we like literally never get snow. Because it never gets cold enough here to get even any. Alright, we need 2 more levels over there. That should get us to almost half. It's 380,000, I believe it is at this level range. So I could do the math on it right now. Let's see, Forger. 380,000. That's a little bit less than half. We'll need another set of double knowledge point for sure. And then we just need 1 more level and then boom, we're at stone. But I'll need to try based on the curve that we can kind of see in game. If we don't have more definitive data somewhere. Maybe I'll check some of the Discord servers. I've really been checking those lately. But I really need to try to do the math for roughly how many hours it's going to take us to max. Forger. Because the 100 something hours I'd said earlier is not correct now that we can kind of see the full curve. Or like the strategy behind it. So there's a good chance it's closer to like 150 or 200 hours. More than what we've done. It's still very doable though. Especially if I start pumping some off stream. As we haven't really been doing too much Forger grind off stream yet. Because last night was mostly combat and fishing that I did. So we'd be at the right fishing level for today. But going forward, I should be able to start pushing fishing. I'll be able to start pushing it even more if I start putting, I mean not fishing, I mean Forger. Because there's 2 things we haven't been doing to assist it. Well, mostly just one. I haven't been doing any passives for Forger yet. Not a single passive have I done to Forger. The main reason for this is it starts to scale better as we go deeper. But just so we have a little bit less grind, I might start doing all of them. The other reason I was waiting for is I don't need them to level tier 6 for alchemy. So, yeah, tier 6 is when it starts to matter. That also means we could fall back to it and use it for alchemy too if we want to here and there. We'll probably wait till the alchemy grind before that. But I do need the tier 6 AFK material and higher. As well as for blacksmith as well. As that's when we get the scrap metal. So that would be able to go get us above that level range for free smithing XP. Which is really good. It would finally get that whole chapter to tier 7. Oops, I did not mean to grab that one fish, but oh well. Oh, now I wanted. I forgot, we need to go check that later tonight. We're almost done with these, though. I think I only have to do this 1 or 2 more times of, like, trash stuff, and then we can start doing oyster only, or start doing the double for this chapter. The only problem is I don't have access to cinnamon sticks. No, I'm looking at the wrong thing. That's still true, though. I still don't have access to cinnamon sticks. Oh, no. Yeah, it's probably just gonna be oysters, then. Because I'm at a weird range where I could do grape, but not cinnamon stick. Which is not ideal. Would you recommend starting over to enjoy the new updates? No, it's definitely not needed. Like for Brighter Shores right now, no. You definitely wouldn't need to start over to do the milestone stuff. Because the whole game is basically set up so every 50 levels is everything in a sense. Like if you're doing anything milestone 4 or higher, you're basically experiencing the entire game, or even 3 or higher. You're basically experiencing everything that there is in the game every 50 levels, essentially. Once you reach tier 3, because that's when you stop getting any new activities for anything. But at tier 3 for every skill, every 50 levels is basically, you know, New Game Plus in a sense. The way that they set it up. As you repeat everything every 50 levels. So doing that on a lower level account wouldn't really change that much. As they still follow the same system, it would just be quicker. Though if you don't have 3 profiles going yet, it is highly advised to, just so the other 2 can be doing passives constantly. For some free supplies, especially if you have trading enabled. But even if you don't, just to kind of try the game at different points. Because I mostly did it so I could try all 3 classes once they have more uniqueness between them. You know, with special attack, skill tree, all that. But basically every 50 levels you do is already starting over. So there's not really a need to do another account. Which is a good / bad thing about the game, depending on how you look at it. That basically every 50 levels is, you know, a new Game Plus in a sense. Just with small improvements throughout. For various potions, ingredients, stuff like that. But we're still missing some of the core aspects that would really be able to utilize that properly. Oh, am I on bigger potion or smaller potion right now? It's not telling me. Oh yeah, I'm on stronger potion. Okay, I remembered correctly. What's this calling me right now? Oh, it's just junk mail. I was gonna say, no one's supposed to be calling me today. At level 1.5 to go. Which at this point should only take the next hour. And I always got to spend an hour grabbing the stone stuff. If it even takes that long, it depends how many numbers it tells me to go do. It shouldn't be anything too scary though. Like an hour, maybe over an hour. But it's definitely not being measured in hours. It's like 1 hour, give or take like a couple of dozen minutes. So it should take us an hour to get there at most, and hopefully an hour to complete it at most. Because I will be using Fear Potions to just mega targeting it. We're going to grab 8 stone, 8 stone, 8 stone, put it into the Monument Bank, repeat. Until the Monument Bank has enough, and then we'll put it on the Monument, and boom, upgrade. And we have 10 upgrades left. 1 upgrade we'll get today, 1 upgrade we'll get tomorrow. And then the other 8 that we're trying for, you know, we'll get at a later point. We'll be able to get 2 upgrades in the next 2 days for 8 more that we'll need total. After completing those 2. So we're almost there. Except the fact that the later end does go a bit slower. But even with how much slower the later end's going, it's still quicker than the previous state of the game. Even tier 9 is still quicker than what level 200 to 250 was in the previous state of the game. So even though it gets slower, it's still quicker than even before. It's just slower relative to the current system. Like, way slower. But it's not that bad. It's still quicker than before. But tier 9 is the closest to what post 200 was in the previous state. It should be around 25% quicker, or 33%, I guess, depending on how you look at it. But it's like 25 to 33% quicker, depending on what metric you're using. I never know how to say stuff like that. Because it's like a 25% difference, but if you do the 25%, then it's a 1/3 difference. So whatever way you want to word that, but it's 25 or 33%, depending on which way you do the wording. Is this like a 1/4 difference in XP? There's something that always drives me crazy, though. I never know how to word when something is being improved or if you say it's getting worse. Because the percent difference is different both times. You're still referring to the same thing. It's one of those things that was used in polling to bias polling. And other similar things. Because depending on how you word something, there's... you can make the number bigger or smaller. Depending on if you're counting, like, the difference. Because most notoriously, like, let's say something recently. Like when Trump says he'll lower prices of pharmaceuticals by like 300% or something. Because obviously that's impossible. You can't lower by something by more than 100%. But what he's referring to in order to get a bigger number, because he's trying to inflate the number so it sounds nice. But what he's doing is if something goes down by 66%, he's referring to it as it is 300% cheaper. Because let's say it goes from, I don't know, 300 to 100. It is 66% cheaper, but he's saying, you know, it improved by 300%. Like, both are true, but you can use it to bias the number to be bigger. And that's why I'm always confused whenever I say a percent. Because there's two different percents you can always say to describe anything. Depending on if you want bigger or a smaller number. And I never know which one to say for anything. Because obviously that's being used to do it in a biased way. But I never know which one to use to do it in a non-biased way when describing a number difference. Because both are true. It's just one gets bigger number than the other. I just realized we're not under the effective XP pot. I should probably go do that. No, we're starting to run low. We've already used like 300 of these things. I do have to be a little bit careful because, yeah, we ideally don't want to do that much alchemy grind during all this. It's one thing I didn't fully put into consideration, though I kind of did, but somewhat didn't, is there's a non-zero chance we either have to take an alchemy break or fall back to 5% potions. And I'm not falling back to 5% potions. So there might be a point where we might have to fall back on them. We'll have to see. Because, yeah, my main is just to go make a bunch of potions. If we don't want to do that. Might have to have, like, a potion day. That are off stream. I just do it for, like, several hours. Luckily, we start getting the material for it starting on next week. Once we reach tier 6 and everything. So we just have to go to dump all the material towards it and be good to go. I'm trying to break down the math right now in my head, by the way. If you're wondering what I'm doing. I'm trying to see on the thing. Because realistically, we're using like 27 of them per hour. Given the downtime and the fact that we'd use the other one about twice an hour. We're using about 27-ish, give or take, depending on a couple factors. Which means that lasts me for like 20 hours more. There is one problem with this stack as lasting 20 hours more. This grind is longer than 20 hours. There's a small problem there. Just a little one. I have 20 hours at 8% left, and this grind, I can assure you, is longer than 20 more hours. Which is problematic. The solution, of course, is to make a bunch of 11% once we get there. Or, yeah, 11%. That's obviously the solution. But obviously the 11% don't make themselves. Unfortunately, there's not any automaker in this game. It would be great if they did. But we got to make all those potions, which means I believe you can make, based on that, I believe we can make 8 hours worth of potions per hour. So for every 1 hour we do of alchemy, assuming we already have the supplies banked, we can make about 8 hours of this kind of potion. Which means every 1 hour of alchemy is like 1 day of grind, in a sense. Assuming I, grind for 8 hours, roughly, in a day. So, oh yeah, so yeah, basically just that. Every 1 hour of alchemy is like 8-ish hours of forge or being boosted by whatever our highest potion is, effectively. What am I doing here, and why am I doing it? I'm doing, save for later. Because we're not in the bigger boost right now. Yeah, about every 1 hour alchemy is 8 hours of boosted forge, or whatever we want to use it on. Technically, we could use it on alchemy while doing alchemy. But, I'm not sure. I honestly kind of want the higher amount of potions. Maybe while I'm doing alchemy, as far as, like, direct training, I would go and, use my points on it and everything. But otherwise, we're just going all in on Forager. And if we run out of potions for alchemy down the line, and definitely run out of potions for Chef down the line, it's not really that big a deal. Because Chef's going to be consumable stuff, and alchemy is going to be consumable stuff. So I'm not really too worried about having to do both of them a little bit longer. Like if we have to do them about 10% longer because we don't have the potions, that's fine. And obviously we'd keep enough to always use knowledge points, obviously. But I might just have to fall back to 5% when we do alchemy and just do nuns for cooking, just because it's kind of annoying to do it while we're doing cooking. Some dishes it works well for, other dishes not so much. Like any dish where you can do like one ingredient, it's fine. Everything else, no. It's just really awkward using boost potions for cooking for anything that isn't deliveries or a full inventory of one dish that, you only need one thing for. Anything that requires like 3 objects or 4 objects or even 2 objects, probably not worth using XP pod on. Only deliveries and the 1 objects. Otherwise, I'm not even going to use any XP pot for cooking. And alchemy, it's fine if we followed it back to 5% while doing it for that one maker thing, whatever it's called. Not sure what that device is even called, but the bigger one that takes longer, but gives more XP and knowledge. That thing, they made it a couple weeks ago, a couple months ago, I can't remember exactly when. But they made it so you can drink potions while doing it. And it's basically just a free 5% if you were to use the 5%. Which is probably what I'll go use for that. It's just like a free flat 5% for 0 time down. And it'd be really cheap to use it for that. So alchemy will still be a little bit quicker, but like not that much quicker. I'll use like 5% for that, 0% for chef, other than for deliveries and knowledge points. And then fishing, I don't know what we're doing about fishing. Oh no, fishing is just going to be venture, so. Other than the little bit of fishing bounties and the few that we catch for dishes, fishing is going to be almost entirely bounties. I mean, entirely venture. Which means forager, obviously, we're doing now with most of the potions. But that should be fine. So forager, we dump all the potions on. Alchemy, we'll save some of the potions on. Obviously, all knowledge points will also save the potions for the bigger ones. Like the 14%. And alchemy we'll use 5% for. Unless there's a reason to use a bigger one occasionally other than for knowledge points. But probably... But then again, once we get bounties, that could be interesting. Oh no, we'll see. But this is fine to do 5% for. This is fine to have 0%. This is fine just to do off a venture. Which means we can dump most, not all, of our XP pots into Forager then. To speed it up. And I will have to do some amount of alchemy over the next couple of weeks, but that's fine. We need it anyways. Though there is one caveat to that, I just realized though. I won't have the alchemy level to make anything more than 11%, will I? And all of that, I just now realized that. Wait. There is one small issue with that plan. Hold up. There is one small hiccup there. And that is, I can't actually make anything higher than 11%. Because there's no way during all of this grind that I'm grinding alchemy high enough to do the next tier. Which means those 11% that we get there, which aren't going to be that many, is all we have. Well, I guess we're going back to 5% and just using them for knowledge points or something. I don't know, we'll see. That or just use no XP pot at all and just only use them for knowledge points, of course. Which honestly might be what we have to do. Kind of like how we're doing it right now. It might have to be knowledge point only and just not deal with them. Because 5% is barely worth it. And the amount of benefit we get from not having to remember to drink a potion just feels so much better. So there's a chance that might happen. Or the second I run out of 8%, I stop even bothering using any boost potion. Other than for knowledge points, obviously. But then they save all of our 11% only for knowledge points like they have been right now. That might be the game plan. I don't know, we'll figure it out once we get there. One upside of that is that does mean I could use the boost potions for alchemy then instead of Forager. As well as for other things like bounty tasks and stuff for all three. So yeah, that'll probably be the game plan then. We'll use up what we have. But then when we run out, we'll probably either fall back to 5% or just not use any. And then only use the 11% that we'll get from what we have now combined with what we get at the upcoming alchemy level and Forager level coming up. We'll use those only for knowledge points. And that should be enough to cover all of our knowledge points. And if not, we'll go just make a few more. But I'll try to bank enough when we do Forager at that level to not need to buy more if we can help it. Mostly with shells. I'm not going to bother doing the periwinkle. I'll buy all the periwinkle. It'll only take like 30 minutes, not even. Better than gathering it. Because realistically, how many periwinkle can we gather per hour? Because the answer is a very low number. Like I want to say 200 something because you can't even do the double mechanic. It's like 200 something or really, really, really low 300. I'm not sure because I haven't actually tried like mass grinding them. But if I had to guess, it is around one of those two numbers. Like 200, mid 200 something or very, very, very low 300 something. Per hour. Whereas from the shop you could buy that like per few minutes. So no point in gathering them. Maybe like one inventory for the first time bonus, but the rest we'll just buy from the shop. Because shells aren't a problem. Because shells, even if I do drop method around this level range, we're going to have like over 1,000 of these things. Like that's not a concern at all. Also, next double knowledge points gets us a level. Then we only have one more left to get to what we wanted to do today. Get Stone Monument completed then, and actually I need to go grab some Fear Potions, actually. I'm probably not going to bother boosting with 8% and just replace it with Fear. Because they give pretty low XP. Like, targeting them only is pretty bad. I just want to do it so we can make sure we can get it done today. So that tomorrow we can go do Jade Monument. And I might start putting my AFKs into Forager now. Just to help speed it along just a little bit. I haven't done that a single time yet. But given the XP curve and everything, If we were to do it for the next 20 days, that's at least 20 levels. So that's 20 levels we otherwise would not need to go grind. It's just the deeper the in that we do it, the more time it'll save. Like, you know, doing those at like level 7 would save more time than like at level 5 right now. But the downside is, of course, I forgot to drink the potion. But the downside is, like, you can't separate them that way. Like, obviously, I can't do all my passives at, like, level 9. We could, technically, but, you know, for actively grinding, you can't. Like, I can't now actively start grinding, you know, like, tier 7, tier 8 AFK or something. That'd be great if we could. But unfortunately, not how it works. Because if I was to do any now, or for the next week or two, it'd be way less value than if we did it, like, 3 or 4 weeks from now. For example. Because the amount of time saved from the passive is less now than it will be, you know, in a week from now, or 2 weeks from now, or 3 weeks from now. As the deeper the skill is into it, the more time saved from the passive compared to active. Exactly how much so, I have no clue, but basically the difference between these two numbers. The bigger the difference between these two, the more beneficial passive would be relative to active. Whereas right now at this level range, they're pretty on par. And at the previous range, they were even more on par. But the gap between them gets way larger near the end. But it doesn't help us now, unfortunately. No, stretch. Ugh. Alright, level about to come in next lap. Then we've got 1 level to go, and then we get to the final material for today. Get that monument built. And then we only have 9 to go. 1 of which will be done tomorrow. And then we'll have 8 to go. The only problem is, numerically, as far as total grind time, we're actually not halfway there yet. I'm not sure where half is in the current state of the game. We did the math for it a while back in the previous system. Where halfway was like level 300 something. Even though there's 50 levels. Halfway was like 300 something. I am not sure what level now in the current state of the game is halfway. I want to say it's on milestone 7 something. So it's probably still 300 something like before. Oddly enough. Even though the curve doesn't curve as hard. Even though they changed a lot of it's actually pretty still similar to the first system they had. It'd be too hard to do that math right now without knowing the exact formula and everything, though. But somewhere's in the mid 300s, we're currently effectively level 274. But around like the mid to low 300s should be the halfway point for max level, roughly. Which oddly enough is about where it was in the previous state of the game. It's just the XP curve is just a little bit better now. As far as total XP and everything else. But the actual midpoint is still pretty much exactly where it was, I'm pretty sure. Even with this new formula. Oh, I forgot to grab the double fish. Guess we'll grab it next lap. It's not that big a deal. Only downside is I won't have the 11% for it. Oh no, 2% fish bonus. Watch you 3. 3% fish bonus. We're actually getting really close to that level. I don't think we're going to get it this stream, but we got pretty close to gaining a whole fishing level this stream. Even though we're only occasionally touching 1 single fish. That's the whole reason why I wanted to get that level off stream. Just so we can keep poking progress towards it. Hey, the only good thing about not getting the fish is I only have 3 things I need to drop. instead of 4. It's the only really big downside of grabbing it when you're not banking it. When we do the wide circles later, once we get the full loop, it'll be fine. But this fish does delay us a little bit extra. Because when you're clicking deposit all, it doesn't stop you at all. But when you have to drop each individual thing, that does delay us just ever so slightly because we have to also drop the fish. Too bad there's not a drop all button somewhere here. Like if you double click this backpack for drop all or some kind of button here. Or single click won't do it just to make sure you don't accidentally do it. But I wish there was like a double click here that just drops your whole inventory. They did do the nice improvement of actually having a drop all button. Before you had to drop them one at a time. But I wish they also had drop whole inventory. There's like a double click button somewhere. Just one step further. Because back when it was just drop one at a time, I would never bother dropping. It was just so slow. When you had to drop each single individual thing one at a time. Over and over and over again. Alright, at this point, a double knowledge point will almost get there. Triple definitely will. And I just grab the fear potions, and we'll go grab the stones then. And see what the damage is, because I have no clue how many we're going to need. It was either like 290 or 390 last time, so it's probably like 400-ish this time. Give or take a little. Hopefully the numbers don't start getting too crazy, though. I have a feeling the final tier is still going to say something absurd, though. Like, go get 5,000 monument pieces! It's probably not going to be anything that ridiculous, but I am concerned it's going to be a 4-digit number. Or so far it's been pretty good only being like mid 3 digits. So I wonder if this guy will still be here multiple days from now. Which I kind of want to go check him. We were saying earlier, based on his route that he was doing, that he should be above 32. What was his name again? Shuno? I think it was Shuno. Find out when he comes back. I'm gonna go check if we're actually right. So let's just see what tier he's on. Because I can't tell what tier he's on. Yep, we were right. We were correct. Remember earlier when I said he would have to be at level 32 when he was doing that method? He was indeed. He's at 36 right now, and he's been doing it for like an hour or two now. So I was correct when I said that earlier. So you can kind of tell based on how someone paths what level they are. You can't tell what tier they are, but you can tell what level they are. There's no way to tell what tier they are, though. Well, unless you check them. He's oddly enough, he's actually a lower tier than me. He's like one whole tier lower. He's where we were like a couple days ago. Which will also explain why he's dropping everything. Because his alchemy level is probably higher as well, right? Yeah, his alchemy is like nearly maxed. Oh, wow. Yeah, no wonder why he's dropping everything. That would explain everything, too. Like, we're dropping because we're at a tier where, you know, it's still not really that worth getting. Tier 6 and onwards, it would be. But yeah, he'll be dropping everything until final tier at that point. He's basically maxed alchemy right now. He's like 25 levels away. And no wonder why he's dropping. But yeah, once we hit tier 6, we're not dropping anything pretty much. We're going to have to go back to bank cycles. I'm only doing this now because today, tomorrow, and maybe a little bit on Sunday are like the only times we can still get away with dropping. Everything thereafter we got to start keeping. So I figured we utilize this while we can because, yeah, we need to start banking everything. For that good old alchemy XP. And for the usefulness of the potions in general. As this chapter is packed with good potions. There's not a single bad potion from this chapter. In all fairness, there's not a single bad potion in the game. But we get Enrage, Healing. Healing being big. Enrage for AFK, which is also big. Healing, which is just always needed. XP pot for this chapter, which we definitely need, at least for knowledge points. Fire Potion, which is probably the most useless one here, honestly. But we'll still make a couple. The most useful potion for our class, the blue one. The other most useful potion for our class, the yellow one. Because we have a couple okay yellow weapons. And that's it. So the most useful is Enrage, XP, and Healing. And Combat. Like, almost all... like, the only ones we don't care about is Fire and Strength for yellow. We'll still do them because I need them for XP. But those are the ones we care about the least. Everything else is just an absurdly good potion. I'll use every Enrage potion we ever make. We'll eventually use every Healing potion we ever make. We're going to use every Hope Port potion, obviously. Not for the Forager grind, but in general. Like, the Fire potion and the yellow are the only two that are kind of iffy in the current state of the game. Because neither of them actually do that much for us. But everything else is, like, best in slot stuff. Like, AFK combat all the way to max. Healing potions for everything we ever do. Hope Port potions to speed everything along in this chapter. And our strongest combat potion in the game currently. So if we're actively doing combat. Because we actually get the active and the passive potion, basically, in a sense. Where Enrage is for if we want to actively AFK. And the Cryonate, or if we just want to go all out and just nuke enemies. Especially if they have a blue weakness. Or if we just have a good blue weapon at any given time. Which I currently do. And of course, we can also craft our own good blue weapon, though it does take a little while. But we already have it right here. I just need to upgrade it with some stuff later. The only one downside of upgrading it is we will lose value on the weapon. That is the only really, really big downside of upgrading a item you get from the ground. Like, currently it is worth 462. If I was to upgrade it, it'll be worth like 200 silver. Or 200, yeah, 200 silver. Like, it'll basically half its price. If you upgrade it with actual drops that you get, it'll be worth, you know, 1.2 gold. Basically 3 of these combined together. But it gets downgraded to a crafted item if you use even one crafted item in it. Meaning its current 400 something value is going to go down to like 200 or 300 silver. Like, it'll actually lose value from upgrading it. That's one of the weird things that they did when they end up doing the crafting system. Is there's really only 2 things you could ever craft for like a type of stuff. If it's fully from drops, or if it's crafted at all. So if you get 2 item drops from killing enemies, but then you combine 1 crafted item, the whole thing is considered a crafted item then. Even though 2/3 of it is not a crafted item. So instead of breaking it down into like multiple different tiers, like 5 different tiers, like, you know, if you have none, 1, 2, or 3 components, so that'd be 4 different versions. So instead of breaking it down into 4, they only broke it down into 2. It's either purely from monster drops, or you tainted it with at least 1 crafted weapon. If you tainted it with even 1 crafted weapon, it just tanks the entire value of the weapon. It's still just as strong, but its sell back value just tanks into the ground. It's something they still have never adjusted from the previous rework last year. Back in, like, what, March? Whenever they did the first combat rework. But it's still something they have never adjusted from that. That they still didn't adjust with this new milestones. Or maybe they have. I haven't actually tried doing a mixed one yet. I've only made pure stuff so far. So maybe they did fix it. But I didn't see anything in the patch notes mentioning they fixed it, so I would assume they didn't. But I haven't actually tested it, so actually I don't know. Because everything I've made so far is pure, so it would maintain its value. Like, for example, the 2 things I'm wearing right now are pure crafted. Because it has to be, there's no armor making skill. Like, these are not 4-star drops from an enemy. These are handcrafted 4-star drops. But because they were all monster drops, they still maintain their 1.2 gold value. So if I go check this, they're 1.2. But if you had armor maker and put even 1 piece into that, both of these that are 1.2 gold would be worth like 200 silver or something. Like, basically take off that 1 gold from its value. It's definitely something they gotta fix at some point. That will probably not be done anytime soon. That's one thing that's really weird about doing a mix of the two. It's one of the reasons why a lot of my old 3 stars I just end up selling rather than crafting into something. Like, unless you handcraft all 3 of them, you're losing so much value on its sell value. And because you're constantly having to replace your weapons, it's not really that worth it. If you kept your weapons for, like, forever, then it would matter. But given how much you rotate your weapons, it is really bad to do it that way. As you're eventually going to have to sell it back in, like, you know, 10, 20, 30, 40 levels. And once you do sell it back, you're selling it back for, like, nothing. So they still have the same stats, but the stats that they benefit you for that duration is all they give you. Otherwise, when you sell it back, you're getting, like, nothing for them. So you could do it to save time, but then, you know, you're getting, like, almost no money for it. So you're spending, like, a couple gold or however much the difference is at any given time. Just for a little bit extra combat speed. But ultimately, you're paying multiple gold for that slight combat speed of not having to go craft, like, an extra tier 3. But they'll probably look into it at some point. But they haven't changed it for over a year now. Or almost a year, however long it's been. I forget when the combat rework was last year. It's been almost a year. And they still haven't fixed it. And it was brought up in beta, and they still never fixed it either. That was one of the things in my mega post I mentioned, by the way. That they never replied back to last year. That was one of the many, many, many things mentioned in it. And still to this day has never been fixed. Assuming Milestones didn't. I honestly haven't checked it yet. But given that the patch notes made no mention of it, I assume it hasn't been yet. I probably should go actually check. The only reason I haven't is we're going to lose like 1 gold of value whenever I do it. Which is why I haven't tried checking. As I basically have to spend 1 gold of the value lost to go test it. Plus it'll probably take like 30 minutes for me to go get the stuff I even need to go make it. So I'd lose 1 gold and it would take like 30 minutes. Alright, this double knowledge point will not get us to our level, but it will get us very close. And then we'll need 1 more knowledge point after that, so we need like 170% more knowledge meter. And then after that, I think we are good to move on to stone. I just gotta go bank these potions, go get the freer potions, and then we just camp stone until we get everything we need. They did change the spawn timer they mentioned to the previous system. Hopefully that means we can still do an 888 and then bank. Because that was something they mentioned on the Tuesday patch. I'm not sure exactly how much it affected it. We did do that the other day when we were doing stone, but we were doing it in a little bit of a weirder way where its respawn timer didn't really matter at all. So we'll get to truly see what they meant by the Tuesday patch today, I guess. But as long as we can grab 4 stone, and then grab the first 4 stone again, we should be okay. As long as there's like no downtime there. But if there is amount of downtime, that's a problem. But hopefully there's no downtime there, we'll find out. Wait, 3 more cycles, get our double knowledge. Double knowledge is 380,000 at this level range or so. That is a little bit less than how much we would need. So yeah, we'll probably need that extra knowledge after. And then we'll just stone the rest of the time. Which last time, stone took us about an hour, but I'm not sure how many more we're going to need to do this time. I'm not even going to bother XP potting at those because it's such bad XP rate. I'm not going to bother wide farming it either, just too weird of a path to do for it. It also kind of requires Water Lily to be upgraded, which is currently not upgraded. I'd have to wait till like another 5 levels. So I'm just going to do stone into stone into stone, just keep spamming it down. Just so we don't have to come back to it. Oops, I do need those fish. I was wondering why I had that clicked. That was correct. Thought it was wrong for a second, but nope, that is a fish cycle. Come on, fishing level. You're almost there. We're not going to get a fishing level today, but we got a solid half. We got a really solid half. And while it might have seemed weird for us to go on like a 3 fishing grindy last night just to go do that, the main reason I did that is because of how many times we're going to cycle it. Because we're not done even this rotation, or, you know, this tier coming back here. We'll still need to come back at some point later. But not just that, but also every other tier we do. Tier 6, Tier 7, Tier 8, Tier 9. We'll still have to come back here. So us getting that little bit of extra level will add up to a lot of levels over time. Getting those 3 that we did last night. As we're getting like 2,000 more XP per fish or something. Plus we get the double, so even more. Somewhere around there. So it definitely adds up over time. That's why I wanted to get it now. For every future rotation. There are a few other upgrades that we might want to have. The most notable is at 25 for trout. Hopefully this bass gets us there by like tier 7 or something. If we're getting really close, maybe we'll do a few levels if we're actually doing the nettle route at that point. Because once we need to start banking everything, we would want to start doing nettle again. The only big issue with nettle is the potions you make with it aren't that good. They're not that good at all. Because we need to get racks. So any nettle that we bank is kind of a dead alchemy supply. We'll need some, but we don't need that much. Whereas these shells, really good. These other shells, really good. These kelps, not as good, but, you know, we need healing potions eventually. So kind of good. At least so out of the 3. The biggest issue with all of these, though, is all of them have a weird ingredient that you need to get somewhere else. The only one that is least weird is probably the starfish, where we get the water lily at a later route once we hit like 30 forager, which is pretty soon. But those are kind of hard to route. Like, you're going to have way more starfish than you're ever going to have water lily. It's the only one of these 3 material that has the secondary ingredient where you will get it, but the amount that you get is not enough. Like for the shell, I'm going to get almost 0. For the kelp, I'm going to get almost 0. The starfish will get some, but it's nowhere near how many starfish we're getting. Like, the water lily to starfish ratio is not going to be even remotely close. Like, our starfish is going to be like 3x, if not more. Even 5x. So, hello, Neoric. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I did see the rack bank. The problem with the racks, we were doing some racks earlier, a couple sets of racks. The problem with the racks is not that there's not a bank there. But that their XP rate is so bad. Not only does no tool affect them, so they're already suffering from a lot of XP. You can't do the double, so you can't get XP that way either because there's no tool for them. But also the bank is pretty far. Like there's no way to like route the bank. It's just a mile walk away to go bank. Like instead of putting it in the building, they put it like all the way in the ocean. I do have to do some just because there's no way to buy it from a shop. And since we're on Lone Wolf, we have to get it from there. But otherwise, oh, so did I use 11%? I didn't. That's a problem. I might just have to use it for this boost. I have to waste some of our potion here. But yeah, racks, we will grab some, but it's just never going to be like a huge amount. Which makes nettles like equally as kind of bad. Because I'll need some amount of nettles, but not a crazy amount either. Which means I guess we'll be spending a lot of time on this beach. And probably just doing it for a banking cycle or something later. And just buying the secondary ingredients from the shop. Which is kind of annoying that we need to buy that many secondary ingredients. As we'll start to put a bit of a hole in the profit and everything. Alright, we are going to max out our knowledge right now. I might have to, at a really weird point right here, just go drink the 11%. By the time we get, like, right next to it. Alright, 11% go. Oh, come on. 11% go. There we go. Alright, put that in the forager. Put that in the forager. And did we get it? Oh, come on. We're almost there, though. So close. It's so far. Right, how much more XP do we need? Should only need a couple laps, right? We're almost there. Like 2 more laps, probably. And after that, we go head to, Stone. I'll just go bank whatever our final inventory is. Go grab the Fear Potion. Put over top, I guess, our 8% since I'm not really going to bother boosting for those. And then, yeah, we should be good to go. Probably just one more inventory here. Grab all the stone we need. Hope it's not a scary number. Shouldn't be anything too scary. It probably will spike up like crazy near the end to like some kind of 1,000 something. Like multiple thousands, but shouldn't get too scary for the next 2 levels if nothing else. Whatever the number is. Because last set we were able to do in like an hour, not even an hour. Somewhere around there. So this set should be like a little over an hour. Not to mention I was combining it with combat earlier. So I might be able to do it under an hour. Because before I was killing one of the beasts every single time I did the combat for it. Which I did ultimately end up synergizing combat a bit less with Forager than I thought I would. But it's mostly because we're in a really bad level range to do it at the moment. I need to get back to the really good level range of these 3. But that means I need to go get like 20 something combat levels, which I'm not planning to do quite yet. I'll need to keep chipping at it, but I definitely want to get back there by the end of the cycle if we can. But right now, there's just no way to do it. But by the end of the cycle, I do want to get closer to that. And then we'll just naturally end up getting our level 1000 combat in at 20 milestone. But to be able to do that, I have to push to like at least 25 here. Like that's the bare minimum to start killing plant. I won't be able to kill the other 2, but I can kill plant at 25 for sure. Especially if I take some of the gold kit and upgrade this weapon. So I'm not sure if I'm doing that or if I'm going to make my own or what's the plan there. Or upgrade one of my other ones. But I do want to upgrade around that time. It really comes down to if we're upgrading this one or a different one. But at some point, if I don't have a good drop by then, like a 4-star good weapon, we either have to upgrade this one or make our own and upgrade that. Most of the supplies I already have, so it won't take that long. I think the only thing I might need to go make is a good weapon of this, like a base weapon, like how this is already. And I already have the 2 components to go and upgrade it. Or if we don't want to waste any of that time, I can take the gold cut here, lower this thing's value by like 300 silver, and then have the weapon already ready to go without needing to do that. Which I guess is kind of worth it. Giving up like 500 silver or whatever it comes out to throughout it all. Like 500 silver to 1 gold in order to save like half an hour is probably worth it. I was not sure what the rarity drop rates are when you're crafting now. I haven't tried using luck potion on it though. I assume luck potion doesn't work. Has anyone actually tried that yet? I assume it's just monster drops. Does a luck potion work while you're crafting? I never thought to try that. What does it say? I feel like the answer is no. Let's see. Yeah, it's from a monster. So the answer should be no, unless it's coded weirdly. But it specifically says from a monster. So unless they coded it wrong, it shouldn't work while making weapons. Unfortunately. That'd be so good if it did. Well, that's quite a bit of a nerf to weapon making then. Because the double luck potion for double rarity only works on enemies. It doesn't work on crafting. So it's kind of a mega nerf to crafting. Obviously, you still have the choice of what you get, but there's no rarity improvement unless they just did that in the normal base code. If they changed up the rarities a bit, which they might have. But if they didn't, weapon making is just kind of worse than getting it from combat now. Oddly enough. At least if you're using luck potion. It's still more consistent to get exactly what you want when crafting, though. Well, they need to add some more customization or something to it to actually make it more worthwhile over just, you know, getting it from an enemy now. Because that's a mega buff to getting it from a normal enemy drop compared to crafting it yourself. Oh wait, I just realized, that was the final one. I already got my stone level. Alright, this will be the last set what I will do. I'll do it for 1 inventory right now. I'll grab all the fishies from the ground. And then, yeah, let's go head over to the stones. Grab the fear potion, head over to stone, and, yeah, go give it a shot. Get every stone we need. Get like a level or 2 or whatever we get from it. And, we'll end on that then. On the monument upgrade. Hopefully the damage isn't too much. I always pick some stuff off the ground. You know, I'll use the rest of this potion. Let me keep going. I'll do one more lap, pick up whatever fish we have on the ground. And then we'll go head over to see what the damage is on the monument. Hopefully nothing too bad. Set that stone foundation. Actually, this is probably going to be the roof. This is likely going to be the roof upgrade soon. Actually, very soon we'll be able to go to the top of the monument. Either 1 or 2 more upgrade. I think we can go to the top again. Alright, let's do this room one more time. Go bank. Grab whatever resources we need along the way. And then we're out of here. To stone. Alright, grab that, grab that, grab that, grab that. Fish we can ignore. Then we go over there, grab double kelp if we still have any inventory left. Bank it all over there. Head to the monument, see what we need. Oh, also while we bank, I need to get the fear potion. And we'll be good to go. Alright, grab that, grab that, grab that. Actually, while you're over here, since I need these, grab that one, that one. And then I could withdraw this potion, grab the other 2 things over there, and we're good to go. Alright, to the kelp. And then to the stone. Alright, move to, back to backpack. So I can go get the fear potion there. Grab this. Exact inventory, perfect. It's like we planned it. And then we go and bank everything, grab fear, and we should be good to go. Click the deposit all, click back on the bank because it closes the menu. Unless you do them like manually one at a time. But then we will withdraw. Okay, this is the first time we can go check our bigger fears. Please tell me I have something bigger than a 15-minute. Nice! Alright, so this is a new potion that technically got added. Before, fear potions only went up to, also, I'm not gonna need more than 10. I sure hope not. But before, fear potions only went up to 15 minutes. Now they go up to 30. And even though I can't make my own 30s at the moment, because I don't have the assisting skill to go with it, nor even the other skill, the other ones that we had have been upgraded into it. And 3 of these last an entire hour. And it shouldn't take more than an hour or 2. So let's see how much stone we need. And yeah, it should be like 3 per hour. These last like forever. But this is one of the things that came in the update. All the fear potions that are stronger than 15 minutes. I believe there's one like every 3 minutes. So I think there's like an 18 as well that I don't think we have any banked because it's a completely new resource. But everything above 15 is technically new, including this one. So this will be the first time we ever get to use them. Okay, 340. Alright, that's more than before, but that's not bad. 340 is like nothing. Alright, let's go get 340 stones. However long it takes. We're not going to bother boost potioning, but of course we will be using fear potion. Also, I will not be touching any hogberries, which is even worse for EXP and knowledge rate, but I'm just going to click every stone, then go to the other room, click every stone, and then keep doing that over and over again. And then every 21 minutes we'll drink a fear potion. And we're just going all in on stone. This will also be a good way to judge about how long this takes. I'm starting pretty much at the hour. Or as far as like how long we streamed. So, I'll be able to kind of judge based on that timer how much stone we've gotten. Because we're basically at the 4-hour mark right now. So however many we get within, you know, that time, we can kind of do the math to figure it out for future ones. So we know how long stone monument takes. Because all I'm going to do is do stone, straight into stone, straight into stone, straight into stone. No combat for you. He's way too scary a level right now. He even has a death skull next to his thing. He's such a high level. Obviously, we could downgrade him, though. Downgrade version, honestly, isn't that bad for XP at this range, but... Nope, stone only. Oh, nice, they're already respawned. Perfect. Exactly what we want to see. And hopefully it'll also be respawned by the time we store these in Monument as well when we cycle back. Perfect. Alright, nice. And yeah, we just do this until we have all the stone we need. We needed, what, 390? So how many inventories is that? 390 divided by 24. Go. Calculator, help. 390 divided by 24. I have to do 17 laps. 16 and a partial, but, you know, we'd rather overkill than under. But yeah, it is 17 laps. And by 17 laps, I mean 17 full inventories. It's not too bad. Though, of course, this number is going to go higher as we go deeper into the skill. That's still not too bad. It's when they tell us to go do like 100 laps is going to be the problem. We're which would be like 2,400 of them. Which actually, I kind of want to go check that real quick. How many did the previous system tell you to do for monument pieces? So if I go check monument piece, monument, fallen monument. Is it gonna tell me the previous system of how many stones you needed? Fallen monument, monument stone. Does this have the breakdown of how many you need of each in the previous system? I'm trying to find it. I'm not sure what Peach has it. Monument stone skill nodes. Forger, fallen monument. This is bringing me back here. What, does it not have the old numbers? Or even the new numbers? Or any numbers? Does it tell us if we click on it? How many you need? It doesn't even say. Let me see the highest one. Yeah, unknown. So they are trying to put in the new numbers. But it's not currently known what that number is. Well, that doesn't help. But they're working on it. Wiki team will get there eventually. It's currently not known. Though someone knows. Who's tier 9 right now? With an incompleted monument. I just realized something funny. Since I'm over here, is it better to bank north? Because since this cycle is ending north, I think it is. Especially since we already have fear potions, so we don't even need to worry about it in the other room. But I'm pretty sure if we keep... we might have to keep alternating cycle to cycle. Because whatever side we're on, I think is the side that's better to bank. So since we're on north side, I'm pretty sure it's quicker to go up to that storage rift than it is to go all the way down south there. I'm pretty sure. So we go over here, then walk back down and go back. So we use this, store all, and then go back down there. And I think that's going to keep alternating back and forth. Because let's see, if we go 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. Yeah, because we'd be on the other side when we finish. So it's basically, we're going to have to keep switching what bank we use. So this time we had to use that bank, but this time we're going to have to use the southern bank down there by the monument. We're going to have to keep alternating back and forth. As due to having to walk the extra room, I'm pretty sure the one on whatever side you're already on is quicker. Oops, I just walked right past the, Oh, it's because they weren't spawned yet. Oh, that's a problem. That's why I walked past them. There is some small amount of time that, they will not spawn in time. It's not ideal, but okay. Yeah, I just gotta remember to walk here when we're done with that step. That means when I do the other one, it's also not gonna be respawned, which is kind of annoying. I'll just grab a few nearby nodes and just drop them on the ground or something. But there's gonna be a very small amount of downtime where they haven't respawned when we go and bank. And it's gonna be even more so the case for this one because it's way quicker to bank on this side than it is on the other side. Relative to where you're ending the cycle. So there will be way more downtime on this side. Maybe I'll grab like triple hogberry or something. Unfortunately, I'm at a level range where hogberry's not good. I was originally going to wait till 37 before we did it, but I can't be bothered. I'm just going to ignore the hogberries. It's not too big a deal. Stone only. So we've done 2 inventories so far. How many did I say we had to do? 17. Okay, that's not too bad. Oh no, we only did 1 inventory because I didn't actually bank the other place. Never mind, never mind. I was gonna say, if we already did 2 already. No, it's only 1. Because it keeps alternating bank and I haven't even used the other bank yet. Oh, we can also kind of guesstimate about how long that will take, though we did get a little bit distracted there. My inventory took us like 5 minutes, roughly. And we have to do 5 times 16. Which means it would take 80-ish minutes to finish out this tier of the monument. Total, if I did math right. It's around 80 minutes. Oh, we got an hour to go. Is that to be about an hour, give or take a little bit. More so take. But, It's about an hour, or it's about 80 minutes. I guess technically 85 since we already did the 5 minutes. And that'd be the last goal for today. Until tomorrow, where we go do the same thing for Jade. Which also means I need to go get some levels so we can actually finish it for Jade tomorrow. How many levels did we do today? We started at 17. Ooh, it's actually going to be a lower day, though. We will be grinding some off-stream, though, to get some levels. But that means we only gained 9 levels today, probably, then. Because we're going to get one more at bare minimum from this. So we're technically level 26 by the end of this. But we started at 17, so I only gained 9. Which would actually be our lowest amount of levels in a day so far. But of course I'll be doing some off stream, so it technically will be higher than that. But yeah, we can start to see the slowdown from the higher tier. Compared to tier 4. Because in tier 4 that would have been like 12 levels. But today's only going to be like 9 doing the same thing. So yeah, there's definitely a bunch of curving. And we can kind of see what it is from the knowledge rate and the XP rate and everything, like the active to passive difference. But until there's actual formula or, you know, like a bell curve and everything, we won't really get like a true full feel for it. Oh, good. Passive activity. Honestly, I might be doing that tonight. Better try moving up one other one. Unfortunately, these are still bad. It's not till tier 6 that these are kind of relevant. So I'm probably still going to passive the other chapter. But starting soon, I will be, I will actually be utilizing them. But probably not for another 2 days or so. Because they're still kind of bad at this level range. Once we reach tier 6, we'll start using the passives for the skill, I think. The reason I did that is we got to wait for the stone to spawn. Still got to wait for it to spawn. Come on. There you go. Yeah, it looks like 2 hogberries is perfect timing. We'll grab 2 hogberries on this side, and the other side we won't grab anything, and we'll just wait. I guess I could grab 1 bone spike if I really want to. It's not that needed, though. I don't know, we'll see. I'll grab 1 bone spike and see what the delay time is. Because I can use a double on it and then drop it. So I'll grab 1 singular bone spike. When we bank at the other side. So at this point, I will check our, I will check how much progress we have on Monument in an hour. In about an hour. And that will tell us how many more inventories we need to do. We will not be done then, but we will be within, like, you know, do a few more laps and we're good to go. Kind of area. So we'll judge then exactly how much more we have. But yeah, this is pretty bad for Forger XP. Mostly because we're not really multi-skilling it with anything. There's some hogberries, but they're pretty low level. But only 5,000 each. Compared to the shell that we're getting like, what, 6,000 something? It's definitely not the worst thing we could be doing right now, though. But it's far from the best rate. But we gotta do it, so. Gotta get them in eventually. And there are like really wide paths that you can do while grabbing monument pieces. But I'm not a big fan of the big curve that you gotta do for it. So I'm personally not gonna bother. But there are some routings that you could do that naturally get stone pieces. The only big upside of it, and maybe the reason I'll do it for tier 8 and 9 instead of doing this. For these lower tiers, like 5, 6, and 7, we'll probably do it like this. But 8 and especially 9, I actually will probably try grabbing this triple and like double from the other room. And do a really wide circle where we grab like everything from here to here, 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 and then like go all the way circle. Maybe even going over there and do like really wide circle into double circle. So I might try doing a double circle route. In a really weird way we haven't done yet. But I will only start doing it at like tier 8 or 9. And that's just because I need the actual alchemy supplies. So we would be able to go and passively get the stone. But the whole reason I would do it is because of Water Lily. At level 30. So for those 2 stages, I'd probably wait an extra 5 levels before we do Water Lily. I mean, before we do monument pieces. The stone ones. But I would do it because I would wide route Water Lily. every single time. So that we don't have, or, you know, so our water lily numbers is a little bit better with our starfish. Because we're going to be getting so much excess of starfish compared to water lily. And doing really wide route for stone until we finish the monument. Up until that point. Not doing it a single time further. But do that really weird, like, double circle. Until we have all the monument pieces for stone. And in doing so, we can grab 6 water lily every cycle. When we go through. I think we'll get like 5 or 6 stone pieces. Because these 3 would be the only one. That one's too far away to go to that route. We'd grab like 3 from this room, 2 from the other room. The 2 that are like right on the path. As well as a bunch of other resources throughout. Grab all 6 water lilies. Technically 7 because we could double it. And that should be good. And we'll store this here. We're going to try to double bone spike here and see if that puts us on cycle. So right here there's a bone spike. We'll double it. We'll then drop it. And that's a little bit extra free XP. And now, hopefully it'll spawn as soon as we get here. Boom, spawn. Oh yeah, there's still downtime. I could go for 2 spikes. Well, technically 3. Because we're still waiting. Still waiting. You're allowed to spawn any day now, thank you. Oh yeah, we can grab a second bone spike. There's plenty of time. Honestly, I could probably grab every bone spike in that room if I wanted to. We'll grab a second one. Because there's way more than enough time. But when I was saying earlier, we'd only grab 2 from this room if we were going by. It'd be this one and that one over there. Because these 2 are too far to the side if we're doing big circle loop. We'd grab these 2 hogberries, these 2 stones. I might not be at a level where the hogberries aren't worth it. This would be like one of the first things we drop if we're not at the level range, which we likely wouldn't be at that level. But it'd be this stone and that stone we'd grab on cycle, which means we'd get 5 stone per loop. But given that we're doing mega loop, the mega loop would take like 4 minutes. Oops, why am I going here? But the mega loop would take like 4 minutes or so. And every 4 minutes we'd get 5 stone. Which is not great compared to what we're doing now. Actually, how much did we calculate what we're getting right now? It was 390 per hour. No. 390 is how many I needed. Oh yeah, I never did calculate out how much we're getting per hour. I only calculated out how many cycles I had to do and about how long that cycles would take. But I never did the next step after that to see how many we're getting per hour. What would that be then? The problem is we don't know the exact amount of time. We need like the guesstimation, but I don't have the exact numbers, the problem. But it looks like we're getting around 200 something, like high 200 something per hour. Which means if I was doing a double circle that's taking like 4 minutes or so, that only give 5 stones every 4 minutes. That means we'd only be getting, what, 10, 15, 75. So it's a difference between getting 75 per hour compared to what we're doing right now, where we're getting, you know, almost 300 an hour, like 200, high 200 something, like 280-ish. But the caveat to that is we'd be getting 6 water lily, we'd be getting all of our starfish that we need for the water lily potion, for the water boost potion. We'd be getting, you know, everything else on the beach. We'd be getting a double circle, basically. We'd get all this stuff onto the beach leading to there, to that bank. Then from that bank, I would go and through all this area, grab 5 stone, grab 6 water lily, grab whatever else we need from there to get the full inventory. Bank right there. Then do the circle again back to that bank. Then do that circle back to that bank. Just keep going back and forth while getting 5 stone each cycle. But that's only for 8 and 9 when I actually need all the supplies. I don't think we're doing that for 6. We're definitely not doing it for 6. We're probably not doing it for 7. 8 we'll probably do it for, and 9 100% we gotta do it for, even though it's gonna be really slow to finish out Stone Monument. Like, Stone Monument grind might legitimately be 2 or 3 days because of that. But we'd be getting a lot of XP while doing it instead of just Monument pieces. The reason I'm doing it like this now is just so we could rush down Monument pieces to get back to a good XP rate. But later, because I need all the supplies, like actually banked, we are going to have to do a really weird double circle loop. In doing so, getting 5 stone every double circle. Which is like a 4 or 5 minute loop, but it's like 70-ish stone an hour or so, give or take a little. Like 4 times worse than what we're doing now. I will grab Hogberry. I almost want to grab the third Hogberry. This would also be a great time to throw a combat in, by the way. If we wanted to do a combat instead. This would be like the exact time you'd want to do a combat. I'm not strong enough to do it at the moment, though. Okay, you can spawn any second now. And maybe I do grab the third. Maybe we do grab the third Hogberry. Oh no, I almost need to drink a second fear potion. How could they make us do that? Also, one good thing about past alchemy grinds, and one of the other reasons why I don't need to do chapter 2, other than for all the luck potions we're missing out on. I have so much fear banked. I know I only have 9 on me right now, but just my 21-minute stack, we have like 500 something. Let's just say we only have 500 after today, though we're going to have even more than that. But let's say we only have 500 left. And let's say it's only 20 minutes and not 21 because we're using them badly or something. Or we're not using some of the percent. So let me do 500 times 20. And divide that by 60. That's not the number I wanted. 500 times 20. And divide that by 60. Just this tier of potion, I have 166.6 repeating hours of fear potion. Just from the 21 minute. Not counting anything else. Just my 21 minute is over 166 hours. Not counting anything else I have banked. So we're good. We'll be good for a while. Probably the rest of time. Good chance for the rest of time, given there's not too many things you actually need fear potions for. Like Monument Grind, at most. Even with wide pathing, where we're going to need to use the fear like 3 times as long, maybe even 4 times as long. Even with that, we're going to need like, what, 50 minutes tops? I mean, 50 hours tops. Like, I'm only going to go through 1/3 the stack for the thing that uses up some of the most fear in the entire game. Unless, like, Chapter 5 and other future chapters do. But by then, we would eventually do Botanist and, you know, have more fear potions. But just my 21-minute stacks is 166 hours. That's not counting my 18 minutes or whatever else we had in there. In total, we probably have over 300 hours, if not more. But just this alone is already in the hundreds. So yeah, we're good. We shouldn't need to make fear for a while. And if we ever do need to make more, you get it from Botanist. But yeah, I don't think we're going to need it. Not to mention, it's pretty cheap just to buy the 3-minute fears if you really had to. The only big issue with the 3-minute fears is obviously you're chugging them a lot compared to like a 21-minute or a 30-minute or something similar. Where the value of a 30-minute fear, honestly, is maybe not that bad. It depends how much it costs to make it. It's probably too expensive. But that's 10 times less times you'll have to drink a potion compared to a 3-minute fear. Which might be worth the cost. Barely. Oh no, the fear is about to run out. There's just so little you have to use them for at the moment, though. There's like 3 grinds in the whole game that uses fear potion. Excuse me, fear potion. Not counting cooking deliveries, so I guess cooking deliveries too. So there's like 4 things. There's cooking deliveries, but you barely have to do that now in the current state of the game. Even with the auto refresh thing that we have in our current level range, you barely even need to do them. But cooking deliveries. Monument pieces for stone for monument. Which you only have to do 10 times. With this being the 6th time that we're doing it. So we're almost already done with those. Detective in Chapter 4. And 1 or 2 resources in, like, Chapter 2. Either a tree and or a... actually, I don't think any of the botanist ones are. I think there's, like, a tree or 2 that you need it for in that chapter. And that's it. That's everything you need it for ever. Obviously, Chapter 5 might add a room or 2 as well. But there are very, very few things that end up requiring it. I can midway fear him, right? Yes, okay, good. Just making sure. Forgot if you can midway fear. But yes, you can indeed midway fear. If something's aggressive to you and you drink the potion before they land on you. Though, if they do it on the same tick, you will both drink the fear potion and get hit. I've seen that before. But if you finish the potion before they hit you, they will stop attacking you. Or, you know, they won't keep pursuing you. Even if they were aggressive. Now, the question is, one thing I haven't bothered doing, though I'm not going to bother doing that right now. I wonder what happens if you use an enrage potion on something while you have fear. Do they attack you or not attack you? Or will it not let you? I haven't tried doing that yet. I won't do that right now because I don't even have one on me, but I need to test it for science at some point. Before the end of the forager grind. My assumption is it just won't let you use an enrage. Or maybe it'll cancel out your fear and replace it with enrage. Because it shouldn't let you have both effects at once. And if it does, then I'm not sure which one would take priority. Would the fear potion making them not attack you take priority, or would the enrage making them attack you give priority? Or would it do it based on whatever one you drink second? I assume it would just override it. Like if I was to drink an enrage potion, it would just overwrite the fear. But to some degree, I hope it doesn't do that, because there might be a weird situation at some point in the future where you'd want to have fear potion, but keep one specific enemy aggressive to you. Situations where I could see this being useful is if they ever add more than one enemy to a room that's aggressive. Currently, that is not the case. Currently, every room type only has one type of enemy. However, if they were to hypothetically ever do that, fear and rage would be useful, because you'd want to use fear on the one you don't want to attack and enrage on the one you do. So that only the one that you want to attack you is attacking you. But there's currently 0 instances of that in the game. Assuming that even would work. Which is something I haven't really noticed. But yeah, no room has more than one combat enemy. Every single one just kind of divide in their own area. Like, there's no area where you can fight like 2 or 3 different things in the same room. Also, I'm losing track of how many times we banked. I want to say this is the 6th time. In which case, we're about halfway done. And it's taken us 23 minutes to get almost halfway. Alright, so maybe my guesstimation was a little bit off then. Because I said about 80 minutes earlier. It might actually be closer to just slightly over an hour. Which I guess technically 80 minutes is slightly over an hour, but you know. Like, it looked like it might be closer to 70 minutes, not 80. From the guesstimation earlier. Because I was only doing it based on how much time the fear went down, but I was kind of also distracted with something when we were doing that, when we were timing it earlier. Which made it go a little bit slower than it otherwise actually is. Hopefully we get to the top of this thing so we can actually go to the top again. I miss being able to go to the top of the tower. Because I'm going to start making the thumbnails of that, I think. Either the front of the tower or like take a new one. Because the one I'm currently using is the one from the video that showed the tower before it was even in the game. But I think every single tier will go start like taking an image of it to show our progress. Especially once we can get to the top of the tower again. Just keep making the thumbnail whatever our top of the tower looks like until it's a lit braziers. But then again, I guess that we technically would never have a thumbnail of the lit braziers in the sense that, you know, we'd be done by then. And I wouldn't be able to do it beforehand. Because obviously the final day of this grind is us, you know, lighting the braziers on the monument to go get our venture slot. So technically there would never be a thumbnail of us doing that. Unless we do it as an after party. I don't know, don't have celebrations in games when we hit milestones. Like, I know when I did it for Old School RuneScape, I literally did it on a random goblin in Lumbridge. And I think one person who was trying to kill goblins for their Slayer thing saw it. I just randomly killed a goblin. I was like, oh, there we go. There was one witness to it. That's one thing a little bit annoying in this game, and one of the reasons I was considering not going Iron Man. There's currently no way to do a drop party if you're an Iron Man in this game. RuneScape has a few ways around it, both for RuneScape and old school. Well, old school, I'm gonna assume RuneScape would as well. But, there's no way that a lone wolf in this game can do a drop party of any kind. Like, let's say we just got 500 smithing and we wanted to, like, drop a bunch of smithing supplies on the ground. Either whatever we didn't need or some spear, like, maxed out weapons or some spear stuff we had. Like, I can't even do a drop party for it if I wanted to. Because there's no, like, party room or other similar drop mechanic system that we could end up putting it in. Like, if you had trading enabled, you could, like, trade some stuff to people. But there's no way for a lone wolf to, like, give stuff to other people. It's basically locked to our account. Trying to take a sip right when the screen came up. But yeah, overall verdict on the Fear Potion buff, I love it. It's one of those smaller things that came with the most recent update, but it is a really great change. Fear Potions going up to 30 minutes. Really solid. Is that worth training botanists for? No. But they tried. They tried making botanists not useless. They didn't succeed, but they tried. The closest they got was Luck Potion. Luck Potion is actually really good. But I'm not going to go get Max Forger or Max Botanist just for Luck Potions. I'm fine spending a penny for them. Because even buying the supplies, you're still profiting from using them. Especially if you buy the lower tier and just don't care about the XP. Is using the 6-charge one that costs like almost 0 is pretty good value. Like, it's giving you pretty much 0 XP, but it costs like almost nothing. You can make like 200 something of them per hour. Which means you can make over 1,200 charges per hour for almost free. So, if you don't care about the XP, there's really no reason to ever make a high tier Luck Potion. Technically, the one you would want to do is the one that most optimally synergizes with a 10 or 9 minute Enrage. Which is somewhere around 8. Which is actually the one I'd be able to go make. Oops, I forgot to grab the double spike. This has such a long spawn. I think I still have time to go get it. I can backtrack, grab this, and it still won't spawn in time. There's so much downtime here, unfortunately. There's enough time for me to go all the way back, grab that spike, and this thing's still not spawned yet. It's still not spawned. There we go. Okay, I wasted a little bit. Took a little bit too long. But even with backtracking all that way, we still pretty much got there in time. But yeah, I wish they spawned a little quicker. I'm not sure what they did on Tuesday, where they changed the spawn of them. For better or for worse, or whatever they did with them. But they definitely got to improve them a little. They're slightly too long. Also, hey, we gained about a half a level so far from these guys. And a double knowledge point will definitely boost it in. And at the end of 1 hour of this, we will go double check how far we've gotten. Oops, wrong way. We got about like 30 minutes left. And after that, we'll go check how much we've done. Put it all into the monument just to see where our number's at. And then do whatever we still have left. Because we should still be short after 1 hour total. But I just want to see exactly how many inventories it is so we can keep track. It should be like 3, 4? We'll be like 3 or 4 inventories short. Unless we do get enough within that time. Otherwise, we should be like 2-ish short or so. Which we could just do more, but I don't want to overshoot it, obviously. This is actually one of the few instances where I'd rather undershoot it than overshoot it. If we had to do 2 whole extra inventories of this, that would not be ideal. As this is pretty much one of the worst XP rates you get for the entire skill if you're target focusing it. Because this is even worse than the racks we were doing earlier. Like, we were talking about how bad racks are. This is worse than rack. If you're doing stone only and not bothering to grab anything else in between or doing combat in between. This is literally worse than rack if you're not bothering with that. The best thing we could do to try to save some value if we're not doing wide circle with it would be to do a combat on each side. The problem is my plant is a little low level, but the other guy's a pretty good level to go and nuke him down. But the problem is I would have to do a lower level of both, because I'm pretty sure I can't take a level 35 plant right now. We're 34 levels below it. We have a good weapon for it, but it's not that good. That it can kill something 34 levels higher. Even like 10 levels is really tough. 34 is like, we will literally die to it. Unless they eventually add stuff that has infinite ammo. They were considering adding more ammo, and while normally we wouldn't want to have more ammo, that plant is one of the few instances where more ammo would be good. Since it is stationary, you could just kill it, you know, from a range. And not need to go into melee distance ever. I wonder if they're still going to do that when skill tree comes out. There's a lot of instances where you deliberately want to have exactly 3 ammo. But in every instance where you don't want exactly 3 ammo, you pretty much want as much ammo as you could possibly have. PvP in particular will end up utilizing it a lot. But more importantly, any enemy that is stationary, or across a body of water, or across anything that you can, you know, get them stuck, would obviously be very good if you had infinite range. The only big issue with range is I do believe it is a little bit weaker than just doing melee on them. But, I don't know, it wouldn't be that bad. Like, it's a little bit slower, but you never need to drink a potion. You can kind of semi-AFK against them because they can never kill you. That'd be a fine enough trade-off. I'm still curious everything from their original pitch what will make it into skill tree, though. If they even still do skill tree, who knows? Because they pitched quite a few things that are kind of iffy as far as how useful it would be, or if it'd be broken beyond belief. Like, one of them was, like, movement speed in combat, which has a lot of potential to be broken. Because as you guys know, probably know if you've done any amount of combat and moved around a little, you do move slower in combat by default. And one of the things that they were going to add was increased movement speed, potentially up to what overworld speed is. Because currently you have slower speed when you go into combat compared to overworld speed. And it would likely speed it up to be the same. I highly doubt they would speed it up to be quicker than that, though. Otherwise, there'd be a lot of problematic gameplay mechanics that would happen from that. Where it'd be more beneficial to get into combat with something for better speed. And then you would just zoom across the room. Like this room, for example. Or we might deliberately try to get into combat so we can move quicker. So we can move from here to the other room quicker. So I highly doubt they'll make it quicker than overworld speed, but they'll probably make it so your in-combat speed could be as high as overworld speed. They also mentioned useless things like your immunity shield being quicker, which would be kind of pointless. Hopefully they ditch that one. Other ones were just being able to distribute your stats. I think some of them are boosting special attacks or something similar. The most interesting one was being able to use other factions' equipment. Like proficiency in other classes' equipment. You'd probably still get less value from it than if you know, were the actual class. But, oh, I forgot a stone. What am I doing? But, that's probably the most interesting one. Exactly how that would ultimately end up working. Because there's a lot of holes in every class's kit. So if you could eventually get to the point where you can use other classes' stuff at 90% effectiveness, there are situations where you'd still do that. If it goes up to like 90-95% of effectiveness for other class equipment. Most notably for something like Cryo Knight. Cryo Knight has really bad green weapons. Actually, its bow is pretty good, but its melee is really bad for green. And by that, I mean it has no green melee weapon. So being able to use Guardian's green weapon would actually be really strong on Cryo Knight. Just because we lack a melee green weapon, at least in the current state of the game. But there's all the other instances of it. Like, we could use the Hammer Mage's two-hand pretty well. Because even though we have a one-hand yellow weapon, we do not have a two-hand yellow weapon. Also, I do find it funny that the mix that every class has is their own color, but then the thing that they're weak to. Like, our extra thing is we have a yellow weapon, but we're weak to yellow. And Guardian, for example, has a blue weapon, even though they're weak to blue. And similarly, Hammer Mage has a green weapon, even though they're weak to green. Like the one extra weapon that they got for the extra coloration as far as like the main colors is what they're weak to for some reason. Not sure why they did it that way. Also, oddly enough, I believe Guardian's the only one that gets a 2-hand for the one that they're weak to. Every other class is a 1-hand. Like the 1-hand for Cryo Knight that they're weak to is a yellow weapon, or is a 1-handed yellow. Whereas Hammer Mage is a 1-handed green. But Guardian is a 2-handed blue. It's not actually 1-hand. It's the only one that's like different in that regard. There's a couple differences with each class in that regard too. The other one that comes to mind is Hammer Mage. Is a 2-handed for their big bursty weapon. Like the one that they get nearly all the way at the end. Whereas the other two classes have it for the other two elements. One for Necrome, which is what Cryo Knight has. And one for Fire, which is what Guardian has. And then the main difference with Cryo Knight is Cryo Knight has mixed between their two weapon type speeds. Whereas Guardian has quick for both the two weapons. For both their green weapons, they're both quick hitting weapons. For Hammer Mage, it is both slow hitting weapons for both their two yellow. And Cryo Knight is the only one to have one of each. Where their one-handed is quick and their two-handed is slow. But those are the three biggest difference right now as far as how their weapons are allocated. Where Cryo Knight gets mixed speed for their primary colors. Where Guardian for its weakness gets a 2-hand instead of 1-hand. And like the other two classes. And for Hammer Mage, their big end weapon, instead of being like 1 to 2 hands for one of the weird elements like Fire or Necrome, it is for their main element of yellow. So that's like the three biggest difference with weaponization at the moment. Of course, that means very little because there's no special attacks or anything. That's currently the biggest difference between them if they actually mattered at all. The only one that actually matters, that's actually beneficial, is oddly enough for Cryo Knights. Because of those three things I just mentioned, the one that is most relevant for the current state of the game is having a quick and slow colored weapon for your main type. Because Guardian is stuck on quick, which is really annoying for doing bosses that you have to move. Because then you lose ticks on your main primary damage. So that's bad for that. But Hammer Mage has the inverse issue where you just have no quick yellow weapon. Like, it's literally impossible to run one. That doesn't matter as much because the 2-hand weapons are so good. Same reason why we use the 2-hand blue. Like, this 2-hand blue is the same difference as, like, the 2-hand yellow on Hammer Mage. It's only Guardian that's, like, different with the quicker attack speed thing. But it's basically the same power as what Hammer Mage has for their main 2-hand yellow. Also, wow, we still have not gotten a single double knowledge point during this. We're like 40 minutes in and haven't gotten a double knowledge point. What is the knowledge on this? It has to be low. There's no way this is a high number. I know I'm only taking it and not touching everything else like we have been, but... yeah, no wonder why. It's 92%! No wonder why it feels so bad. That's like one of the lowest percents I've seen yet. Because I'm looking at this number, it's like, why is it not moving? It's because it's 92% knowledge and 110% XP, but that 110% doesn't matter because it has no tool associated to it. Which is why it feels like it's not giving any more XP, because even though it's 10%, there's no tool. So we're losing 10%. So technically it's back at 0% in a sense. Or 100%, however you want to look at it. But you know, it's basically getting no bonus in that sense. Like 10% bonus is the effectively 0% bonus. Since it has no tool bonus. That would otherwise be giving it a 10% bonus. Which is one of the reasons why Shell feels so good. Because not only is it 5%, but it also gets boosted by our tool that's already at 10% and it can double it for even more than 10%. Or more than 15% counted two together. Alright, we'll bank these and what are we at? 20 more minutes and we'll check how many we have. I'm not going to do it prior even if we feel like we're going to overshoot. But I don't think we're going to overshoot. But then again, I don't know. This is what? Our 8th trip? Is this 8th or 10th? It has to be one or the other because it's every second one. is either our 8th or 10th. We need a 15 total. So yeah, it's worth just waiting for the hour then. So we'll go for another 20 minutes. Oh, so we can tell too because of how many fear potions we used too. So this will be our 3rd fear potion. And then after that fear potion, so basically once this fear potion runs out, I'll check the bank. And fingers crossed, we only need to do like one more trip after that. Who knows, maybe we'll even overshoot it. Hopefully not though. But that's still not too bad. 1 hour, a little over an hour. Because last time while doing combat, it took us like an hour. And this time it's going to take us like a little over an hour while not doing combat. Which means next time will probably be an hour and a half. And the time after that will be almost like 2.5. And then like the very final tier, if we're already at that, I'm not sure. I'm not keeping track of numbers properly. But by the final tier, it'd probably be like 4 or 5 hours. I say is it's going to be like 20-hour grind now. And I'll find out when we get there. I am going to be doing it really wide farm, so it is going to take a lot longer than it otherwise would. The only big downside of that is I will be consuming fear potions at a rate that will be like 4 times as much. Oh no, we'll see when we get there if I'm going to wide farm it or not. The only reason I want to wide farm is I want those lilies. Worst comes to worst, I could always just farm lilies for a couple hours. It's not that big a deal. Instead of having to waste the fear potions. Oh no, we're not really wasting them. We made them for a reason. I'm so bad when it comes to consumables like that though. Especially once I know we're at around the point where we're not really going to be making more of a certain thing. Though in all fairness, the fear potions we will technically be making more of at some point. Whenever we finally decide to do botanist. But probably not, because I'm probably not going to do botanist through normal training. I'm waiting till we can do dungeons and or world events and or bounties for botanist. And that's the only thing I will probably do all the way to max botanist. Is one of the few skills I do not intend to train to max by normal means. I guess the other ones are everything in chapter 3. Where we're primarily going to be getting them up by throwing knowledge points on them or doing their passive. Rather than actually training them directly. I do have to say though, there's one weird thing with the most recent milestone system. It does punish you if you were getting a lot of high levels, but not all the way maxing them. Like what we were doing for chapter 3. Because even though it's a bit better than the previous layout of the game, it is actually still kind of bad there. Because that's where the most amount of like grind ends up occurring. Whereas before it was about the same amount of time. Back when it was like just the pure number system. Because going from 200 to 201 was about the same as 499 to, 500. But that's not the case now. Like, compared to before, it's still quicker, but the amount of time it takes to go from, 499 to 500 is, like, 3 to 5 times longer? Maybe, like, 3 times or so. It's, like, 3 times longer than how long it takes to go from 200 to 201 right now. Whereas before, they were the exact same number. But both those two numbers are still bigger than what the current system is now. So in that regard, it's still better. It's just barely better at that high level range. Passives are insane though. If nothing else, passives still kind of crazy. They were 4 times better post 200. They're not quite like that now, but with all the XP, other changes and everything, they're probably still about the same. But instead of 4 times better now, they're like 2 point something, like 2.8 times better. Because I'm doing it based on the difference between active and passive. But now you only need 1 knowledge point for them instead of 4. But it is a little bit of a nerf in a sense, but with the new XP total, it's probably not as big of a nerf or even any at all. But numerically, it's about 2.8 times. But it really comes down to total XP needed. Oh yeah, I can use the XP pot here. But then the forager, obviously. There we go. Still not a level. We'll get it this lap, though. But yeah, as soon as this fear potion expires, we'll go check our bank. Fingers crossed we have almost all the stone or all the stone. And then we'll do whatever we still need. And yeah, that'll be money being completed. And then tomorrow's goal will be Jade. Try to get the level for Jade. Go get it unlocked, everything. Probably do a little bit off-stream grinding just to try to make it so we can get within striking distance so we don't have to grind as much on stream. Especially now that the grinds are increasingly getting a little bit longer. But hopefully we'll be in a nice striking distance there and be able to finish Jade tomorrow. And then that would be our last really active day will be tomorrow. Because it'll be about 4 days in a row where I probably will still be streaming every day, but it'll be way shorter than what we have been. Like maybe an hour or so. For the next like 4 days after tomorrow. I put that into Forager. Oh, is that guy gonna die to it? Let's see. One more hit. No, he lives. Sad. Almost killed the new player. Oh, we're almost gonna get to potato as well. This grind definitely won't get us there, but after like not even half an hour of the beach, we'll be able to get to it. The biggest issue with potato is it mostly just gives you knowledge. It's like minus 90% XP, 110% knowledge or something. It's weird because it's less XP than Shell, but it's higher level. Which still kind of makes Shell loop better to do. The only good thing about that potato is I actually have 0 of that potato banked. Excuse me. But I don't need that potato for... Actually, that's not true. I was gonna say I don't need it for a while. We do need it for tier 5. What's the first ingredient that needs potato? Sausage and mash. So we got a little ways to go, I guess. You don't need to level 26 on the next set. So we're like, what, 20 levels away? See, we got a little bit before we head there. Oh, sorry, 30 levels away. I'm looking at the number wrong. We're 30 levels away from needing it for cooking. Like, that's soon, but it's not that soon. But I still need to get them, though. So it is kind of important to bank those tier 5 potatoes. I just got to remember that every potato counts as 2 potatoes now. So, yeah, we don't really need that many. Also, just to make sure I'm not doing the math wrong and I'm not going, like, crazy over, I want to go check how many stones we have. What did we say we need? Like 390? Okay, yeah. We were about on rate when we were mentioning the number earlier. So yeah, we'll finish what we have now. We'll bring everything into the statue. And then afterwards, we'll be good to go. Because let me go bring out the calculator again. It was, yeah, 390. I have like 290 right now. Which means I have to do like 4 to 5 more inventories. So we'll finish out this 13-minute fear. Head back to the monument. Put everything into the monument and see how many more we need from there. Which should just be 1 or 2 inventories. So basically exactly what we said at the beginning is exactly what's happening. See, my math wasn't that far off. The quick estimation. But yeah, we're going to be like 1 or 2 inventories off, probably 2. And we'll just do those real quick with, I guess, 1 more potion. We're going to waste some of it, but it's fine. I'm not going to go all the way to the bank just to grab a sip of a slightly shorter fear potion. It's fine if we overkill a little with fear potion. We got like 1 billion of them in there. That is one of the big downsides, I guess, of the really high duration ones. Is depending on what you're doing, you might waste some of it. Especially if you're only playing for a short duration. Or if you used a 30-minute one, you'd probably waste, like, you know, some amount of time of it. Unless you're just spamming whatever activity you're doing. And even then, you know, if you only want to do, like, 5 minutes more and you just drink a 30-minute, well, we're up 25 minutes. It's not that big a deal, though. But they are pretty costly if you weren't to gather it yourself. I'm not sure the exact cost, but if I had to guess, it's at least 30 silver. Like, it's basically a silver a minute. Which, honestly, most fear potions are around that cost. Like, basically every minute being 1 silver. It's not that expensive. Like, a whole hour protection for, you know, under 60, or around 60. It's not that bad. Even the 3-minute ones end up doing that, though you have to chug them like crazy. I think the 3-minute ones are only like 2 point something silver. I forget because I normally don't drink them. I tend to use the bigger ones. Especially now that the bigger ones are even longer. So yeah, 11 minutes. We'll go check the monument. And then I think we have to do 2 more sets after that. And that would be goal completed for today. I'll grab dinner. And then tomorrow we do the Jade grind. I don't think we're going to hit Milestone 6 tomorrow. We'll probably save that for the very short stream we'll do on Sunday. So we'll try to aim for that on the short stream we do Sundays. Just finish off whatever we need for Milestone 6. But tomorrow's goal is definitely get to Jade. Which is going to be a lot of levels. Because not only will we gain like 2 levels while doing Jade, but we got to gain like, gosh, 16 to get there tomorrow. So between whatever extra grind I do today and tomorrow, we got to do 16 Forager levels and finish all of Jade. That'll be the goal for tomorrow. And off stream today if I grind some. Which we probably will just so we don't have to do all of it tomorrow because that's going to take a while. That's like 8-9 hours. Actually, that's just 8 hours just so we can start picking up Jades. Then counting Jades depending on the method we do. Yeah, that's like 9 to 10 hours. So some of it I'll do today just so we don't go all of that tomorrow. But the main thing I want to try to do today if I can, I want to get to 32. I think that'd be a nice number to get to. I want to get to 32 off stream today so that we can do wide loop into starfish, water lily, potato, and everything else. Because that would set us up for a nice cycle that was different than today. Just so we're not doing exactly what we're doing today. So I'll keep doing like the drop beach that we were doing earlier. But then for stream, we should be able to go do a nice wide banking circle. Or whatever we end up doing at 32. We'll see what loop we want to go for. Even if we end up dropping on the beach, we will at least have a different loop overall. As we will have to prioritize starfish. Even if we're not doing water lily. The biggest issue with this tier is we're still at a tier where it's not great to be banking. Other than monument pieces. Tier 6 and above will be fine though to start banking every time. At which point I'll probably not drop anything. Or very minimally. Oh, I could grab another bone spike over there. I completely forgot there's bone spikes in that room. Even though I've grabbed them a couple times. It's a little unfortunate that that bone spike room is in an aggressive room though. That makes bone spikes kind of a little bit more annoying to get because you have to be under the effect of fear. Which means you have to consume fear cost to be able to get the second bone spike. Is actually the only bone in the game in the previous format? No. Never mind. Oh, actually kind of true. In the previous format and current format, it is the only bone that has ever been in a room with an enemy that can attack you. The main thing I'm thinking of is femurs. You had to, if you wanted to bank them, you had to go past a room that had an aggressive enemy. But the aggressive enemy wasn't in the room with the resource. Oh, lag. Oh no, did we just disconnect? Oh no. Can you hear me? Hello, check. What? I think it's the game lagging. Because I'm checking the other thing and I'm not lagging in at all. Oh no, server lag. That's definitely server side and not my side. Because the stream doesn't disconnect and the other thing I have rolling didn't disconnect. So that's definitely server side lag. I would say it's because so many more people are playing, but that is very much not the case. I think the first thing they would do that would actually bring in some people is if dungeons are really, really, really good. Like if it's basically Dungeoneering 2.0. Because we were talking about this earlier with the whole point system. If they're going to go down this route or something else where you get a bunch of points from the dungeon and then use them in a shop. Or if they're going to go for like, you know, a rare drop chance. Because honestly, I would not mind if they did the, I would even prefer if they did a point system. Because it makes it easy to expand upon without, you know, without it being bad for everyone who's already grinded. Obviously, bosses and stuff should definitely still be RNG and everything. But I wouldn't mind if a dungeon was completely point-based and we just got it for a shop and then spent it all in it. As it would allow them to keep adding stuff to the shop over time. For the dungeon shops. Without it ruining for people who've already grinded the dungeon, you know, hundreds of thousands of times. Because they would still have points racked up. But no, we'll see. The only problem with that is, of course, it doesn't give, like, the excitement of actually finally getting a drop, in a sense. Like, obviously, it'd still be great to finally get it, but, you know, you don't have, like, the RNG aspect. But you also don't have the RNG aspect of, you know, 1 kill giving you the drop compared to 10,000. But, I don't know, we'll have to see. All I know is the last time they made dungeons, it was a point system. Are they gonna do it again? We'll find out. But I am actually kind of hoping they do points. Even though I'm pretty sure most people are hoping they don't do points. I'm actually in the point camp. I feel like if they do points for it, so many people will complain that they did points for it. And then they'll change it to not points. Even though they did it correctly the first time. But we'll have to wait and see. If there's even any kind of drops for the dungeons. We don't even know if dungeons even give you anything. For all we know, it could just be for XP. And just a new way of training every skill. You might literally get nothing from them. I highly doubt that, but there's a non-zero chance. It looks like we got 2 more laps, and then we'll check to see how many more stone pieces we need. But 2 more laps should pretty much be it. I think I'll need like 1 more after, and we'll be good. Loading, loading, loading. There we go. So I just realized something funny. Even though we're in tier 5 right now, we're finishing tier 6 of the monument. If that makes any sense. Because you're always finishing the tier above. Because tomorrow we're finishing tier 6 monument, but we're in tier 5. But we're finishing the 6th stage of the monument, but we're at tier 5 as progression. Or, you know, our level. Because every single time you're always doing 1 above because you're starting at level 0. So at level 9, for example, obviously we'd complete the 10th one. But because of that, yeah, every single one would be 1 above. So even though we're tier 5, we're completing tier 6. If that makes any sense. Like the supplies we're grabbing says 5 on them. Our level says 5. But it's actually the 6th stage of the monument. Because there was a stage at 0. But yeah, then we'll just have 4 more. But those 4 more could easily take longer than all 60 other ones combined. But overall, as far as Forager with all the new gameplay loops, seems pretty decent. Not too much different than it was in the past, but you know, definitely has more variety as far as how you want to go about it. I do feel like the ways that you can tackle Forager is more diverse than it was when it first came out. Leveling system's definitely a little bit quicker throughout. But it still feels like Forager did, like, you know, at launch. It still has the same feel, even though they've technically changed it several times over now. As far as stuff they've added, stuff they've changed, stuff they've rearranged, leveling systems tweaked. But overall, it's still pretty much the same gameplay loop, just with everything switched up a little. But yeah, that's the only thing that's going to be a little bit concerning as we move up milestone tiers. Is, our knowledge points seem to get less mileage as we move up. The system's a little bit weird now, and that's not like a static number like before. And it's still less knowledge points than before. Like, even at this level range, it's like 10-ish knowledge points for a level. Give or take a little. It's not at 16 quite yet. But, yeah, it does seem like every single time we move up a tier, we need more knowledge points to be able to get the same level we otherwise would have. Which almost makes me want to drag out the knowledge potions near the end to grind. I'm probably not going to, because Forager, with most of the methods we're doing, not counting this one, is probably roughly 4 knowledge points per hour, give or take a little bit. Depending on exactly what we're doing. But I'd rather save it for Merchant. I said, hello, UberX God. Welcome, welcome. Oh no, we've still been streaming Brighter Shores a lot. We've still been doing it every other week for whenever they do new updates. Like every single quest they ever do and stuff like that. As far as doing it daily, yes, we're kind of back to doing it daily, at least for the monument grind over the next few weeks until we get it done. We're currently halfway there, at least numerically. Total grind-wise, we're nowhere near halfway there. But numerically, we're halfway there. And currently we're doing, well, obviously this current stage of stone. And after this, we have 5 more stages of jade and 4 more stages of stone. And the next jade we should be doing tomorrow. Oops, I went to the wrong bank. Oh no, I meant to go the other way. Whoops, well I guess I'm going to this bank. I meant to go south. Okay, I guess we'll get one more set real quick and then see how much more we need. So I'll check it after this next set. Actually, I'll do it once the fear potion expires. I won't go back to the top room. Because I need a partial for one of them anyway, so we can go grab our one partial since the fear is about to expire. I was like, given how much more little fear we need, I guess I just won't even bother drinking one. Just to save it for later. But yeah, we will be back to streaming Brighter Shores every single day for the next few weeks or so. There are a couple days coming up on Monday, or this Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday where I might not be streaming as long. But aside from those, we should be streaming, you know, pretty much like we were today and the last few days we have been. Where it should be for several hours. And today's goal was to get stone completed, and here we are. Almost with stone completed. Oh, I'm gonna get aggroed here. Hopefully I can run away from him. That guy's gonna aggro us by the time we get there. You still haven't unlocked the monument reward? It's pretty good. They give you a new venture slot. I have my alt account slowly AFKing towards it, and my main account's just rushing it down over the next month. Or at this point, the next few weeks. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's basically 50% more XP from ventures in a sense. Like the very first venture slot you unlocked is just so much extra XP. Right now I'm trying to get all the one-time bonuses done, but eventually I'm going to be switching it to double oyster into merchant, and eventually double merchant into oyster. As those are the ones that are 23 hours long, so I don't have to check them as often. And in our grind after monument is probably, they'll probably be mostly AFK and off stream. It's probably going to be some of the combat grind. I want to go get a bunch of alchemy supplies from AFK in combat, mostly Mines of Matubin, most notably. Alright, let's go check the bank. Let's see if we have enough. I need 390. The total we have is... Watch this be exactly 390, could you imagine? No! No! Yeah, I gotta do one more trip. No! We're at 372! We were so close to getting it done in an hour. I'm at 372, which means I need 18. How many is 18? I would have to get basically almost a full inventory. Let's go get it. I'm going to do this without fear potion, though. I can't be bothered to do it just for 3 trips or, you know, a couple back and forths. But we got to do this until we get like 20-ish in our inventory. Which means I need to go into the combat room like 3 more times. I'm not going to bother drinking a fear for this, though. Even though we probably should be. Oops, where am I going? Forgot the piece there. But yeah, we need to grab 20. Technically 18, but we might as well grab the full 20 while we're doing it. But yeah, we almost got enough within an hour. A little bit short. It's not too bad, though. Target focusing stone, only had to do it for an hour at level 257 or 276. We're not at the higher tiers, that could be a little bit more annoying, but hopefully they don't go into the thousands. But I have the feeling the final tier, maybe even the final 2 tiers, might go over 1,000. Oh good, this guy's attacking the guy who was going to attack me. Good job. But yeah, monument's pretty high priority to get now. For people that are kind of camping lower levels, it's not really that too big a deal. But you know, if you're someone who's going for like